down at the 6th. Look at that scene, it's fantastic. So many question marks earlier in the year as to whether we were going to have spectators here, how many spectators there would be, and how it was going to work. The RNA have worked hard with the government here in the UK to be able to make this happen. And it's a joy to see so many people out enjoying the golf. Take the train down from London. They've put in longer platforms in this area to be able to accommodate folks coming in by train, which is kind of encouraged.
Yeah, many of them come out to watch this man. Such a popular guy. He's taking a lot of time over this putt.
Well, he saw it. He saw that little change of direction at the end of the putt, but needed a smidgen more.
Such disappointment last year. Battled back after a horrible start at Royal Portrush 2 years ago. But he said that was a catalyst for him for the remainder of the season. And he actually got to world #1 at the beginning of 2020. And he's a player that, you know, maybe the timing of the COVID situation was not good for him in terms of his form. Thomas second at 7.
Just try and get it somewhere up the left of the green would be an excellent shot.
How about middle of the green?
Middle
And
of the
give
green,
himself
even
a
better.
birdie
Wow.
eagle chance.
Yeah, he's saying. I'm not sure if I was trying that, but I'll take it.
Tony Finau on 15. He changes his putting grip a lot. Seems like this one's working.
He's made 6 birdies today, Tony Finau.
Yeah, basically nearly all of them in the middle of the round.
Oh, seem just a yard and a half from being in the bunker. Oh, wouldn't have been able to do that if he was in the bunker. It's a great chance for another birdie.
Cam Smith coming out of the bunker to here. And so he's got this to save par. Been tough for the Australian players not being able to go back home. Very strict entry requirements. They can go home, but they've got to quarantine in the hotel. Yeah, well done. Good up and down. Cameron basing himself in the Jacksonville area. And Tommy Fleetwood's shot on the way at 7.
Drove it in the rough. So had to lay a long way back. And well, the others have got shorter eagle putts than he has for birdie.
Andy Sullivan just long of the first. This is his third. First hole, an intimidating start with that rough looming off the tee. Colin Morikawa in trouble into the thick rough off the tee at 14. It is a par 5, so we will see how he handles that. But so far, it's been a wonderful day. Great par save at 13. And Colin Morikawa, the PGA champion, leads by 3. going to be an amazing week at St Andrews in 12 months' time. And you have the chance to be there. You can sign up for the ticket ballot at theopen.com, the 150th Open at St Andrews. Andy Sullivan for a par to get his day started. Now Rory's tee shot here, Nick.
Yeah, I lost it left yesterday. It's kind of the first hook we saw of the day. It's a good thump. They need 290 yards to get to the upper plateau. If they get it there, they can kick down. But I think we've only seen about one player. So the fans love it. Great ball follow. Look at that, right in the middle of your screen, and he's carried the corner. There it is. So finally, stripes run at the right time.
Good, mate. Good to trust it.
I love this setup here at 16.
Yeah, this is a complete change. This is awkward now. Yesterday was left, so easy on the wind. So they've now got front right, right to left wind. Does the one? See if it comes up a smidge. If you cut it too much, it won't carry, and you'll get that kick. You turn it on the wind, you get one big hop. You're way back in the middle of the green. So that's going to be really a teaser to get it close.
Cameron Smith off the tee at 7.
Yeah, avoid the bunkers.
Straight down the path is a good line, or maybe
Yeah,
a little
down the path. Nail it low down the path and get it scooting. Not happy. That's a pro when he's mishit one. And see, it lands right in the hill, and that will come backwards. He knew it. You need a low runner just in case it comes short, and it will then scoot up over.
This is up at the green. Tommy Fleetwood with his birdie try. Outside chance to get it to 4 under par.
Yeah, if you were new to Royal St George's and you played the southerly wind, you wouldn't recognise that, you know, the tee shot on the 7th at all, the severity of it, because you just bomb it over the hill, walk down there, and it's probably 6-iron for these guys. But when the wind turns around, it's one of the tough tee shots.
Fowler's quite a long way back here at 8. This is second.
Thank you, Vicky. That was an 8-iron. Get up over the once again. It was sound like a broken record. There's a ridge in the middle of the fairway, and that's on the wrong side of it. But from the rough, he's happy to keep it in play.
Adam Scott's knocked it on the green and in 2 at 7 as well. That was his eagle try.
Actually, after a good start, it was 3 over, wasn't he? So he's got 2 back. Now got 3 back, from 3 over back to even. If this weather's nice through the middle of the day, you know, even par could be the cut here.
Just looked a little off out of sorts yesterday with his game. Adam Scott wasn't quite there. As we welcome Frank Nobilo back into the commentary position.
Thank you very much, Tom. A little warmer outside now. Starting to see the sheen on the golf course.
Yeah, a little bit of silverness coming into the greens.
Be nice to see an eagle here at 7.
Yeah, he bust a 3 with him, Frank, from actually the top of the hill, half semi-blind.
Nothing blind about that.
Second eagle of the day at the par 5 7th, and Justin Thomas gets back to level par for the championship. This is the final hole, and Veerman for birdie. And the 29-year-old still going to be in for the weekend. And back over to Fleetwood for his par at 7. Grew up in the northwest of England, 3 open venues within 40 minutes of where he grew up. Royal Leatherman Sedans, Royal Birkdale and Royal Liverpool.
Over to 14. Morikawa was zigzagging his way up here, this par 5.
Tommy, you're right. He did manage, obviously had a good enough lie to get across the canal, so that's a huge help to get it probably another 60 yards further up.
How about this? I mean, just when you think he's going to be in trouble, is the bunker off the tee at 13, the heavy rough at 14, and he makes par at 13, and now seemingly looking like he's going to make a birdie at the 14th, trying to become the first player to win 2 different majors in his debut.
He's trying to break the 62 barrier, and he might even go lower than that the way he's going.
Marcel Sim at 9. Would have been the 15th birdie. It's the only hole on the front 9 that's actually playing under its par at the moment.
This is the second tee, and Andy Sullivan. Over at the 16th, Tony Finau.
This is going to be awkward, isn't it? But can you see how that feeds off that left-hand bunker, our left-hand side? It's got to turn. A little steep and that. There's your view from the middle of the 7th fairway. Huge mound in front of him. Oh, that's a great shot, isn't it? Right across all of that. Lucky there's a grandstand to aim at. At least he's got some bearings. Made it look very easy, but it's come up well short. That's a heck of a shot from Justin Thomas to get it to the middle of the green.
Ricky Fowler up and over that hill here at 8. Blind tee shot here at the par 4/8. Those 3 trees in Canterbury. They're there, I'm telling you. I checked it again.
Yeah, it's about an hour's drive to Canterbury, if you're wondering.
No, it's not. It's not that far.
With the traffic.
And he's on bicycle.
You haven't tried the back lanes.
Did you? How you got in today?
Oh, I did the full tour, went all the way down to Deal and came in past Royal Cinque Ports. I thought that at least I could guarantee it'd be half an hour today. Well, that's working. Look where that's going.
Now, Ricky Fowler for his par. He's always embraced coming over, playing the links golf.
Disappointing there for Ricky. He falls back to even, so a player that's got to keep his eye on the cut line as the day goes on. McIlroy now with his 2nd to 7.
Wow, looks like some kind of driving iron with a graphite shaft. Is it turning? It's a big question. No.
Now it's just a case of how that went into the bunker. You just never know. Leaking it a little right. And now over to the 14th, and Corey Connors has hit a lovely 2nd shot in here. eagle. And he moves to 3 under par. Difficulty, of course, at 14 is you're going to have a long second shot in because you can't hit driver off the tee.
Now 12. Grillo. This will break a little right to left. He starts to heat up. 2 under. Good going. If it wasn't for Morikawa, this would be a great event at the moment. Chance to get to double digits under.
Oh, now we're on 59 watch.
How about that? There was a bit of movement in that putt as well, as you could see, and read it well. And look at this card from Colin Morikawa. 10 under for the championship. And he is 7 under par for the day. As the sun shines and it gets a little warmer, and those flags are not moving that much. Certainly nothing like they were yesterday afternoon. What a day so far for Colin Morikawa. And how much better will it get? So we're seeing a number of rounds in the 60s, just like we did yesterday. There's always a story to tell at the Open, and right now it is the story of Colin Morikawa. Go back out to the golf course, go back out to the 7th. And Cameron Smith's going to be first to go.
Yeah, they need a little bit of old school here, a little bump and run coming in downwind. Pick a spot, 10 yards on the green, I would have thought. Get it to release. Of course, these youngsters throw it a little high and a little longer.
That's a huge drive of Rory's, really. Get it all the way down onto the flat.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many over the bunker. I mean, you say I think we've only seen one.
Yeah, I think I've only seen one other get it down there, get that into that saddle and get it to scoop down. And so the hardest, this is not too bad. I mean, you should be able to. Well, you've got to get it up, obviously, with the lip. It means you're going to throw it all the way. That's kind of his normal style. He likes this starter bunker shot.
It was aggressive.
That was a yard from going all the way over the other side.
Yeah, that's the other problem. Yeah, that was intentional. But the sand is obviously very dry now, so sometimes that can come out a little quicker than anticipated. Let's have a look how it explodes through. It's a great sand to play out of here. Really is. You can really thump it and get that lovely, lovely sound to it.
Morikawa on the tee at the 15th.
Bunkers left and right.
No.
That's the first. We haven't seen the fade not happen, and it hops over the bunker. That's a nice break. Well, it's sat down, but as you know, sand is out sideways.
That's the 8th, who talks about that big bank of rough. The players lay it up short of the rough across the fairway and avoid those bunkers down the right. Fleetwood's been very conservative off the tee.
You can see just the gentle dog leg, but at least you can see the flag from here. This is where you start to see the green after the blind tee shot.
Justin Thomas knocked it all the way past those bunkers, almost to the end of the fairway.
Where's it going, Tommy? Oh, in the thick stuff on top of the hill.
just a lottery when you get down there. You just don't know what you're going to find.
There's a big ridge in the middle of that green. See, it's about 15, 20 feet short of the flag. That's what they're going to have to negotiate here, whether you want to go in low with Adam Scott, try and at least bounce it forward, or perhaps fly it all the way over that ridge.
Yeah, it's going to work out well. He did figure out how to play that ridge. Birthday today for Adam Scott, turning 41.
I remember when I used to think 41 was old.
I still do, Frank.
To the youngster Tony Finau.
Flag today tucked over on that left side and sensible shot into the middle of the green.
Yeah, you've got to just steer into the right sections at times.
Same can be said at the second. Players have misjudged it on the right.
We've seen, you're right, we saw about 3 or 4 in a row all miss it to the right.
Now back at the par 5, 7th, Cameron Smith for birdie.
Big difference off the tee at 8. This is the second for Justin Thomas.
Yeah, when you've got such a short shot, he's got to throw it over that ridge. Try and land it flag high and see if he can get it to stop. Oh boy, what a bounce.
Now McIlroy's got a chance for birdie.
You know what, when he looks up and sees Colin at 10 under, he doesn't help with the deflation factor, does it? Wow.
Now at 9.
This is just about the same angle, Frank, that Morikawa came from, and just pitched it over to a 2 foot. And that's going to get a bit of help.
Morikawa made birdie there to go out in 31. See him scooting those 2 bunkers down the left side, just short of the one on the third. But if he gets a lie, then he can at least try and carry those 2 that protect the front of the screen. The ball looks like it's sitting up.
Yeah, that's a good miss. I mean, to try and get over that left-hand bunker, didn't need to bring that into play, so that's okay there. But they all do so well, isn't it? See how early you get that belt buckle to face the target. See, Tom, when you're over 40, you won't be able to do that, mate.
You haven't played golf with me yet, have you? You know I can't do it now.
Yes, we look at Tommy Fleetwood. You're right. Hip speed in sports so important.
Yeah.
Now they look at any throwing sports as well.
So the problem Tommy has from here is going to land on a downslope. I'm not too sure if he's got any way of using the other side of the green as a backstop. goes.
At the 17th, Tony Finau for a birdie. And is he going to get it to 5 under? He knew he had it as well. And he just puts the hand to the head thinking, my goodness, just a little bit more, it would have dropped. Nice outward 9, but even par for the back. It's at the 13th, and the birdie putt for Emiliano Grillo. He made it. So he gets a 2-3 under par.
Now, Justin Thomas here at 8. We're seeing a lot more of the flag sticks taken out this week because the flags they use here are a little thicker than the normal fiberglass flags.
The other thing they do here with the R&A, they actually put different length flags for a bit of visual deception as well. Yeah.
Now McIlroy on the tee at the 8th hole, as we've seen many times this week. There's 2 bunkers down the right and an iron because he'll run out of fairway with anything more. He's going to play short of the bunkers. We're in Sandwich this week for the Open, and the youngsters are out having a good time. All decided to wear the same outfit today. So the 4th Earl of Sandwich is the chap credited with creating the sandwich, I'm told.
Was it ham?
It was
or cheese and pickle.
According to one popular story, 1760s,
Yeah.
John Montague, the 4th Earl of Sandwich, he was gambling at the time, and he
Yeah.
ordered his servants to bring him pieces of meat between 2 slices of bread.
Wow, and there it was.
And there it was. I can't believe that nobody else did that before him.
The caveman didn't work that one out.
Andy Sullivan on the tee at the 3rd.
Doesn't count a couple of widgety grubs between you know, some leaves or anything like that.
That's the 3rd Earl of Sandwich, is it?
4th.
Fourth.
Fourth.
Sorry. So the other 3 didn't come up with it.
They
No,
were-
No.
they weren't smart enough.
They like pies. They didn't eat like sandwiches.
They kept putting it on the outside, and somebody says, "But that's very Swedish." And oh, you got to be kidding me. Can't believe the Vikings didn't come up with that. That's where they landed hidden. In 811, the Vikings landed on this coastline. And I would have thought they would have brought some kind of herring sandwich.
Well, Morikawa has landed on this golf course today, trying to get it up and down at 15.
Fishing for a birdie from off the green.
Yeah, the Vikings, they also landed in Scotland. Didn't they call it the Scalings or something? The name for the Scots in those days. Years and years and years ago.
If you say so, Frank.
Yeah.
Well,
Second shot hurt Tommy Fleetwood there, missing the green left.
that was Eric the Red, wasn't it?
I didn't know you were such a historian, Frank.
No, there was a computer game called Age of Empires, I think. That was the way. Anyway, Shoffley at 9.
Meanwhile, back to the golf.
Well, he likes computer games
Oh,
as well.
but at +3, doesn't want us to even mention it. +2. He's got to get his skates on. couple of good names kind of in trouble around the with conditions being so good right now. It looks dangerously like level par could be the cut line.
Morikawa scrambled a good par at the 13th. He's trying to scramble one here at 15 to keep this phenomenal round going. He's never shot lower than 63 on the PGA Tour. Pays the penalty for missing the fairway.
Well, it was a good layup. Well, if it was semi-intentional that right-hand side, so gave himself a good chance of making that four. The first blemish of the day.
His record in the majors is pretty impressive for someone that's still very early in his major championship career.
Yeah, because we're at the end of this unique run, isn't it, where we've had 7 majors over 11 months, and that was one of my early predictions. I thought somebody could win 2 majors, obviously with them being all crammed so close together. So he's obviously the obvious contender right now.
Yeah, 1 win and 3 top 10s for Morikawa in his major championship starts, 7 majors.
Well, long way back. Just trying to get the right bounce. And he sure has. How about that for... Go on then. From block blind and the top of the hill, he's got to tap in. Take that one.
I think Patrick Reed's going to play first here. Getting over that ridge and giving himself a look at birdie.
Yeah, that's excellent. I wonder what's spinning in Rory's mind right now. Just a hard low fade against the breeze. Of course, that one's short and digs in. Leaves him the dreaded 50-footer plus.
On the tee at the 9th, Justin Thomas.
Pretty aggressive here. There's a bunker down that right side. He carried that. The fairway gets narrower and narrower.
Starting to see a change in Royal St George's with the wind dying down a bit. The fairways firmed up somewhat, certainly more than they were on Monday.
Well, it doesn't take long here. 2 days without rain on the links, and it really changes fast.
Ryan Fox for a birdie. He loves the links. He's had some good results on links golf courses, Frank.
Yeah, he's played most of his golf over here. Most people that follow rugby will know his father, Grant Fox, one of the greatest rugby players of all time. For sure. His dad often caddy for him. Checking with Tommy Fleetwood at the 9th. So that's the 2 strategies. Really, that bunker on the right determines what you hit off the tee. If you want to go short of it, we'll take it on like Justin Thomas did, but that's a lengthy second now from trouble for Fleetwood.
It's at the 16th, and Matt Wallace has hit a nice tee shot in here. He's got this to get it to 2 under.
Yeah, nice to get that cushion on the cut line.
Good run over the last 4 holes. He's a player that played well in Europe and has tried to take his form to the US, and I think still to be determined whether he will be able to really prosper on the PGA Tour. So we look down at that 16th, and it looks pretty simple from above, doesn't it? It's not when you get down there.
Not that little corner. That's a really tricky, twisty corner. Flag front right today. Land on the downslope. That's about as good as you can do, isn't it?
A sensible play. I was out there taking a look to the right of that flag. There's a ridge, and it just drops straight down into the bunker.
Yeah, into the Thomas Bjorn bunker. Hole's locations is different today.
Billy Horschel. Trying to close out his round. You can tell by his eyes he liked that one.
If Billy can get it round under par today, he will be incredibly happy with how he's feeling out there and the dizzy spells that he's been dealing with. Rory's long birdie putt, and the ridge there, what about 10 feet short?
Yeah, 10, 12 feet short. You can just about see a slight change of colour.
It's got to be in the vicinity of 80 feet.
Is it really? Wow.
Flag's on 31. So it's 90 feet. Looks 10, 15 paces on. Sorry, excuse me, 10 or 15 feet from the front.
What's going on? Somebody keeps disturbing him. Doesn't need that on this putt. There we go. There's a ridge. Thank you. Great shot. So you've got to guess as well, you know, how the wind will affect it as it turns and gathers. That's what they're dealing with. Just about every single green has got something like this. They've all got one or two major features in the green, or the cut-offs on the, you know, left, right and centre. Wow, the 10th, uphill, downwind, out the rough, plateau green. Fingers crossed if you're a Ricky Fowler fan. Looks like the breeze has just picked up again, doesn't it? And that's going to come. Did well, really well. I mean, you take that one big hop and you're straight over.
Yeah, Fleetwood needs a bounce. So the price of missing fairways is going up as the course dries out.
This is a third shot here at the 18th for Tony Finau. 4 under par for the championship, 4 under for the day.
Yeah, it's a great angle, but unfortunately it's your third shot.
On the tee from England, Danny Willett.
A Masters champion. He would love to become an Open champion, getting his second round underway at 3 under par. And if he can put together a good day today, be right in the hunt.
Everybody's quiet. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I thought so.
On the tee.
This will be a good 2-putt. But McIlroy going to remain at 1 over par, which at the moment is just inside the cut line. It's a tie for 68th, but certainly not going to be wanting to finish at 1 over. He would like to be under par. Not a problem for Colin Morikawa. 148 Opens played, 42 have been won by Americans. Morikawa leads by 3. Billy Horshaw for a closing birdie is for a round of 68. It's going to be a round of 69, but it's a horrible feeling when you've got dizzy spells. It's just
I can't
awful.
imagine. I've never experienced anything like that, so I don't know whether he can get medication or what. I don't know. Maybe even acupuncture people. I'm sure people would know what he can do to relieve that. But you're right. That's a tough something. How on earth would you deal with that?
Eagle putt here for Grillo. It's fooled a few people, that putt today. Big drive at the 9th. Justin Thomas.
Well, it's nice opportunity. You know, these guys can take a gap wedge, work it against the breeze, just into that little bowl. Yeah.
Be a good birdie for Ricky Fowler, considering where he was playing his second from. And he's given it a run. Tough when you're in the spotlight like Ricky, and your form is not what it's been in the past. People are constantly asking you what's going on, and this is not going to come back. There is a big backboard there, but he's just at the top of it.
And now he's to the top of the ski slope, the 90-meter jump. Almost no way of stopping it now.
Tough to tell whether he was trying to play that shot to come back or whether he just misjudged it.
Now Finau to finish at 18.
Definitely not as far away from the ball, Frank, is he? He's just moved it in probably a putter whip or something. Looks a lot better.
Yeah, we talked about that about a month ago, Nick. You were bringing that up, all his putter changes. Remember, he got one stage, it was a good nearly 6 inches outside his eye line, which made no sense.
Right, Rory trying to thread it. We've just seen Justin Thomas hit the perfect tee shot.
It gets narrow down there, though,
Yeah.
with this club.
Yeah.
It's 329 to those bunkers.
Oh, you're joking me. Let's go stop a foot short. How about that?
It's 337 to that one.
Into the wind. Yes. Piece of cake with a nice bounce.
Do you think he's going to be seriously surprised to see how far it's gone?
I would have thought so, yeah, because he hit it quite high. I mean, but if he catches any downslope, he can go forever. Most important thing, he's got to take advantage of that now. Just pop it in super close, make an easy 3.
This is Adam Scott over on the right at the 9th, Frank.
Yeah, up and over one of those hills that flank this hole. It could come back. There we go.
Just needed a bit more pace to get up the hill and come all the way back. It gives you an indication of what some of these greens are like here at Royal St George's.
Now Morikawa at 16, made 2 here yesterday. We'll need a birdie finish to tie the lowest score ever shot in an Open. That was Brandon Grace, 2017, 3rd round, Birkdale.
don't think Tommy's got a shot here. He's going to have to go sideways.
Can you get it close? Can you get it to stop off that hill?
I'm not 100% sure, but
He's actually, he's almost trying to go towards the bunker, and then hopefully it's going to turn almost at a 90-degree angle.
Like a punch bowl.
Round those sprinklers, watch. Into that hill, send it around. I mean, there's no way to get it, but okay.
Not bad, is it?
Yeah, it's all right.
Now, Corey Connors at 16. He's been playing all day with Morikawa, so get a little closer, which he does. Great two. Picked up 3 shots those last 3 holes.
Back over at the 9th. Scott watching on. Justin Thomas as this one for birdie. Thomas 2 under for the day, but not able to make the birdie there. Let's go to the tee at the 17th and Colin Morikawa.
Seen a couple of players get within about 40-50 yards of the green. Oh, if you catch an upslope, it takes all the sting out of it.
Hit it right.
That's what people talk about with Royal St George's, the humps and bumps in the fairways.
Looks like Webb Simpson at the 12th. Slight dogleg right par 4. Changed the front of the screen over the last 10 years. Front of the green goes all the way back towards the bunkers now, and that's a great one.
This is Adam Scott for par. Yeah. 3 players battling away on the cut line. 3 players that certainly at the beginning of the week would have had some bets put on them to do well.
Now Ryan Fox at 18. If it was his father, he'd put it right between the uprights. Great kicker he was. Son follows suit.
Man who's had good results in the Irish Open on links courses and the Scottish Open. And Colin Morikawa with a couple of holes to play, but not getting any fortune with his tee shot at 17, running into that little swale on the left of the fairway. But it's still been an incredible round of golf for Morikawa, the world number 4, the 24-year-old. On a day which is turning into a pleasant afternoon here at Royal St George's. I'm going to take a break. Alison Whitaker will be in on the other side as we continue our coverage from Sandwich.
So many players in red numbers this year. Should change though. Mother Nature starting to make a little bit of an impact on Royal St George's. Colours of the fairways starting to go from green to a slight brown tinge. Greens a little bit further. Brooks Koepka will go out this afternoon, try and add to his total of 4 major championships. Harrington in with a fine round of 68. Proud possessor of 3, and 2 of those Open championships. Takumi Kanaya, one stage the best amateur player in the world, now professional. Players from all corners of the world Richard Bland had the honour of the first tee shot yesterday to start the 149th playing of the Open Championship. Shane Lowry held on to that trophy dearly.
Held on to it, drank from it, put it up on the mantelpiece in his daughter's room.
Cameron Smith at 9.
116 left in. The crowd loves it. Come down one of those little bowls. There's just so many of them here. You really, you think about links golfer and having a lot of edges that roll off, but there really are some sideboards that lead down into lower collection areas.
It's one of the few generous hole locations or pin placements out here today, that the fact that you can use behind and front to the side. But story at the moment, Morikawa just propped up on the upslope. Oh, I'd run down there and mark it right on top of the hill. See, that sort of a fluffy lie. Always factor in the ball's going to come out a little further, not spin as much.
Splash. Andy Sullivan for his birdie chance at 4. Chance to get to the same number. Picked up a win at Hanbury Manor last year on the UK swing. It was his ball striking that got him across the line that week. Nice little putt rolled in there, though, for his first birdie of the day.
So after that tee shot, we saw Rory come up actually level with the bunker. So very fortunate to be not in the sand. Can he take advantage of it? Yeah, at least we got one inside 15 feet. Just another check-in. Ball below your feet. Got to come in nice downward descending blow. Tenth hole, downwind, straight downhill. Climbs the hill, elevated green. Wonderful fairway. That one sits down for Tommy Fleetwood. Didn't really. We've seen a few race up there to within, 50 yards short of the green.
Straight down the fairway.
It's actually a relatively long walk from the 9th green to the 10th tee. Anything over 50 yards is long these days, but yeah, Patrick Reed.
A little surprising, Frank, +3. Thought he'd find a way, of his great short game, great ball flight, but we've seen a couple too many in the rough, and we haven't seen many hold.
It's almost a cliche. It's easy to say doesn't fit his eye, but not everybody falls in love. Royal St George's. Now Morikawa, 17.
Birdies have been in abundance for Morikawa today. So he'll stay at 9 under par. Leads by 3.
Flip of a coin on that one, yes. So Rory's got to take advantage of one of them.
To level par for his round today, level par for the event.
Now, Tyrrell Hatton had a few problems with the bunkers at the par 3. They shortened this hole up, used the front tee, but stuck the flag on the back left. Shorter doesn't always mean easier, as Hatton will tap in for 5.
Needs a couple in the last 7 holes.
Apologies for the graphic description there.
They're always colourful. Sometimes for worse rather than better. Birdie chance for Corey Connors. Didn't really give that one a chance.
Cameron Smith, now at 9.
It's grinding, Frank, just trying to claw his way back into the red. Got a couple now.
He waited 11 holes, 12 holes in fact, for his first birdie. He had 11 consecutive pars yesterday. He's a patient man on the golf course. Comes in handy on a layout like this.
You have to be patient, especially on holes like 5. Plop it up on top of the hill.
Yeah, 5th hole's getting a lot of air time, isn't it? It's this awkward little layup, and we've seen that a couple of times. A couple have been left, many have been to the right.
Not too much, no? Pardon? Not too much, no? I don't think so.
Haven't seen much of Phil today. That round of 80 yesterday put paid to his chances this week. So a rare birdie.
His first of the week. That tells the tale.
To 18.
Perfect. Well, perfect for safety. It'll be interesting for with the whole location in that back right-hand corner. Got to carry it all the way. Perfectly from the middle of the fairway, downwind, elevated green. So it's not quite as fiery as I've been thinking, so how about that?
Nick, I was just thinking, seeing the side of Mickelson there, if we go back to Kier Island, the fact that when he got in front, I mean, he was affecting the field. They were trying to chase them on a golf course where you couldn't at Kier Island. Just curious what you think about Morikawa. Like right now, 9 under, there's a lot of golf left to be played, but get in the house and really make the rest of the field push on a course that's not allowing you to push.
I quite agree, really. If you do get yourself in that position after 36 holes, you can start looking at, wow, you know, what would just 269s do for me? You know, that another 4 more under would be tough to beat, wouldn't it? So that's looks perfect. If we watch the kick, yeah, that's right on top of the hill. Threads it down there, absolutely perfect. That was just a 3 metal.
Could he pick up one more on the way in? Down in position A1 at the last is Colin Morikawa, who's enjoying his time at the top of the leaderboard with a 3-shot buffer as it stands, but plenty more golf to come from Oosthuizen, Harmon, Spieth. Can they match it this afternoon? Brilliant round of golf he's putting together, just the one blemish on 15, so much of it set up by some pristine iron play. It's really his MO. Wasn't overly confident on the greens last week. They were bigger at Renaissance than they are here at Royal St George's, so you do find yourself a lot further away. Webb Simpson there. Marcel Seam, Harding, Willett, Benan, all at -3.
People just happy to be outside again.
Did you come and watch the Open, Frank?
No, no.
Not until you played
I tried to qualify, I think, the first time in 1981. And come back for a few years. Too far to go, really, from New Zealand. Always watched, though. Always watched.
So another important tee shot, thread it down the fairway.
Nick, how do you think he's controlling his ball flight today? You know, we saw him struggle in particular on the holes that are into the wind yesterday.
There's a couple of nice fades at the right time there. So driving's actually been a little bit better today. Yeah, it got off that rough start with the quick bogey, especially with that one on the second hole. Got off a perfect drive. But since then, kind of settled down. But needs to really pick up a good quick 3 or 4 birdies, doesn't he?
And just for a little buffer, nice birdie there from Tommy Fleetwood. Gets him back to 2 under par. Picks up one of the 2 he lost at 8 and 9 to Bezuidenhout. His birdie chance at the first. Plenty of fans of that golf game around the world.
Now, Justin Thomas, after Fleetwood is tapped in.
More of the same, I'm afraid, for Justin Thomas. There's our leader. Chance to equal his lowest ever major round. Can't imagine too many people have won the PGA Championship and the Open on their debut.
Got to be a first, isn't it? Apart from year 1, when golf started.
It's a long way back in the
long way
record
back,
books.
isn't it? Yeah. We're going to celebrate 150 years of the Open next year. So Corey Connors really is a fine iron player. It's been a great pairing for both of these guys these first 2 days. Yes. Great to see for Colin to see that, see exactly how that reacted. So that gives you that nice little boost. Oh, I can go for this. I know it's going to sit down comfortably. No surprises. So wind's changed a little bit more down. With that bunker just to the right, that's 327. So he's hit a 3-wood, 3 metal. Obviously it runs, but obviously went out there further than he thought.
Yeah.
Be some kind of gap wedge, I'd have thought. Well, yeah, 134. Make sure you land it a little more than, yeah, pretty close to 128 would be a great number, wouldn't it?
A chance for just one more final flourish. In imperious form today. You're going to like it when you get up there, Colin. This is something that he does better than most players. You know, the rounds like this today with his iron play gets a couple of birdies under the belt, and it takes the pressure off one of the weaker parts of his game in his putting.
Well, putting hasn't looked very weak today. Really, everything's been solid. The other really important part he does so well, he gets inside himself. You know where you are. You know you're at the Open. You know you're suddenly leading it. And he's just slowly chipped away and moved forward. Many would go, oh my goodness, I'm leading the Open and we won't see him again for the rest of the week. But not this man. He knows that he's comfortable. Bottom line, he's comfortable in handling what's going on and his own expectations.
He had one quick look at the leaderboard just to verify where he was, and you're right, then went straight back into lockdown mode. Eyes focused. Now to 12.
Anyway, go. Fine, coach.
So that keeps going. And thread the bunkers.
They'll be having a go for this afternoon.
Yeah, you're right about the wind, and they just checked.
Yeah,
It was originally north, now it's northeast. Just changed a little.
Our Tommy on the 11th. Now the draw should suit him on this one. Start it right, hook it round into that left-hand corner, perfect.
Pretty textbook there.
So he's got this for 63. I know, obviously, there's two players already who have 63. I know one of them actually did make a birdie 3 at the 18th for his 63, but that was back in the good old days when they hit a 2-iron into the 18th. Proper golf.
Yeah, and they had steam engines and bicycles went backwards, and you had to fill up your pen with ink. Now Connors to get to 5 under. But just watching these two, I mean, it's good to see that iron play is so important on this type of a golf course.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's only 7,189 officially off the back. I mean, if they put all back pins, obviously they would get a smidgen more than that. Yesterday it was only 49 yards over 7,000 yards. That's a bottom line in this day and age, especially on the links. That's short, really short. So position, really important, and then obviously strike and distance control.
That's a good back nine for a round of 68 for Corey Connors. 5 back in a group of around about 9 or 10 players at 4 under par. This for a little icing on the cake at the last for the Friday of Colin Morikawa. To get to double digits and extend his lead. Seemed like a bad putt.
It's a tough read. Many of these greens have got tiny little shakes or a little bit of movement. Well, you know, that sets the morning score. I mean, the guys going out this afternoon, you never know on the links what exactly is what to do, but obviously with Louis and Spieth right there, they will be thinking, okay, that's fine. That's my intention to go and join him. He's set the mark for the 36-hole total.
64 today, the final number for the world number 4. Eyeing his first claret jug in his first ever Open Championship. Sounds like a tale that could almost be too good to be true. We'll wait to find out.
Now at the uphill 10th, McIlroy. It's a good wedge at the previous hole. To be honest, that's quite poor there.
Have to sign the paperwork And no doubt head into the media centre shortly.
So the amazing thing about the Open is it's 1 o'clock. You will be playing again in 26 hours time. Sometimes that's an awful lot, isn't it? So you've got plenty of time today. It's a nice day. Going to have some lunch, doing a bit of light practice and chill, and you've got all of tomorrow morning to think about it. I can promise you that is definitely part of it. Definitely, really is the part of the Open. The mental time where you're sitting there thinking about what might happen for that round 3 or round 4.
Pays to have a quiet mind. Looked pretty solid between the ears out there today for Morikawa. Something that bubble life has changed as well a little bit. You know, you can't really have the same distractions that we have in years gone by, this championship scene.
That's true. Yeah, most of the players will have houses locally somewhere, so they've got time to put their feet up and chill. So that was off his tee shot, Frank. That was his, yeah. That's the way to play the 12th.
Now back to 10. Rory uphill.
Yeah, you're right there, Frank. There's kind of a false front for at least 12 paces into this green. Would have obviously preferred to get it over that.
Just not getting enough good looks. I think if you count the number of approach shots he's had inside 15 feet, it's probably only 1 or 2.
He's got to be losing strokes on the field with his wedges in hand.
That's been the difference. You know, Connors and Morikawa, so many times they hit it inside 15, 20 feet.
So Tommy hit a great long iron into the 3rd hole, par 3. Had a good look, similar to this. So 2 under. And again, both missed left.
It's a good point you raised, Nick, about on 18 with Morikawa seeing Connor's shot going in. You learn a lot from the people around if you pay attention on this golf course.
It's always kind of nice. You've got your fellow golfers. You actually want them to play well, because you see the shape of shots that are working. You see the flight, see how it reacts. That's not such a bad thing than playing with 2 other guys who are left and right, and you basically never see them. You don't get any feedback of what's really going on. You're doing it all on your own. You're the guinea pig on every time you hit it.
Now the South African Justin Harding at the long 4th. It's good to see another birdie go down.
He's been playing some nice golf this year. Picked up another win on the European Tour in Kenya. Took down Kurt Kitayama, the guy that got him a season and a half before in Mauritius. But there is the state of play. It is a 64 for Colin Morikawa. He leads by 3 as many of his chasers are warming up for their afternoon rounds. Good 66 as well from Danny Van Tonder. Not a position that he's overly comfortable with, but he's going to be enjoying every second. Slight move in the wrong direction for Webb Simpson, but still inside the top 15. Christian Bezuidenhout 1 under through 1. The perfect start for the 3-time winner on the European Tour.
Well, we've just seen from Xander Schauffele what can be done if you want to shape a low fade and get a nice little kick.
It's actually a fun hole, isn't it? You've got a 50-yard green down there, bunkers just short.
Yeah, with that little bit of wind change, Frank, oh, that's going to be a little close to that. Look at the size of that revetted face. 6 foot deep, that fella.
Almost looks like Picasso's perfect circle as well.
mean, do you not like this?
Easy decision pulling driver here, Nick?
Not really. I mean, I'm just saying, because now they're kind of sensing, oh, we can go in one of those bunkers. So if you get the one by the side of the green, well, great. But the one Fleetwood's in, maybe not so easy. These guys have really changed their aim line and literally going straight at it. That'll be a pull into that thick left rough. That's okay, it's going to stop a little before that. Just.
To bounce on what has to be one of the most unpredictable fairways on the golf course.
Actually, great angle for Justin Thomas there. Just pitch it across and feed it up the gully.
Now back at 6, Andy Sullivan. He's popped a few mid-range putts in. So no problem with the speed of the greens. Now at 11, par 3, tee up.
All the way back. 36 on the left.
He just took it straight at that. I mean, there's
Yeah, they can work it to bring just enough against the breeze, Frank, to get it to sit down in that corner. There's that green almost coming into the middle of our screen. Flag back left. Got to work it around that bunker. So it's not really a fade shot today. It's a, well, you can fade it against the wind and bring it back, but generally you've got the last bit. You want from the apex down to be working right to left. Best three we've seen collectively on the 11th today.
Shoffley trying to thread it through the gap up ahead. Little right of centre. And now right in the middle.
They're working their way out towards the far point of the golf course.
We're looking down now at the first green.
The three ball of Casey, Answer and Poulter.
And third player, Abraham Answer. Poulter resplendent in pink today. More subdued yesterday in brown. That didn't work out. 72. Answer here. Beautiful chip.
I know you always like to dress to match your mood each day, Frank, don't you?
Yeah, grey most of the time, Nick.
The Silver Fox.
It is these days, sadly.
Oh, Poulter's got a bit of tartan on there. Look at.
Yeah. Couldn't make up his mind, that's why.
He had it all out last week at Renaissance. Be careful, you've got to wash those in cold water.
Oh, there's a good tip for the day.
Series of tee boxes here at the 11th, the par 3. Using that one, as I said, it's up forward. It's also a little further to the left. So it means you've got to challenge those bunkers. And we saw all 3 of these players take this flag on. Only 5 birdies here, though, so far. See all the tee boxes, so they changed the look of the hole.
I feel as though on a golf course like this, when there's just so much undulation on the greens, that the angle kind of matters maybe a little bit more than, you know, even Portrush 2 years ago.
What you need to know here is that we've got a lot of ridges or gullies running, say, from front to back, you know, parallel down the green. So obviously you've got to be, you can't be pin high because that's a waste. You know, you have might be 15, 20 feet, but you've got to go up and over a nasty ridge. You've got to know that. Then you get other, as we've seen many a time, with ridges running, straight across the green, so it's short or long. It's very important then. Then there's a few diagonal ones, which if you're on the wrong side of the fairway, impossible to almost shape the shot because it's going to repel and kick the other way. So they've got all that information in their yardage books, and I can promise you have to study that on every shot into these greens.
Birdie putt misses on the low side for Patrick Reed. The yardage books have changed quite a bit over the years as well, haven't they?
Well, the caddies had to make their own yardage books, and it was a real art. I mean, you know, Fanny Sunderson used to walk the golf course with the wheel. We had the old pedometer wheel back in the day. It took 8 hours to make a yardage book. Oh. Get yourself a pair of pink tartans, and you can do that as well. These tartans are tension tested and tinted and made in Teddington-on-Thames, amazingly.
Great use of alliteration there. Now, Rory. This goes in, there will be a roar.
The problem Rory's having, he's only making 1 birdie in a row. Isn't it? You can't string anything together. Get a nice boost of quick 4 under, you know, 4 birdies in a row or something.
Well, if you're only making 1 birdie, it can't be in a row, can it? Thomas at 12.
Well, it is.
All got to start somewhere.
Oh, where are we going? Where are we going here? We're going to use a bit of side spin. How about that? Well read. That's what I was talking about, the sideway gullies. You know, you even got to hit a pitch shot sideways to work it around.
So Grillo at 17. This turns. Used all the real estate. 5 under. Look at this. Just lit it up on this backside, despite the 6 back at 7. Argentina's hope this week.
He's only had 6 pars on the scorecard through 17 holes, if that gives you a clue. There have been 3 bogeys.
Had a few birdies in a row, though.
He certainly did. A couple of times. Got on an absolute heater. So he gets to 5 under par, 4 back.
Now, there's all humps and hollows, and Tommy Fleetwood is right up against, well, not quite, maybe a couple of feet back from, it's just like a vertical face on that bunker.
I deem this as awkward, Frank.
Oh, clipped it clean. And that's nearly in Canterbury.
I'm going to have to buy him a compass as well as a globe.
Where is Canterbury these days?
Your Canterbury's the other way. It's hang a right, Frank, okay. The other way.
You sure? Okay.
Well, from that angle, the camera, yes.
Let's go to 11.
Cam Smith to get to 3 under par. Tagging in, there he goes. 3 in the last 4. The Australian now. Based in Jacksonville, grew up in Brisbane.
Andy Sullivan laying up at par 5, I presume.
Yeah, that's underneath that. It's a beautiful mound in the middle of the fairway. Artistically wise, but it's golfing wise. Can't see a thing.
many cracks at a par 5 either here at Royal St George's, just the 2 on the course. If you're out of position on 7, you're struggling for it.
Yeah, Tommy Fleetwood at 12, not quite in Canterbury. Mind you, I think left is Ashford, correct?
Ash, yeah, Ash is left in
My wife
there's
went
even a town called Each End. I'm wondering if you buy a house, you say I live at Each End, and somebody says, so which end do you live at Each End? Do you have 2 houses?
What happens if you live in the middle?
That's middle end, middle wicket.
Boys are having a little bit of a wait back at the tee. So 3 wood. That'll finish up short of those bunkers.
Yeah, he's got the strategy route now. He just doesn't want to mess with any of those giant pot bunkers in front of the green. Lovely.
Playing it the regulation way.
Yeah, looks like Rory's going to do the same.
He can reach, though.
Yeah, no, I
can.
agree.
I
He
mean,
could reach. I mean, and where Justin Thomas went was a great angle, but you just, well, then you might do what Tommy's done and be stuck under the face. I mean, you have to play the percentage game. Or he might believe downwind you can get really close to it anyway. That's okay. That's perfect.
I just want to see someone knock it on the green.
We will by the end of today, Frank.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to that.
Remember, today is Driver Appreciation Day.
It is, actually.
Yeah, Mr. Koepka. Starting his day here at 1. Wrong corner.
Won't lose him in the dark. This is the birdie putt now for Justin Thomas to capitalise on the nice second. Just can't catch a spark. The ever colourful Marcel Seam at 14, second shot, and he's found the green at the par 5. Has he ever? An eagle putt to come for the German. I dare say his crowds might build as the week goes on if he continues this play, but he might get a couple of fans along the way.
Yeah, Brooks is ready to go. Good luck in reading this one.
So Koepka with that left for his par at the opening hole. It's been a good morning's golf so far. As we tick past 1:15 local time, we head into the afternoon. We wonder what it holds for the likes of Oosthuizen, Harman, Spieth, amongst others, as they chase down Colin Morikawa at the Open. Two under par for Cam Smith. And here is the eagle putt for Marcel Seam.
Saw one a little earlier from Corey Connors. Was just desperate to make that one after such 2 great shots. Now 13. Just needs it to kick straight. And it does. Well bunkered. Both sides. This and 15, I think. Great driving holes coming in. 18, a little more strategic. Players are laying back there.
Otherwise, it's what, a 3-wood? Yeah.
And the plans won't change that much unless the wind switches direction, right, Frank?
Yeah, the forecast is to blow from a northerly direction. It was sort of north to northwest yesterday. Today's more north to northeast. So it just pushes around a bit. So you've got to change the target, perhaps pick a different bunker. We're seeing some of the players today chop and change between driver and 3-wood, which is exactly what Thomas has done here. It actually does bring both of those bunkers in. I mean, there's 2 bunkers staggered on either side here. He actually has the power to get past them. So these bring them into play. That's fine though. Yeah. They definitely come into play.
Not sure he'll be able to see where that finished from off the tee either. A lot of the time you're finding out where your ball is as you walk up to it at Royal St George's.
Now Koepka tapping in at the first. See if he can mount a little bit of a challenge today to Morikawa. That 9 under should stay proud all day long, given the forecast.
It was around about a shot and a half the difference between the morning and afternoon waves in favour of the morning yesterday. And that was lacking for Schauffele. Ali Whittaker, Frank Noblo, joined by Sam Torrance now. Afternoon, Sam.
Thank you, Alison. Same to you.
Good to have you back.
Cam Smith. Tee shot here at 12, 3 under. Such an accomplished young player. Great swing, great heart. I'm so intrigued about the haircut. I've heard so much of the haircut, but I've never seen him take his hat off. You seen it, Frankie?
Yeah, I have actually. It's pretty short around the sides. Quite savage, really. I saw McIlroy hit 3-wood here, Sam. Decided to lay it up. Thought we had perhaps the power to reach this green, but these bunkers are there.
Yeah, not really a risk and reward shot, is it? It's too severe, as you just said. Not a difficult shot from here. Oh, he's drawn it in. You just said, go in. Come on, Rory. Oh, almost. That's better. Started with 2 bogeys this morning. He's got them all back. Going to get himself into the red. Guaranteed birdie there. Aerial view just up to the right of it. Screws back. At this point, it looks like it's just going to pop in, but run out of steam. But great birdie for McIlroy. Just the 1 under for the day and 1 under for the championship.
Now Grillo, second shot into the final hole. Well, if it didn't go in for Rory back at 12, it didn't go in for Grillo at 18. What a shot.
That was even better, wasn't it, Alison? You thought this? I thought this had to go in there.
He is coming home like a freight train, the Argentinian.
Well, I've seen some putting groups. This is a cracker. It's working. 4 under for Seam, and a great chance at eagle there, but just missed out. Got his birdie, 4 under.
Little trouble off the tee for Paul Casey. This is third shot at the second. Another to find that low right side. It's been popular. Less popular when you go and see the next shot you have, of course. So that one coming back for par.
Yeah, it's become the movie. You don't want to see that right side over and over again. I see some of the corner stretches of the golf course. McIlroy after that great birdie at 12. Go down the long 13th and turn around the out of bounds hole. Sam, that has been pivotal over the years when they played this championship. The par 5 14th.
We've just seen a couple go out of bounds too. It's definitely a risk reward hole, but the wind has changed. It's almost off the left now. We'll see that when we get there at 14. Dangerous drive, par 5.
Stalking this is Patrick Reed. So that par putt will come shortly. Danny Willett for his birdie. Try and get to 3 under at the 4th. That was never going anywhere else. Gets back the one he dropped at 3. Level par for his round.
In the fairway there at 13. This is Justin Thomas. Having a better day today. Couple under, helped by an eagle at 7. They won't get anywhere near 7 this morning. I don't know if they hold a wedge shot, but he made 3. So level par. You see the wind there from the right. That doesn't indicate that it's anything but downwind at the next. Ooh, tried to play a low draw in there. It certainly started right. He overdid it. A little unlucky. That's going to end up. Oh, is it? No, it's not. Look at that. How did that get round the bunker?
Did a little dance. Call it as it rests here at Royal St George's. So this the par putt now to come from Patrick Reed. Just halfway up that ledge. The break he saw just wasn't there.
Perfect tee shot at 12, 13 for Fleetwood. Great wind player. Was right at it too. It's okay though.
Over par on his front 9, 2 over par on his front 9, 1 under par on his back 9. So far, Tommy Fleetwood. Let's go to Cam Smith at the 12th. 8 foot left for his birdie. That went left at the lights.
We saw Casey hit his chip here in the second. It wasn't his best, and he's this for par. Oh, no. So par bogey start with Casey. Ian pulled to birdie the first.
That is his first drop shot of the week, Paul Casey. Was steady in that 68 yesterday. 2 birdies in the first 3 holes, then parred his way in. Slightly different start here on Friday.
Yeah, Ricky Fowler at the par 5 14th, just in the first cut of the left rough, try and chase it.
dropped down to 101 in the world, Ricky Fowler. Find that extraordinary with this, how confident he is at this game. He's got the old Zapata moustache going there.
Now Rory. 13. Blast it past those bunkers.
Hold it.
The way right, it's not drawing. Right in amongst the people. It's a wee bit late now.
Needs a lucky break. Good lie.
He's got it. Is he on the path? I think he is. He's on the path. Frank, that's the tightest fairway in the course.
Now, Ali, we saw the great second shot. Grillo at 18.
And just the tap in. And he matched the round of Colin Morikawa, 64. And take a look at that back nine. Just 2 pars on it. 6 birdies since the turn. 9 for his day. And that puts him in a very nice share of second place as it stands. Plenty making up some ground that was perhaps left yesterday afternoon. But we can expect maybe the conditions to be similar here on Friday evening. Some really nice numbers. A 66 from Tony Finau. A man who, I mean, it's incredible that he's only won once, isn't it? It's hard to get your head around. The world number 17 says a lot for what he does week in, week out. Two under par so far for Cam Smith. Been a bit of a mixed bag. 4 birdies, 2 bogeys for him. Johannes Veerman enjoying another afternoon off. He'll have, like Nick said earlier, a very long wait for his tee time. That 65 from Matthias Schmidt. That equals the lowest ever round from an amateur in the Open, coincidentally. Good day's work. Yu Shin Lin also jostling. He'll need a couple of birdies there to catch his amateur competitor for the low-am here at Royal St George's.
Now back at 13, Tommy Fleetwood. Up the little rise. Oh, that was a good line. Just needed to hustle a little. That look never ages, really. It's good in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, 2000s, 210. Sam, you'd wear that well.
I thought you were talking about the view here. It is a beautiful view.
Yeah, Pegwell Bay, isn't it? Now, 14.
Looks like he's in a divot there, seedy divot. Just on the edge of it. Got it thin, but the line's pretty good. He did dodge that bunker. No, that's absolutely fine. Excellent shot from Schauffele.
Shuffling his way up the leaderboard. Now check in with Koepka, former world number 1. It's just dropped just outside the top 10. Do not go right of this flag. Fine shot. That's where the birdies have come from.
Fleetwood to finish off at 13. I've never seen him put it in a ponytail. Does he do that, Frank?
No, he wouldn't want to spoil hair like that.
Needs the flow.
Yeah, white hair like that, just let it be seen.
You got a fine head of hair.
Mine's all grey. Look at that, brown. I'm jealous. Beard's growing well.
Cost a lot of money, that colour, Frank. You got on top of your head there. Relax.
Grey doesn't cost anything. Marcel Seam. It's a long second shot at 15. Piece of timber.
Loves it. Oh, yeah. No wonder he loves it. What a golf shot. This will come back towards the hole if it's fast enough. Come on, get up there. That is just an incredible shot. I don't know what he off the tee. He's getting really excited, isn't he? I don't know what he hit off the tee.
Andy Sullivan at the 8th. Bisected fairway, probably about 60 yards further down. Not a bad result there. So you can see the wind straight downwind at the par 4.
Well, that's the tee shot of Rory McIlroy. So 416 yards today. Tee up just a little bit.
That should be 41. Yep. 29. 70.
Drew an excellent lie.
Go, please. Yeah. What's the front? 49 was it? 41. Yeah.
Quite hear what he was saying there, but he's working with Pete Cowan, he said last week, on trying to take the hands and arms out of the shot and let the body hit the ball. So you just turn your body back and let your arms follow. It's a very simple method and a very good one. Launched it up in the air really high. It was okay.
He'll love to get close to him. As close as is safe at the moment. Bounding Rory.
Cam Smith from the thick stuff on the left. Seemed to get good contact. Oh, it's just missed the bunker. Come on. Come on. Yes, he did. That's a great break. Such a great break.
You don't get the opportunity to run the ball up onto the green that many times without, you know, either a bunker or a big tier to contend with on this layout. He takes advantage.
Not much club here for Fleetwood. Just a 2-iron, I think. Par 5.
Thanks. What kind of shot do you like with it, though?
Still only been one eagle at this par 5, the 14th. That was Corey Connors. Shoffley has a chance to make it 2. Just inside 40 feet. Not to beat. Also given away 27 birdies. So currently easiest hole on the golf course today. To 15.
What a shot from Seam here. He just missed for eagle on the last. This is for birdie. It should be a little off the right. No, it's gone left, has it? Oh, it just went left.
Such a performer. Koepka for his birdie at the second. If he could write it down, it'd look something like that. The second hole, the dog leg left. Converts his chance. Goes to 2 under par.
Ricky Fowler has to get back to level. Well done, Ricky. Really needs to find his form. 101st in the world. No invites to majors, no invites to WGCs, Rolex events. He's got to get going.
as does Reed, currently 4 over. Need at least 3 birdies. Great chance to get the first one here.
Projected cut at 1 over par as it is.
Back to the third.
Second shot for Abraham Answer. Just trying to work out where he is. I think he's over to the right. What a shot. Plodding down line. It's beautifully played.
Danny Willett just left of the par 5. Par 4, sorry, 5th. Bank to contend with. Oh, it's gorgeous. It's excellent judgment there for Danny Willett. Nearly hold it. 1 birdie, 1 bogey so far.
That's 13. Is that Prince's up in the north, Sam? That's where one of the final qualifying sites was as well.
Yes, I believe so. That's where Gene Sarazen won the Open.
Back in 1932.
And the sand wedge is in the clubhouse on the wall. Man who invented the sand wedge.
I got to meet him, played in his event a few times, and he was telling me about that. When he came across with the sand iron, he actually had it gripped side up so that nobody could see it. It's a secret weapon, basically, or copy it, or whatever the case was. Yeah, actually got a replica of his forward when he held his Albatross 15 at Augusta. He was a wonderful man.
The things they'll do to stop you seeing it. They've got Lionel Platts, who was a good player, Ryder Cup player. He had a bag of 5 irons. Every club had 5 on it. So nobody knew what he was hitting unless he was hitting the 5 iron.
Well, that's a little bit like a DeChambeau. They don't have numbers, they have names. Each of the irons, yeah. I don't know how you figure out which is which. Because remember, the irons are the same length.
I wonder what he's calling his driver today.
Angry, I think. Smith at 13.
Lengthy birdie chance. This is going to go down, then up, then sideways. So that'll be for his par. Let's go to 14, the par 5.
Just an iron off the tee to Fleetwood, and it's just got an iron in, so it's down off the right, the wind. So you can definitely reach from here. The line looks great. Didn't get the bounce. You heard him saying just get a bounce, but that's not a bad leave. I think you take it there 4 times. One of the most dangerous holes on the course.
From the path to here for Rory McIlroy. We've got a little teach off Cam Smith, at least for the last section.
If he could pick up just a couple of birdies, it's been a sort of an up and down round, been on the wrong side of it a few times. It'd be a good goal just to get to 3 under.
No, yeah, he knows 9 under's leading. It probably won't get beat with a watch Poulter. Need some birdies, couple over. Bogeyed the first. Birdied the first, so bogeyed the second and birdied the third. So 1 under per day for Poulter. Back to +1. And don't they love him now? He's given so much thrills to the world, and even just in the Ryder Cup.
Not wrong. Gave a couple of them last week as well at the Aberdeen Scottish Open. Finishing a share of 4th place there. Ian Poulter, now the world number 50. Been spoilt for choice on where to look so far today in our coverage. It's Colin Morikawa who set the mark. It's 9 under par. He leads the way at the 149th Open. about 65 there of Matthias Schmidt. I was thinking about it the last time, you know, amateurs have contended, and he's got a long way to go. He's in a share of 30th, obviously, but a great round of 65. I think it was actually Tom Lewis that shot 65 the last time we were here in 2011 in the opening round. Ended up playing alongside his namesake that week, and Tom Watson. He was the first round leader.
He was leading amateur. I remember seeing the picture of Mickelson and the prize giving, standing next to each other.
It means a lot, that top amateur title here at the Open. It's almost announcing your name as one to watch.
As Patrick Reed has done on many of occasions. Added trophies to his illustrious career. Green jacket, one of them. Just a second birdie. Need at least 2 more to play.
The Norwegian superstar. Victor Hovland, 1 under par. This is his 3rd, par 4. Oh, it's not a good one. Oh, it's going way down that hill. Needs to stop now. No. Big difference there. Been an extremely difficult. Yeah, look at it. It would be an extremely difficult 2-putt if that just goes another inch.
He studied at Oklahoma State. He's a smart lad.
Is that where you went?
No. I'm a dookie. Birdie putt for Marcel Seam. You can't take your eyes off him.
I wish it had gone in just to see his reaction. It's a great effort.
Up and over the rise, close to that sprinkler as the go. Oh, just got a bad bounce on the other side of it.
Such a small margin for error as we've seen so far today.
Yeah, left side there has been no good. They stretched it out today. That 3rd hole playing 238 yards as we go back to the par 5, 14th.
Pin on. Just 13 paces, 5 off the right. Justin Thomas going up to take a proper look at it.
Just going back to Gene Sarras, and he designed a bunker. He put a bunker on my course at St Andrews Bay, and he was such a gentleman. We had dinner with him, one of the nicest men I've ever met, and he was well into his 80s, and he was just sharp as a tack. And he used to do a lot of exhibition matches. They told the story about arriving in Rome on this beautiful train for an exhibition match. Train stops, the door opens, and there's the red carpet for him. And the Pope had arrived 2 hours early, and that's who the red carpet was for. He thought it was for him. TT, Justin Thomas. He's an expert short iron player. Beautiful chipper of the ball. 1 bounce check. Using the bank at the back. Clever. Clever. Bit unlucky, actually.
I didn't know the Pope played golf, but McIlroy, 14.
Hang on, hang on. That's heading right. Is it okay? Oh, that's perfect. I bet he never had a 3-putt.
Where's his target?
McIlroy safely down the right side.
Yeah, Koepka made a good birdie at 2. Doesn't want to give it away straight away at the 3rd. Had a good round going yesterday till a bogey at 18. Just dropped, sort of soured the round. Now Fleetwood at 14.
Putter in hand. There's a good 10 paces of fringe to putt through. Up and down means birdie, up and in means eagle. a pretty stress-free fall. Nicely done.
So Hovland's sprint up there to mark it so it wouldn't run down the hill. It's a good two-putt. It is a bogey.
That's the first. That's the first one. I think the third one's down there, but I didn't see the second one. I'm sure that.
Cam Smith, 3 wood, 13.
Jeez.
Slipped there, but he's got away with it. It's right down the left side of the fairway. There's nothing wrong with it, Cam. And a great angle into that front right pin too.
Not the time for your foot to slip, though.
No, not on that tee.
The only holes where out of bounds comes into play.
That's the green we're looking at, 14. Fantastic pictures, my goodness me. I'm dizzy there. And Adam Scott. Three under today. Oh, Adam, that was weak. 3 over yesterday, 3 under today, going well. Such an amazing, graceful golfer. Wonderful, well-loved swing.
17. Simpson to get to 2 under. Is that a quick wrap? A bit of a tussle today out there. See, went out 3 over, but has fought back nicely. Once again to 14.
Justin Thomas, tricky one down the hill. The ones with it's always difficult to get the break right on a putt like this because sometimes it doesn't take the turn immediately, and that time it did. So just the par.
Thought the final round 65 from last week might carry a little bit more momentum into this week. No doubt he was hoping the same. Still, he's at level par. One more and he'll be comfortable, you'd think, getting to the weekend. That is a birdie for Tommy Fleetwood. So 2 in the last 5 holes. Gets into 3 under par. He's currently in a share of 15th.
Danny Willett across the green, 6th. A birdie. Stay up, stay up. Oh, just snuck by.
Back down with Rory McIlroy at 14.
270 seems a long way, but he can reach with an iron. Does it get the kick? And the bounce.
It's just okay, but that's going to be a difficult chip for him. It's coming out of the rough, uphill, and then straight downhill to the flag. Trying to draw it in. The wind is down off the right, so it would have had a little help.
See from this angle just the little avenue you have to feed it up to the green with your second.
Oh, he likes it. Oh, it's right on line. Once again, the soft bounce. Those 3 bunkers on the left, they force you to the right. It's close to the out of bounds, which is only 9 yards away from that putting surface. Beautifully constructed entry into this green.
Up 1 ahead on the tee at 15 is Tommy Fleetwood. A couple of fairway bunkers on both the left and right side. One's on the left, a deeper. That evades both of them. All of them, I should say.
It's the warmest part of the day right now. Sun's out. Andy Sullivan. Short sleeve shirts. So enjoying the warm weather. It's another one nice and close.
Chance for his second birdie of the day.
Jay Thomas here. A touch off the left to try and start it down the left-hand side.
Just needs to push the button, Sam. Make a couple of birdies.
He needs to get going, you're right. Just missed the bunker there.
Yeah, a lot of left right, Scotty. Going down the pipe.
Jimmy Johnson, his caddy there. Used to be a Scottish footballer called Jimmy Johnson. He was a mega star. Jinky was his nickname.
Par putt for Xander Schauffele. No scoring adjustment. Birdie putt. Even better. And he's playing as the hardest hole on the golf course. As it stands, 4.4 the average. Birdies are few and far between at 15. The only ones have come from Adam Long, Jason Day, Harrington and Finau.
A long putt for Poulter down the green at the fourth. 2 birdies, and the par so far. It's on line, it's on line. Oh, Ian! Oh, that was so unlucky. Wonderful putt though.
It's a game of such small margins.
Looking very elegant today, Mr. Poulter. Very smart. Room for another badge there too, somewhere.
Running out of cotton. Keeps the embroiderers busy. Par putt required for Fowler. Getting toward the end of his round where he can't seem to let too many go. Oh, surely not. The cut line looming.
Well, you get 10 seconds. 10 seconds, yeah, that's not, it's not far off 10 seconds, let me tell you, son. Cost me a tournament that once. I waited too long. Penalised a shot and lost in the playoff. He's waited too long there. The referee will be on it. If it's only 10 seconds, that's very close.
Now McIlroy at 14. Tricky little pitch. Just hoping for a little right bounce as he was coming over the hill. Didn't get it.
A little creativity required there.
Jack Senior on the first, last man in to the Open. Got the 3rd exempt spot last week at the Scottish, and he's off to a flyer. Birdie at the first, 4 under. He played great last week. He played great yesterday. What a thrilling day for him. What a thrilling week.
Top 10 at the Aberdeen Scottish Open. It was. It punched his ticket here, more importantly.
Multitude of clubs you could hit from here. You could putt it, chip it, go with a lot of loft. Little 6 or 7 iron, bumble it away.
5 wood.
But this one works.
Will it ever? So after a couple of early stumbles, bogeys at 1 and 3, sandwich between them was a birdie. He's had 3 since then. A chance there for another one. Another 4th birdie in the last 7 holes for Smith.
Now, Joel Damon. See if he can make birdie here at the second. So 2 under. During his trip across, saw him on the charter flight. Now check in with Andy Sullivan.
Great chance here for Sully. 4 under, this to get to 5. That was a good putt too, he thought it would break right. Very streaky player, and he can make lots of birdies. A fabulous swing.
Gets 2 under par. At the 4th, Paul Casey. Putting back towards it, oh, very nearly. It's an almighty front 9 at the moment. 8 of the 9 holes averaging over par. Slightly easier on the back 9 with 5 under par in the red numbers once you make the turn.
Sounded a funny strike from Koepka at the 4th. Veer off down to the right, plenty of green to work with from there. It's another green missed.
Balls of Tommy Fleetwood, Justin Thomas, 5 yards between them. Fleetwood first to play from 218. .497 yards, the official yardage here.
The front's playing 210 easy.
Okay.
So you.
I'm just going to hit this on the tip.
Yeah.
If he aims a little left of that flag, take that slope and just move a little way around that green, because the green's angled 45 degrees away from the players. See a ball up there? That's the ball of Adam Scott, who's already played in this group.
Wonderful strike. You can go past the pin left of it here and go right back down to it. Or you could just about pitch it in.
Come on down.
I think this ball was coming back towards the hole and it hits that other ball and stops. That's what the groans were for there. I don't know if we'll see it.
Someone will get a good read.
A good view here. Look at the high hands on the backswing for Thomas. He's about 5'10". Gets those hands very high on the backswing. There's the ability at the center of the face more often than not. Oh, wrong club. Good 10 yards short of where it would like to land.
So a couple of birdie chances to come. At least back on 15. Let's go back. Another one to 14, Rory McIlroy. That would have given him a bit of comfort. Walks away with a par after being greenside in 2.
Yeah, he's speechless after that one missed. Now Seam at 17. If this goes in, it'll be another great reaction. Yeah, fist pumping. There you go.
It's just so good. It's great to see his passion. His golf game's gone up a notch. He actually contended the week before at the Cascada Golf Challenge on the Challenge Tour. Picked up the win a week later in France to come here. It's in. It's a 4 for Cameron Smith. And he moves to 4 under par. Nice little turnaround in the last hour and a half or so for the Australian. So the Argentinian has drawn up alongside those at 6 under par. After his 64 today, Grillo, he too is 3 back. Marcel seen that after the birdie at 17, 2 under par today, 5 under total. And it's just been steady, the German, albeit colourful, albeit entertaining. There's Smith there, just lurking. Matt Wallace, 2 under par for his Friday's work as he looks to finish things off. Nice to see some good form from both, you could say, of Karlberg and Marcus Kinhult. Both of the Swedes have had some pretty gnarly health run-ins in the last 2 or so years. For Kinhult, it was just the last couple of months after a diagnosis with epilepsy in Spain earlier this year in 2021. There's Adam Scott and Justin Thomas, both at level par. Will we see them for the weekend? Stats currently tell us that the cut line is +1. We know that has a tendency to move on Friday in a championship like this.
See there, Alison, at 66. So it only needs to move 5 spots and it's level. Another chance to watch Justin Thomas's exquisite short game. It's a tricky one though. He's done it. This is the way to play it, this shot. This is the way to play it. It's going to go past the hole on the way back down, but not by much. Fantastic. We've seen it a few times. Some refuse to try it. But that's great course management and great knowledge from Justin Thomas. He enjoyed it. Next up on the first tee, it's the big easy Ernie Els. Now bless him on the seniors tour. It's a beautiful, elegant player, and we all love him. And let's see how much he can get today.
This is game number 40. On the tee, from South Africa, Ernie Els.
A little anxious down the left side, maybe. Oh, gorgeous kick. That's perfect, Ernie. Great start.
On the tee, from the USA, Gary Woodland.
US Open champion. Fabulous player. Very powerful man, stocky. It's a mile. I think he likes it, maybe right down the right edge. Needs a good straight kick. No, it didn't get it. It's just...
On the tee, from the USA, Cole Hammer.
Great name. American amateur, Cole Hammer. Not sure either. It's so tight. Straight kick. That's okay. It's perfect. Her Royal Highness Princess Anne. Enjoying the golf, great sports lady. Great spot just right behind the first tee.
Fleetwood for birdie at 15. Trying to climb up the leaderboard. Oh, it was left. He was giving it the motion with the putter. Please go right. Wouldn't.
We saw Brooks miss the green. Poor chip. And this is for bogey. Does not want to miss this. Oh dear, 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 dear. Not what Mr. Koepka wants, double bogey. He knocks that one in. Now back to 16. And just front right. Please looks to be just dropping a little bit. It's just a wedge or a very easy 9 for Tommy. Expect this to be very far away. Hit that hard, that's probably wedge. That's okay. Back to Koepka. Can he finally finish this hole? That's for double. Okay, so he'll go to +1 now for the championship. Needs some birdies. We welcome in Jay Townsend. How are you, Jay?
Great. Thanks, Sam. As we look at Paul Casey with a odd stance here up on his toes. Second shot at the 5th. Koepka was pretty interesting in his pre-tournament interview, and he said they were talking about possible groups and that type of stuff. He says, well, I'll be one of the last groups on Sunday. Well, he's got a long way to go from where he is right now at +1.
Justin Thomas, another exquisite short arm player. He's shouting go very quickly though. Maybe caught it fat. Yes, he didn't hit it. Oh, it's got, very luckily has just come out his pitch mark there, so that won't be that difficult for him.
Cam Smith second at 15. A little bit more friendly hole location here, but a different wind direction, so playing longer clubs in. You can see 215. Started well right, wind coming from the left. Probably not much future in that start position, and that's the result you get.
He's got a great chance to play the same shot we just saw Justin Thomas play there. McIlroy, perfect tee shot. 207 yards to go. Even from here, you can use that backstop behind the pin. Someone just broke his concentration there. He was annoyed too. Maybe it was the wind that just changed a little bit. Par at 14 when he really should have made 4, so he's hurting a little bit. 8 shots behind the leader, Colin Morikawa. But he's still fighting. It's going right, this one. He doesn't like it. He's going to have to catch a bit. No, it's not. We'll see if he does the Justin Thomas chip. Welcome back in, Dom Hollier.
Thank you, Sam. As we go out to Marcel Siem coming down the 18th. What a couple of days he's having. What a couple of weeks.
fighting his way back to regular status on the European Tour. He can get it all back in one go this week. Of course, he's playing with a lot of confidence. Won the Challenge Tour last week, which got his playing rights this week in 149th Open Championship. You can just see his current love of the game. Jack Sr., fantastic story here as well.
One good week is all it takes, isn't it? You can completely change your golfing destiny. Here's Jack Sr., who claimed the last qualifying spot last week at the Aberdeen Scottish Open.
Willett after a wonderful third shot. Just a short one for birdie to get to 4 under par. He's a big course, tough course player. Amazing how often on the difficult challenges Willett steps up.
A long birdie putt for Casey at the 5th. Quite got enough speed on it. It's a good putt though. He should save his par there.
Bogey free yesterday. Just 2 birdies for Paul Casey, who's had the family on vacation. They went to Cadbury World to see how chocolate was made. He promised the kids he'd let them know. Andy Sullivan down the 10th green.
Birdie putt to get to 6 under par for Siem. And within 3 of the lead and a tie for second. What a story. Is it going to get there? It is. We've seen that fist pump from Siem in the years past. It's back. What a finish. 3 under in the last 5 holes. Tied for second, 6 under par. And just a fantastic feel-good story.
I think he's quite excited.
The last hour it's been like that. It's been quite amazing. Thomas's bunker shot, you can see it came out of its pitch mark, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Just get it out, not release down to the hole side. Simples.
To South Africa's Justin Harding, one of the few players who still wields the long putter.
And does it very well. Has been playing consistent this year. Picked up his 2nd European Tour win earlier this year outside of Nairobi. As we go down to Cam Smith.
He has the opportunity to use the Justin Thomas method, chipping it well past the flag up that slope. It comes right back down to the hole side nearly every time. It's the easiest way to play this shot. So much more margin for error. Even McIlroy could do it.
Look at the close stance.
That's exactly what he's done. No, he's played the proper one. I thought he'd hit that pretty hard.
It's pretty wide there as well, I would think, Sam. Surprised he was so far offline. Such a basic shot.
Maybe he just didn't hit it hard enough. He was trying to hit it up that hill because it does come back down to the right.
Tommy Fleetwood at 16.
The anguish a player feels when it's dead in the jaws and short.
There's nothing worse, is there? Come on, Rory, up the hill and back down, stone dead or in.
Not an empty seat in those grandstands, 3 or 4 deep around the back. Great to have the galleries out here watching the best.
Twice on this hole has been concentration broken. Good touch, very good touch from Rory. Looks much further than that camera angle, doesn't it? Than what we just saw, but it's only about 3 feet, I think.
So much goodwill, isn't there, for Rory McIlroy? That round that he played at Portrush a couple of years ago on the Friday when he was battling away to make the cut was one of the best experiences I think I've had at an Open.
From one popular player to another in Poulter, his tee shot at 6. Sam, you were always a very much of a crowd favorite. How much does that bore you when you're playing in the UK and getting all that local support?
It doesn't get better. It really doesn't. You know, you feel that people love you and they want you to do well, and you want to do well for them. It's a kind of joint effort, especially in the Open. Quite extraordinary.
If it lands a couple shy, it'll get over that ridge based on trajectory.
Beautiful weather conditions out there. It is warm, it is sunny. You can see a little bit of a heat haze there at the bottom of the picture, but there is a fairly keen breeze out there as well today. Wonderful rounds of 64 for our leader Colin Morikawa and the Argentine Emiliano Grillo today. Cam Smith going along nicely. Ever had a mullet, Sam?
I've had a fish that's a mullet, but I've never had a mullet haircut, no. Very famous in the 80s, wasn't it? Don Johnson and people like that and that. But he hasn't taken his hat off. I've never seen it yet. Now Fleetwood, driver. No, it's right. It's thick over there. It's thick anyway, you miss the fairway, but well, he has the opportunity there. It's no bunkers between him and the green. He can run it in.
Well, he admitted coming into the week, he's not striking it as he has done for 2 or 3 years previously. But he loves the Open and he loves the support that he gets out here. Thomas next up.
Just got wonderful, very high hands at the top, almost go right up between his shoulder and his head. Huge widths, and then just cracks it. Just delicious. Speaking of delicious, look who's next on the tee. Adam Scott. He's not got a bad swing dome, has he? We'll come back to him.
I get the feeling with Justin Thomas, he's really starting to enjoy links golf. Here is Cam Smith, and a par putt at the 15th for the Australian. Third bogey today for Smith, and it brings to end a nice little run from the 8th hole, 4 under, between holes 8 and 14. McIlroy, remember, also has a putt for par here at 15. Could be crucial. 1 under par at the moment.
You don't want to be giving any away. There's a pretty good pitch shot from down below the green. Nicely done. Certainly been holding out better today. The putter is the great equalizer in golf. No question about that.
Two holes to go for Rory McIlroy. Let's go back to Brooks Koepka, who is 4 and a bit holes into his second round.
Just made a double, and those all great players do. The comeback birdie. Excellent.
Schauffele just trying to pick one up here. Needs one for sure. Currently on 1 over par, and that is going to help a tremendous amount.
Mexico's Abraham Ancer. Par 3 sixth, 165 yards today.
Coming off the shoulder of the bunker on the right, fantastic shot.
They were going like 46 and stuff at Kilo, weren't they? Yeah.
McIlroy. Good par save there at 15. Good birdie chance here. Good birdie chance at 17. He needs to make one at least. Just for his own state of mind for the weekend. He is capable of anything. And the weather's going to be good over the weekend, so great golf available. Rory, wrong club. And that could be, I don't know how fast it come off that bunker face, but it looked pretty quick. And if it's come to the front face, he's no shot. He'll have to. Anyway, we'll wait and see.
Yesterday,
that
that
poor one.
wedge flew like. Yeah, but yesterday was also blowing 50. Yeah. 150.
Danny Willett, the 2016 Masters champion. Look at the amount of break he's allowing. Had a double operation, had a hernia and a grumbling appendix going on, which he finally had operated on in early June. He said last week on Saturday was the first time he felt he was completely comfortable again. Patrick Reed finds the 16th putting surface.
+2, Patrick. He needs to hold that to feel a bit more comfortable himself. +2 won't make the cut. +1, very good chance. It's 66 at the moment. Top 17 ties make the cut.
Fleetwood, big uphill lie here, right of 17 fairway. Good angle, left hole location, 17 on, 4 from the left edge. But this is a bit of a guessing game. Most of the wind is behind the players at 17, maybe a little from the left. So you see that flag billowing in the wind. Certainly not an easy shot, a hollow. Just to the left of the green.
Yeah.
An odd lie like this, uphill, ball above his feet, out of the rough, downwind there. You get a good look at the lie of the ball. Pretty uncontrollable as far as spin. Look for this to be right center of the green.
Didn't come out, way short. Not too bad though. With the drive he hit, he could have been in awful stuff over there.
It's going to pitch 30. Yep. Yeah.
Jordan Spieth, the winner of the Open at Royal Birkdale 4 years ago now. Not too far away from his tee time. Playing with Bryson DeChambeau and Brandon Grace out there today. What a lovely reception.
What's in Bryson's ears? Is he listening to music on the first tee, or is he listening to something? It looks like 2 earphones in there. Did you see that?
Yeah, they're earbuds, and they can actually, you can tap them, you can hear better the natural surroundings.
Well, they're just about to get underway.
This is game number 42. On the tee from the USA, Jordan Spieth.
By his own admission, a couple of years ago, he had no idea where the ball was going. He dropped down to 92nd in the world rankings. But this year, He is on the comeback trail.
Starts it off left, trying to cut it back into the fairway. Some of the worst rough in the golf course to the right of the opening tee shot, and that one's perfect.
On the tee from the USA, Bryson DeChambeau.
They all want him to hit driver. He's such an exciting, if a bit off the wall, golfer. Oh, that looks good. Straight down the middle.
On the tee from South Africa, Brandon Grace.
Winner on the PGA Tour this season in emotional circumstances as well, just 5 weeks after his father passed away of COVID. Rather disappointing 72 yesterday for Brandon, although he did fight back. 3 birdies on the homeward 9, could have been much worse.
Holds the record for lowest round in majors, 62. That's not the start he was looking for. That's pretty thick in there. What do you think, Jace, that Spieth got back? His driving is a little bit laid off at the top. What's made the change to get him back where he was?
The word on the street is it was the 61 at the Waste Management that just turned his confidence around. That's when he really started playing well. After that single round, everything just clicked.
It is a game between 6 inches in your head, isn't it?
He said some interesting things about the shape of his game. We'll come back to that, and Bryson, of course, and what he said about his driver yesterday. They're underway. Harman, Mackenzie Hughes and Dylan Fratelli out a little bit later. Victor Perez, the Frenchman, with Kevin Streelman and Guido Migliozzi. The defending champion Shane Lowry with John Rahm, who had a disappointing opening day, and Louis Oosthuizen, 48 years young. Sink and Westwood will be out in the same pairing. DJ with Zalatoris and Justin Rose. Although we're hearing that Will Zalatoris has had to withdraw from the tournament.
McIlroy didn't come to the front edge of the bunker, so this is not too difficult. It's another 5-6 footer for par. Lovely uphill lie there. See this right just under the ball. Keeps the club face. Look how open the club face is going through there. Just to get the ball up and landing as softly as possible.
Fleetwood, after coming out of the right rough, playing for a flyer and not getting it, now has to putt up this big bank, swinging from right to left. 2 putts would be excellent from that position. Not his best, and plenty of real estate left between himself and the hole.
Cam Smith, this for birdie on 16. Lovely tee shot. 3 under, get the one back he dropped. Well done. Bets back to 4 under. And another bogey birdie. Lots of birdies today for Cam Smith. 2 bogeys. He really is an exciting player.
Adam Scott has fought back well today. 3 under par to be even par. Long birdie putt at 17. And isn't that the difference? Watching the putts go in rather than rolling by. Adam Scott into red numbers.
Great day for the Australian, who had his chance, didn't he? 2012 at Lytham. and rather imploded coming down the stretch, and I'm afraid that is a dropped shot for Rory McIlroy. It's a bogey 4 at 16.
That's his first bogey since opening bogeys at the first 2 holes, followed by birdies at 4, 9, and 12.
Justin Thomas. Excellent second into 17. Up the hill, little off the right. Look where it finished, right behind the hole. Very unlucky, it wasn't going that quick. Should have turned.
Perfect. 94.
Yeah, down to the first fairway. DeChambeau about to hit his second, and Anthony Wall is with this group.
Good afternoon, everyone. Stunning afternoon, cloudless day. 187 for DeChambeau. Left himself a long way back, but he's in play more importantly. Plenty of green right. Breeze is on the change. This is playing a lot longer than this morning.
It's okay from DeChambeau, not his best.
How many times is he going to draw the driver out there today?
Well, I like to see it. I think everyone else does too. It's fun to watch. I mean, is it the right play? Oftentimes not. I don't care. I want to see it.
I agree, Jay. Is that another excitement to the... When it does go right, it's just extraordinary.
Just trying to hack one out, Grace. Really sitting down in the... Really in the roots. Quite surprised he was actually aiming at the pin, but he's got lucky. Done really well. That was a good 2 foot underground. And a good flat stance for Jordan Spieth. There shouldn't be a problem. 176 for the American. Just the perfect tee shot on the flat spot down the left. So he'll take this on.
Delicious. Wonderful shot from Spieth. He really does like to lead them. He's well capable of it.
We saw Fleetwood's putt from the front right fringe come to this point. This is for par at 17. Not a lot of break to look for. It's just about getting it in the hole and hitting it hard enough, and lack of pace had it drift off to the right, and that bogey is really the result of missing the fairway to the right.
Familiar waggles of Danny Willett, his second to the par 4 ninth.
Fantastic shot from Willett at the ninth.
Beware the uninjured golfer.
Now the legend, Phil Mickelson. This for par 18. I'm afraid it's not been his week. 10 over yesterday, 1 over today, and it's a 72 for the great man. Don't think he's playing at Sunningdale next week, the British Seniors Open. Yeah, let's get a weekend off. Not what he was looking for. But thanks for coming, Phil.
Yeah, I think that surprised a lot of people, especially after his wonderful victory at the PGA Championship. I think everyone expected him to be a contender. He contended here, remember, 10 years ago when the Open was staged at Royal St George's. 64s for Morikawa and Grillo, or Grillo, as some call him. How about Danny Van Tonder? Round of 66. And Marcel Siem fist-pumping his way around to a 67 and into contention at the Open Championship, having played on the Challenge Tour, the second tier of European Tour golf last week. Won the tournament to get his Open spot. Corey Connors 2 under par for the Canadians, so he goes into the weekend in pretty good shape. Justin Rose among the afternoon starters. Fleetwood coming towards the end of his day's work. Not quite the move he would have hoped to make. Sergio Garcia, who's been back in Spain in Borriol with Dad Victor and his young family, just getting warmed up for the Open. Harrington, two-time Open champion, round in 68. Well done him.
Andy Sullivan coming out to 12. One under today. Nice 3 under 67 yesterday. Does he like it? He should. Is it? Another stone dead birdie. And Andy Sullivan going to go to 5 under.
This is game number 43. On the tee from the USA, Brian Harman.
I like the start he had yesterday, birdied the first 3.
He looked very comfortable playing links golf, didn't he? Really did out there yesterday. Very nearly didn't come to the championship because of the COVID travel restrictions, but eventually did make the flight. Oh, but he's glad he came.
On the tee from Canada, Mackenzie Hughes.
Funny enough, he went to the same university, Kent State in Ohio, as Ben Curtis. That'd be an omen.
Former winner here. Yesterday. Hughes leaking right. Doesn't generally kick straight there. Will go to the right, feed down.
On the tee from South Africa, Dylan Fratelli.
Another one off the reserve list to make his way to Royal St George's. Grew up in South Africa, but has lived in Texas for quite a few years now. Went to the University of Texas. He was a college teammate of Jordan Spieth, who was a couple of years below him. Excellent 66 yesterday.
This was some 3-ball, 66, 66 and 65. Just okay.
Right, let's make our way up to the first screen and to Bryson DeChambeau. If you haven't been following it on social media, it's been another pantomime, I'm afraid, involving this man who came off yesterday and said the driver sucks. Got in all sorts of troubles with the company that manufacture his club, saying he behaved like an 8-year-old. They've since made up.
Schauffele for birdie at 18. One comes up short. It will be a round of 71 when he taps this one in. 140 strokes for the first 2 days for the American.
Back to the first birdie putt for Spieth.
Looks to be looking like a little right of the hole for it to break left. And it goes back to the right at the end, luckily so. Yeah, he goes, it broke both ways. But a good opening birdie for the former champion. Gets to 6 under.
Will it? Second in here at 9. Always pulled it. It was left to right, but just started at half a cup left. Should have been left edge. Just the par for Danny. Going along nicely.
He's 8th on the European Ryder Cup points list, Sam, and he says he would love to play in the Ryder Cup again. Of course, he had a very disappointing experience at Hazeltine in 2016 when his brother made those comments earlier in the week. It made it extremely difficult for Danny. Lovely birdie for Andy Sullivan. Well, as many of you will know, one of the voices of golf, sadly, not with us for the 149th Open. The late, great Peter Alliss, who died a little earlier this year, and there will be a special announcement down on the first tee to recognise his contribution to golf.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the R&A, I would now like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to someone who, sadly, is not with us today, the great Peter Alliss. As the voice of golf for the best part of 60 years, Peter brought us so much joy, humour and insight to the millions of us watching on television. We are honoured to be joined today by Peter's wife, Jackie, and members of the Alliss family, and warmly welcome them to the championship. Jackie, could I ask you please to give us a wave? As a player and as a commentator, Peter made an indelible mark on the Open. We will all miss his uniquely wise, warm and witty commentary, so I'd like to invite you to join us for a moment's applause to celebrate his life. Thank you, and thank you also to Jackie and her family for being with us today. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Well, we head out to just over to the 18th there. That's next to the first. That was a beautiful tribute to a great man. And all generations that's come to this Open Championship and met Pete Alliss knows how much he meant to the R&A, but also to golf.
Just creeps over that big ridge at the 18th, Tommy Fleetwood. Thomas Bjorn has joined myself, Dom Hollier, in the commentary box.
McIlroy on 17. He's going the high route. This looks good. Lovely shot.
And up to 18, and Justin Thomas from just over 190 yards.
He's just trying to hold this one in there. Started left of the flag and hold it up into that breeze. What a low shot this is. Beautiful from Justin Thomas. Not played excellent this week so far, but he'll be there for the weekend now.
Cam Smith, easy to recognise, isn't he? Chance for him at 17 to move to 5 under. Two in a row, 4 birdies on the homeward stretch for the Australian. Here's Harman at the first.
It was a great round of golf yesterday from Brian Harman. be off to a good start here as well. You've got to love the way he goes about his business, quietly, but very, very nicely playing.
Par putt, McIlroy, 17. Oh dear. That is back-to-back bogeys, I'm afraid, for the second time today for Rory McIlroy. Remember, he started his round with 2 in a row, and that is just at the wrong time, and that takes him into the uncomfortable zone at the moment. He's inside the cut line, but only just at the moment.
Well, here's one that's off to a not so great start as well, but this will help. Young Victor Hovland. Put a smile on your face after a couple of bogeys early on.
And to Paul Casey, the Englishman. Chance for him to get back to 2 under where he started the day. Well, he's in his 40s now. Still looking for that major breakthrough. Won the Dubai Desert Classic earlier this season. It's Colin Morikawa, the last year's PGA champion, who leads the way after a scintillating 64 today from South Africa's Van Tonder, the Argentine Grillo, Germany's Marcel C, and 1 or 2 others as well. Day 2 of the 149th Open. Disappointing day for Webb Simpson, former US Open champion. 66 yesterday, 4 under par, but he's given a couple of those back out there today.
Mackenzie Hughes for birdie on the first. Dylan Fratelli was over the back. He's chipped down. As always, when you've had a nice first round, you come out and you just want to continue that momentum you had yesterday. Excellent effort. It's a 4. That's okay.
He had a share of the lead at the US Open through 54 holes. He did drop to a share of 15th place, but that gave him a little bit of confidence. And top 50 world ranking at that stage got him into the Open. It is his debut performance. Here's Fleetwood at 18 to cap things off with a 3.
He was excellent yesterday, Tommy Fleetwood. Not quite so today. This is where Dylan Fratelli chipped it 2 from over the back. A lot of work left here. Down the hill. That was a real first green putt, that.
Drop shot at the opening hole for him. Let's go to Andy Sullivan, who's going nicely.
Come on, Win. Give it now.
Missed many fairways out there today, has he?
Yeah, just on the wrong side of that ridge that runs alongside the middle of the 13th green. It's a tough par 4, the 13, so that's okay.
Now back to the first. And Brian Harman to open up with a birdie.
Yeah, he'll be a little bit disappointed, but he Get your round underway in an Open Championship with a par. It's never a terrible thing.
Tony Johnston has joined Thomas Bjorn and myself, Dom Hollier, in the commentary box. Nice to see you, finally, Tony.
Thanks, Dom. I've been running around between different stations. Whew, I'm out of breath. Oh, scared it. Scared it.
It's been an excellent day's work for Adam Scott. 66, no bogeys. That's more the Adam Scott we know. He wasn't good yesterday, but he was certainly great today.
I think he spent a lot of time last night thinking about today's round and how to approach it. Dean Burmester. At 10, the massive hitting Dean Burmester.
Go. Get up there. Go. Go.
Oh, yes. Oh. What a great shot that is.
That's unbelievable. He holed 2 in 4 holes last week where he had 4 2s in a row. He almost did it again there. Justin Thomas to finish in red numbers. Yeah, go on. Go on. Well done, Justin Thomas. Worked hard yesterday, even harder today at times. Great round of 67. 1 under par for the tournament.
Yeah, mentally that'll probably help, won't it, to get under par at least for the championship, albeit 8 shots behind his fellow American Colin Morikawa. Now to DeChambeau. Anthony.
And down the breeze, just a hair left or right for DeChambeau. Greens are starting to get a little bit crusty, so possibly speeding up a fraction, which is good to see. Outside chance here.
Decent try. Tommy Fleetwood. No mistakes with the par putt.
We're up behind Shane Lowry, of course, a couple of years ago at Royal Portrush. He said it was a strange experience going out and not being a fan favourite. Of course, all the cheers were for Lowry on that final day.
And here's a man to watch out for. 700, Jordan Spieth. Back putting great. Confidence in his step. Not so much whinging either anymore. It's all going smoothly.
Birdie start for Jordan Spieth, and on to the first tee walks Louis Oosthuizen. The overnight leader. A South African who won the Open at St Andrews in 2010, nearly did it again at St Andrews 5 years later. And from one South African to another, Bezuidenhout at the 9th.
This lad is a particularly good putter, and he proves it. Beautifully holed. Out in 34. That's nice work.
Up to 18, Cam Smith second.
Been very impressed with this guy these 2 days. Got off to such a shaky start yesterday, but he's grinded it out, and that's what Royal St George's is all about. You just keep plodding along, don't make too many big mistakes, and here he is at 5 under par. Difficult putt coming up.
McIlroy.
Okay, decent wedge. You don't never really know what to expect from McIlroy with wedges these days.
It's exactly what the position he was in yesterday coming down 18. 1 over par, hold the birdie putt then to shoot a level par 70. Sullivan over the ridge at 13.
I don't know about you, Thomas. I always struggled with those when I was going slow up the hill and fast down the other side. I always battled to get the speed.
Well, it was mostly because you couldn't see where the hole was up over the ridge.
And it was only 4 inches high. Stop it. Danny Willett with a long-range birdie putt. Nicely. He started early today, hasn't he, Tom? Thomas Bjorn. He started early. Gloves are on. Here we go again.
Brooks Koepka. Very much needed birdie at number 7, the par 5. And that double bogey at the 4th. That followed a drop shot at the 3rd, but he's made 3 birdies now, Koepka, so a really mixed bag for him. Level par on his round. And there it is for you. 4 players at 6 under par. Spieth with that birdie start has moved it to 7 under and within 2 of Colin Morikawa at the top. Sullivan and Willett, the 2 Englishmen flying the flag for the home nation. We are in the far southeast corner of England in the county of Kent. They call it the Garden of England. And this wonderful stretch of links land. You've got Princes on one side, you've got Cinque Ports just down the road, some wonderful golfing options, and this is the Big Daddy, Royal St George's. Garcia, Johnson among the afternoon starters, we'll be watching them. Really good stuff from Matthias Schmidt, the young German who surely will be turning professional pretty soon. 65 blows, that's all for him out there today. And once again, we wander back to the first tee, where Shane Lowry, who won 2 years ago at Royal Portrush, is about to get underway. Lowry playing with John Rahm, who shot a 1 over par 71. That was a surprise for many. And with Oosthuizen, who shot that wonderful round of 64, bogey-free as well.
Couldn't get 2 more human guys than the 2 players in that frame.
This is game number 45. On the tee from the Republic of Ireland, the defending champion, Shane Lowry.
Who will desperately be hoping for a better start than he had yesterday. Bogey in round 1 for Lowry out of the blocks.
Bit of a groan.
On the tee from Spain, John Rahm.
Very much the pre-tournament favourite after that victory at Torrey Pines in the US Open. Had that horrible double bogey at the 9th. A couple of birdies on the card as well, but he will be looking for much better out there today.
Okay.
On the tee from South Africa, Louis Oosthuizen.
So it was just about the perfect round he felt yesterday, looking back on it.
Yeah, you don't hear players say that too often. And if there is such a thing as reincarnation and I can come back and I'm asked which swing I want, there it is. Give me that action, please.
impressive how he keeps going. You would think that all these second places in major championships will eventually get to you and get fed up with it. But he's just driving himself hard to win another one.
I'm afraid we are not going to have Patrick Reed around for the weekend at the 149th Open.
Oh. Oh. Oh, man. Then he'll be thinking if the wind comes up, two could still make it. I mean, that is just the most fantastic effort. Oh, you've got to be joking. What a putt.
He's amazing, isn't he? He really is.
He knows he's got about 10 seconds once he gets to the hole. Time is up and disappointing for him.
We go to the third. Jordan Spieth, this lovely par 3 here at Royal St. George's. Pin is just up on that tier. Just trying to land it just short and bounce it up. That never came out the way he wanted it. Heavy.
Right, back over to the 18th. And Cam Smith. Pretty similar range to Reed up the slope.
Oh dear. Dear, oh dear. He's to get in and have some lunch. He's run out of energy.
DeChambeau on third.
Just makes it that little bit tougher. Right. Rory McIlroy. This would be a good time. Yes, yes, yes! And she goes. Well done, Rory. Even par. Ooh, your lunch is going to taste so much better now. Little bit of a buffer.
As I said earlier, an absolute carbon copy of yesterday. It's exactly what he did. 2 level par rounds of 70 for McIlroy to Ian Poulter at 8. Also level par for the championship.
There's a good round going already for Ian Poulter. He was 2 under already, and there's another one.
Thomas, you picked him for the Ryder Cup, didn't you, in 2018? And Padraig Harrington has made encouraging noises about him. What makes him such a special talent? As we watch Cam Smith for par at 18.
He loves it. He loves being on the golf course winning points. Those are the players you want at the Ryder Cup. As long as he's healthy, as long as he's playing good enough, those are the kind of players you can't leave them out for reasons that they're not playing well enough if they're close enough. You know, they need to be okay playing, because him, Garcia, Westwood, once they get to the Ryder Cup, they always step up one gear. So
well, he grounded out McIlroy, didn't he? Expect a good weekend from him. Back to the first. Louis Oosthuizen. Just beautiful.
It's a very easy game, isn't it?
If you're Louis Oosthuizen.
Excellent stuff. Well, Jamie Spence is going to be following this 3-ball around. Afternoon, Jamie.
Yeah, afternoon. Looking forward to this. Lowry, 155. He had a lie there, and he's played an absolute beauty from there. Winds quartered from yesterday afternoon.
This was down off the left yesterday. It's now in off the left. So quite a significant change of breeze for the afternoon players here. Rahm 155. Now the ball's just sitting down a bit on a slight downslope, and he's short-sighted himself down the left-hand side where this pin is.
Three good shots into the first. Bodes well for this group.
Birdie start for Jordan Spieth, but he's short of the third green with his tee shot.
Yeah, it just dug in on that upslope, didn't it? Just took a bit more grip than he wanted.
Joel Darman, number 7. Oh yeah, that looked like it was going to miss right, and it just came back in the end. Lovely putt.
Second birdie of the day for the man from the United States.
Paul Casey at the 8th, trying to get to 3 under, and does successfully. Beautiful stroke.
Yeah, Casey and Poles out together. They'll be edging each other on.
Still Morikawa leading the way. Jordan Spieth has, apart from, what, about 6 or 7 feet at the third, to stay at 7 under par. Beautiful conditions here at Royal St George's. Oosthuizen underway and in close at the first. We'll go to the third, and Bryson DeChambeau for par.
Yeah, he'd missed the green there left. This is where he got it to. That's an excellent up and down. Must have got that one out of the middle of the club face.
What a beautiful afternoon this is. Got a bit of breeze out here. Course in great nick, great galleries. It's all good. It's better than good on this brilliant golf course. Royal St George's. Rahm couldn't stop that. Chance though from here, he's sort of staring down the hole. There's a bit of right to left early off the slope, and then might go the other way as he gets near the hole, this one.
He'll be determined to get on a low one today. I'd be very surprised if Rahm doesn't shoot 67 or better.
Right, back to the first, because Stuart Sink, Lee Westwood and Martin Keimer are about to get underway.
This is game number 46. On the tee from the USA, Stuart Sink.
Well, it was the Stuart Sink of old, wasn't it? Out there yesterday, bogey-free round of 66 for the 48-year-old who won the 2009 Open up at Turnberry, breaking the hearts of both Lee Westwood and especially Tom Watson. Twice a winner this season on the PGA Tour. He's in good fettle.
Thought he might get lucky on the path.
On the tee from England, Lee Westwood.
good friend of yours, Thomas. He's still playing some excellent golf.
Yeah, I think his commitment to the game is as big as I've seen it in many years, and that's you know, practice, but also he's working hard at home. He's really committed to get himself back to right up at the top of the world rankings, which is impressive at his age, I have to say. He still believes he can win a major championship, and he certainly has the golf for it.
On the tee from Germany, Martin Keimer.
Not really vintage Keimer out there yesterday, was it? Really struggled on the homeward stretch, 4 over the back 9. And an opening 74 leaves him with plenty of work to do out there today.
He's a little bit of a mystery at the moment, Martin Keimer, two-time major champion, former world #1, won the Players' Championship. But I honestly think him going as a vice-captain to the Ryder Cup might give him a kick in the right direction. Just sitting on that bogging, watching everybody else play might just hurt a little bit to just put it into the right gear.
Lowry. Ooh, there was always a bit of right to left. It sort of tries to come back at the hole, but not enough.
Jordan Spieth for par at the 3rd. Birdie, birdie, bogey start.
There's almost nothing worse. You just, after 2 holes, you think, oh, I'm going to shoot 62, 63 today, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, only 1 under after 3. Work to do.
This could be the ideal start for Oosthuizen. And it is. That's exactly what you want. And you've had a hot first round. Sometimes it's not that easy to follow it up with a second good one, but you come out the blocks like that, it'll ease a lot of the nerves and the tension.
Picking up where he left off yesterday.
Mackenzie Hughes, our Canadian friend here up the hill. Beautiful. Just a lovely roll. He's having a lovely, lovely time in his career, Mackenzie Hughes. Going on beautifully.
Poulter at 9. Lofting one in. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And I think that was intentional. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was.
Talk about knowing your golf course. 11th hole, tough par 3. It's not played that long today. They moved the tee quite a lot forward here, but it's a tough pin position, and this was for par.
Right, it's coming off that birdie at the first. Here's Louis Oosthuizen on the tee at number 2. Jamie.
Good hole today, the second. Dogleg right to left. 270 to carry the bunkers on the corner. Slightly into the breeze.
You would love to see it, wouldn't you, Tony? You would love to see it.
Oh, like you cannot believe. I know you can't be biased when you're doing commentary, but everybody loves Louis. He's as nice as they come. Harman has had issues with a fairway bunker. This is for a bogey. Yes, well done, well done. Damage control.
You can't mess with those fairway bunkers, can you, on the second, on the angle of that dogleg? They are deep. Iron for Lowry at number 2.
Driving it in low, Lowry. And that's the choice, really. Lay it up to where Lowry is or take the bunkers on. What's Rahm going to do?
You didn't really have to ask that question, did you, Jamie?
I can't believe he's holding back, that's for sure.
No, he's got the drive up.
Different proposition. It's actually slightly easier with the driver today because it's into the wind. You just hold it up for him. Whereas yesterday they just couldn't hit drive it, just go straight through the fairway. He's aiming left, needs a good one here, carry that bunker.
Excellent. Yeah, they don't call him Rambo for nothing. Great drive.
Yeah, I feel hurt now. Yeah, if anything, yeah, if anything is such a hurt. So, can I hit this card?
Fourth hole, Spieth.
Yeah, and a beautiful angle, Dom, from Spieth.
Yeah.
Control this afternoon, looking confident. Familiar pin up the back.
No, but if I hit one more,
They would have played this 2 or 3 times, but now they know the gig here. You've got to carry it all the way. There's no point trying to run this. Too steep, 188.
Yes. Good strike over the last few.
Can't see the bottom of the pin, but he'll be looking for a number up the left somewhere. Just trying to release it down and round, maybe behind the hole. Take that slope out of play.
Okay, and it's getting better and better. Good shot. That little right-hand area where he drove it, they call it the Elysian Fields. A spot for heroes and gods.
175, so just a fraction nearer for DeChambeau. More of a higher ball flight. He'll be going more at this. Yeah, it's looking for some control on these iron shots. They've been a little bit floaty this afternoon. Here's another one.
And that is a monstrous mound and slope. If you don't get over that, that's where it goes all day long.
Brendan Grace is down there as well. It's like they're putting up a wall or a wave there.
Well, this is Paul Casey on 9. This is for 3 birdies in a row. There you go. These 2 Englishmen are having a lot of fun. I think Abraham Hamza is just trying to hold on to their shirt tails.
Poulter likewise has a chance of 3 in a row. To the turn, this is Andy Sullivan at 14. Short of the green in 2, out with the putter.
Nicely done. He's got the perfect game for this, Andy Sullivan. He's straight, he's accurate.
Joel Darman's hit a lovely shot here into the 8. There you go. That's easy. It's a tough hole normally when you come to St. George's, but it's been playing downwind these 2 days. Makes it a lot easier.
Sixth ball we saw dive into the rough. Chopped it out to here. And should have some spin on it. Yep. That's a good shot from where he was.
Once again, let us wander back to that lovely setting around the first tee, because Dustin Johnson is about to get underway, the world #1. He'll play in a 2-ball with Justin Rose. Will Zalatoris, forced to retire, wrist injury. Caught it hitting out of the rough yesterday.
This is game number 47. On the tee from the USA, Dustin Johnson.
it going nicely yesterday, then dropped a couple of shots mid-round and then came back with 2 birdies on the back 9 to shoot a round of 68.
Yeah, it can be tricky playing on a 2-ball on a day like this. It's a long day ahead of them. Need a lot of patience. But for some reason, I don't think that's Dustin Johnson or Justin Rose's problems. They will just go about their business out there and play it nicely.
On the tee from England, Justin Rose.
Bogey-free 67 for the 2013 US Open champion on day 1. Can he keep it going?
Grunt of disapproval, and that's why just needs to get lucky. It's asking an awful lot down the right side of that first.
Get up to the second, Louis Oosthuizen. It's all about hitting it in between the number 2 and the number 8 here. Big slope right of the green here. Really don't want to mess with it. Just a little short, but that's okay.
So, Paul Casey made 3 in a row. Ian Poulter has matched him. They are pulling each other along very nicely out there today. 5 birdies on the outward 9 for Ian Poulter. Nice turnaround after a disappointing 72 yesterday. He's 4 under par today, and he's at 2 under for the championship, 7 behind our leader, Colin Morikawa. Louis Oosthuizen, with a birdie at the opening hole, has moved to within 2. Got 3 very different South Africans there in terms of styles, haven't you, with Van Tonder and then Justin Harding. And that's the thing about golf, isn't it? All sorts of ways of swinging a club, as long as you produce the right results.
This is his range too, Jordan Spieth. Nobody, but nobody holds more putts than Jordan Spieth from around the 25-foot markets. His statistics are almost unbelievable. Holds about 1 in 4 from that range. It's utterly incredible.
Oosthuizen on 2. What, 25, 30 feet maybe? Yeah, that was never a pace, that one.
And back up to the 4th, where we find Bryson DeChambeau.
Par putt. Shows how difficult it is to 2-putt from down on the bottom level on the front of the green. As Dom Holier said, it's like almost like putting up a wall. It's so steep and long.
The left-hander, Brian Harman. He putted beautifully yesterday, but he's got this one for par at the 3rd. What a difference today makes. 2 drop shots in a row. Shane Lowry for birdie at the 2nd. That's a bit more like it, isn't it, from the defending champion. back to level par for the championship.
We head out on the back nine. This is Justin Harding. This is his third shot on the, well, it's been a fairly easy par 5 these couple of days. It's normally very, very difficult. How's this for a putt? How's this for a putt? There we go.
Wonderful, wonderful stuff. An eagle 3 for Justin Harding. He moves to 6 under. By the way, Andy Sullivan in the group ahead did tap in for his birdie and is also at 6 under. Sink has had his problems down this opening hole.
Yeah. Par putt. You just take a 5 and get out of there, buried in the rough, then the fairway bunker. A good 5 in the end.
John Rahm has done all the right things on the second. Good tee shot. Nice wedge into here. Can he finish it off? It's difficult when you putt out towards a slope that then slopes down behind. You think the putt is quick and it's actually a bit uphill to that hole. It's difficult to commit 100% to it.
Koepka doesn't mess about. Chance to get to 2 under. In she goes. She's starting to make his little move.
Yeah, 2 under par, a little bit of a roller coaster, including that double bogey at the 4th on the outward journey. He'll be looking for at least, what, 2 or 3 more birdies on the homeward stretch. Mackenzie Hughes to stay at 5 under, this at the 3rd. 30 years of age, but making his Open debut.
Tapping for Louis here on the second. No problems.
Big improvement for him over the last sort of 12, 18 months in that department.
Yeah, his short putting has definitely become a lot better over the last couple of years, I think.
Spieth driving on. At 5. Everything down that right side tends to kick a little right. There's a little plateau on the left side of that fairway, just over the bunkers, but it takes a lot of nerve to take that on. We'll go to Dean Burmester at 12. Chance to get to 4 under.
Great move around the turn.
There's a lot of South Africans now, isn't there, Tony? They're really coming through.
Yeah.
I mean, a big bunch of them. It's not just 1 or 2.
Yeah, plenty of them. And a couple of talented guys who've been waiting to, you know, achieve their potential, and they, like Burmester, starting to do that now.
Justin Rose standing in the really deep stuff at the first. Ball above his feet.
Yeah, it's tricky, this one. Just a down slope there to land it on. There you go. You just want to get it just on the front. Just took on a bit too much there, Justin. Tricky shot, though. Gets a decent line of bunker. It's not the world's most difficult bunker shot, though.
Over to 5, DeChambeau. Campbell's table, by the way, they call that flattish area after Bill Campbell played in the Walker Cup in 1967. He hit the plateau 4 times and he won all 4 of his matches.
This is Jack Senior. And he gets to 4 under. Nice stroke.
Dropped a shot at the 5th, so he's got it back there at the par 5. It is lying okay for Justin Rose at the first.
Yeah, this shouldn't be too difficult. Just splash it out to the front of the green and let it roll down to the flag.
Beauty, absolute beauty. And that was the plan. You could hear how much sand he took with it. The intention was to get it to run out to the hole. And he's going to escape out of there with a bogey. Not the ideal start, but it could have been worse.
An idea of how the first 6 holes are playing here at Royal St George's. And the constant theme there is that they are all playing over par. Tough stretch in the first third of the section of Royal St George's. Well, it's going to be a drop shot at best for Justin Rose at the opening hole, but Dustin Johnson is eyeing this one up.
I think we might see these guys take a little bit extra time on the greens. They're just in a 2-ball, so it allows them just to be, you know, might as well spend the time on the greens instead of spending it on the tees waiting for the group in front. Down the hill. Right to left. Is he going to stay? Oh. Nice putt though.
Number 5, Jordan Spieth. Anthony.
And up against the collar, Dom. It's not that easy for Jordan Spieth. 201 yards with his back pin at 5. That's your sprinkler about 10 feet in front of him. That's the line. Up and over the dune.
Oh my goodness, that is 40 yards over the green. Wrong club choice.
He's picked the wrong line.
Dang it. I mean, that's 1 inch from being in the fairway. And that's a jumper.
Well, the implication from what he's saying is he's got a huge flyer there. He's saying 40 yards over the green. To Daniel Berger playing the 9th from the rough.
Yeah, it's all about getting the lie right, reading the lie right, get a bit of luck, a bounce, a roll, up and over, and 2.5 feet for birdie.
Back to 5. This time it's to Shambo.
And just a yard nearer, 200. No chance of a fly from the fairway. Just don't want to get suckered into this pin. There's a lot of room right of it. Everything will camber left. But totally blind for the players. That's the challenge.
Up he goes to get a sight up. And off it rolls. Change up in the commentary box. Joining Thomas Bjorn are going to be Jay Townsend and Tom Abbott.
Thank you, Dom. And we go to the 3rd. And Jamie's out there for us watching Shane Lowry.
Yeah, great birdie on the last from Lowry. 238 today. This 3rd. It's no gimme.
Well, there you show. He shows why he can win at links golf courses. Shane Lowry, he's won the Irish Open on a links course, and he's won the Open Championship at Portrush. Beautiful ball flight. Just didn't quite get up the hill.
Now, the overnight leader, Louis Oosthuizen.
Yeah, something like that'll do for Louis. He's not left a flagstick yet. So simple.
That's such a good looking swing. It even looks good when he hits a bad shot. Doesn't quite reach that top level where the hole's cut. fairly straightforward putt, not having to go up the step diagonally.
Hey, quiet, please.
It's a real contrast of styles, isn't it? Rahm and Oosthuizen. Power from Rahm, finesse. There's a bit of power there from Oosthuizen as well, but not quite such an easy pin to get to for Rahm with this breeze off the left. It's hurting them a bit here at 238. It's a real beast, this third.
Just drilling that little cut shot in there to right center. Gets a forward kick. And look at that. You could lay a beach blanket over all three of those balls. Good shots, not great.
Finesse is winning out at the moment. Oosthuizen 7 under, and Jon Rahm is 1 over for the championship. So go to Andy Sullivan.
An unusual one for Andy Sullivan there. It's a bogey. He'll be annoyed there. He's going on so nicely. Still there though. And look at that. All the people. Colin Morikawa leads. Was he 64, 6 under today? Louis Oosthuizen and Jordan Spieth are just on their way. A lot of good golf out there. Paul Casey just had 3 birdies in a row. Nice stuff for Johannes Veerman and Matt Wallace today. Tommy Fleetwood, not so good.
This is Jordan Spieth with his 3rd at the 5th. Just that rise up there, Jay. It's tough to get the pace right.
Yeah, he was bumping it into that bank and just flew it a couple of yards too far, so only 1 bounce into the bank rather than 2 as we look at Daniel Berger at the 9th. A short birdie putt to get to 3 under par. And his game has really come back strong after dealing with some wrist injuries.
And that with a putter for DeChambeau. Very similar line to Spieth. This is pretty simple, just up the slope.
Well, he said at the beginning of the week that he wanted to see whether his power game would work on a golf course like Royal St George's. So far, you would have to think that it's not really working very well at 2 over. Let's go to 16 and Andy Sullivan.
Solid, you dickhead. Get lucky.
Is he going right? Oh, that is lucky.
We go to the 11th, a long par 3. This is for birdie for Victor Hovland. That's been some golf shot in here. And when you can hit a shot like that, you can also make the putt. That's a lovely birdie from Victor Hovland. There won't be many 2s on that hole today. Takes him to 2 under par after an iffy start.
3 good shots in here at 238 just to get it below the ridge here for Oosthuizen. Putting up this ridge, and it will go left to right on top. Won't do much going up the hill.
Microphone when I saw that one miss. I couldn't believe it. It looked like it was going in all the way. Apologies if that disturbed you at home. Such great golf fans here. They knew that was a very good putt from the lower level. And it's great to have them all out here basking in the sun on the dune sides up in the grandstands. Great atmosphere.
Yeah, it's a great links day, Jay. Gotta have some breeze though when you play around these courses. You're always going to get it here. It's club wind, I reckon, but it's 90-degree different to yesterday. So same putt for Lowry. up the slope. When he gets on top, it'll just drift to the right, ever so gently.
I think Shane is relishing being back in front of this crowd. He really missed the energy of the spectators during the time where they were not allowed on the PGA Tour. His last win coming at the Open 2 years ago. He's had some good weeks this year, a good week, good showing at the Players. And then a couple of top 6 finishes at the PGA Championship and the Memorial. This man obviously in some good form as he putts from the lower level here.
Yeah, Tom, it's 2 putts really, isn't it? You try and give it a little bit of a go, as Louis did, get it up to the hole, but from this sort of range, take a 2 putt and wander off to the difficult 4th.
Good try.
Go ahead to 5. Spieth for par. It doesn't matter if you hit it at 40 yards over the green as you thought. If you can chip it and put it like that.
First par of the day. Birdie, birdie, bogey, birdie, par. As long as you're making more birdies than bogeys, that type of golf is okay. Sullivan for birdie at 16. Back to 6 under. He had that one walking in all the way. Such a good feeling when you hit a putt, you know it's going in. You can go and start acknowledging the crowd before the ball disappears.
Now par putt for Bryson. It's back-to-back bogeys for Bryson DeChambeau. He falls into a tie for 98th at 3 over. Remember, top 70 in ties going to make the cut. And right now that cut is at 1 over par.
Dustin Johnson on the second. Just looking at hitting at that number 2 sign. That's Justin Rose's ball you see up ahead there. He's unfortunately there for 2 shots. Exactly what you're trying to do. It's easy to be disappointed, but it's the right thing to do. Just hit it in there left of the flag.
Shane Lowry made his 3 here. This is for John Rahm to make par. Three pars to start the day. The only tree on the golf course there, to the right of the third. There is a little tree just to the right-hand side of the first. And I asked one of the members, I said, hold on a minute, there's a tree there. And they said, it's not on the golf course, not technically. So the only tree is right of that third green. As we take a look at some scores, and the scoring has been good, you have to say, for an Open. But the weather has been pretty nice. A bit of breeze to challenge these players, but nothing too nasty out there, and we don't expect it to be anything different over the weekend. It's going to be 26, 27 degrees in London, a couple of hours drive away, in the 80s degree Fahrenheit range. A little cooler down here on the coast. Second round of the Open. .65, the low round by an amateur in the history of the Open. And Matthias Schmid equaling that number today. See if we can pick out the 6 there. It's the par 3 in the middle of your screen.
I'm with you all day. If it gets past back there, it's fine.
Just a hair down breeze. Beautiful par 3 sitting down in the dunes. Quite an accessible pin today. You just pitch it on that first tier and it just will feed from left to right.
Yeah, split the pin. That guy quite a bit of right. Yeah, I agree. I'm sure it's gone on the green there. It's part all week.
Yeah, we've got a buggy at the back of the green. Someone might have slipped over on the 130-year-old grandstand at the back of the green. So rightly so, the players are just taking a moment.
Yes, it can be quite tricky out there walking around with the dunes, especially when it's dry, and you can find yourself slipping down the hills quite easily. It's not unusual to have broken limbs at an Open, purely because people, unfortunately, slip over on the dunes.
Walking in from the car park this morning, we had one of our TV crew, I believe, fall and break an ankle coming in from the car park, where it's also unlevel ground. So yes, certainly dangerous. As we look at Sullivan, I think the epitome of the tough walk is probably at the Ryder Cup this year at Whistling Straits, on a flat bit of ground in the gallery area. Sullivan looks to have split the fairway.
Great bounce, mate.
The rest of that little plateau halfway up the hill. Well done not to roll back down.
Justin Harding back on the 15th. And this is for par, so I'm rolling that long putt on the last hole. Another beautiful putt.
Quite a bit off left, you think, correct?
I think everyone's absolutely fine. The gentleman just fancied a free ride back to the clubhouse. I think he's absolutely fine, loving the attention. Now 165 for Spieth. Just trying to lay back a little bit here and just let the contours do the job. Wind is quartering off the left, which will help the ball flight.
About that control.
He really looks to have his iron game tuned in, giving himself lots of opportunities. And when he has the putter rolling, as he does right now, look out. Justin Rose with his fourth shot at the second. We saw his ball in the fairway for his third. Missed it to the right. Not a straightforward pitch up the bank.
That's right on the edge, Jay.
Yeah, it wasn't far from rolling back down the hill there. Just barely got it up. Quickly reached for the coin, jump up that bank.
This is the tee at the fourth, Thomas, and you pick out a line there.
Yeah, you pick it right in between those two bunkers there. Right there. Nowhere else. Perfect.
That straight shot is okay as long as you can aim it, Thomas. If you can't aim it, it doesn't do you any good.
And just going back to Jordan Spieth, he's hit 3 or 4 absolute quality iron shots. He certainly seems to have the A game. He's absolutely pitching it perfect. The fourth was a prime example. Now can DeChambeau do the same? A much higher ball flight, a bit more floaty. This looks just a little long.
Normally we see DeChambeau play without much wrist action. Right there today, it looks like he's trying to cover more with his right hand and square it up than what we normally see. We go down to this, look at this birdie putt for Dustin Johnson at the second.
A lot of players like Rose there have been victim of going for the flag and then making the mistake, and it's so much more difficult if you miss it to the right. Dustin Johnson playing safe but not being rewarded with the birdie. Let's go to 16.
The fast swing of Justin Harding. Crisp ball striker, this lad. Another good iron shot from him.
Rose for bogey. And this can be a big putt. Every stroke counts the same, but double bogeys just seem to hurt the psyche a little bit more. Gets that one, only drops one after being in trouble virtually the entire hole. But as you see there, back-to-back bogeys to drop back to 1 under par. There you go. I'll have a different ball, please. That one's not behaving.
You can go to the open.com. You can download the Open app. It's tremendous. Everything you need to know about the Open. And you can follow along if you're not able to watch our coverage, and even if you are, you can complement it by going to theopen.com. They do a great job with their media here at the Open, and the R&A put a lot of effort into that and making it a success. So we take a look at the fourth on this group's tee shots.
Yeah, Lowry's got a good lie down the right-hand side. Rahm, I don't know what he's going to do. Mere mortals will be chipping it out, but he's not a mere mortal. He's a golfing god. He's an Adonis. He's been practicing thrashing away in the rough, so I think he's going to have a go at it, Rahm. So back to Lowry down the right-hand side. And this is a good angle. Pin's on the right, but a huge green, but really only about a third of it comes into play on the top level. The rest of it is redundant. It's just a huge bank and a slope. It'll be interesting whether I think Lowry's going to try and run this one up from 190. So it looks like to me. Yeah, he's gone for the runner. Going to try and pitch it in the flat. Oh, that looks beautiful.
Slight flyer there, I think. Yeah, went straight through it, Jamie. Just over the back.
Right, Thomas, you might get this out, but there's no way I would. He's taking it on here from 180. This is sitting down.
He's got legs and leg strength like nobody else in the game of golf, this boy. Give it a big old whack. Steep. Come down hard on it. He's looking at it like it was just a normal out of the fairway.
Just scooting up over that bowl at the front, and it's worked out so well. That's the advantage of having the power.
What a shot from Rahm. Louis, 2 feet left of the centre of the fairway. He'll have to work on that. 181 he's got.
Stay there. Right on the edge. It's going to be okay.
The work of a modern camera there. Beautiful.
Look behind the six there. Huge crowd up on the natural amphitheater of the sand dune. DeChambeau putting down the hill. Trying to get his game moving in the right direction today, but comes up short.
Bit easier this pin position than yesterday on 17. A bit further back on the left today. It was on the right yesterday. It's more inviting. Not the best.
Jordan Spieth has a birdie putt here, Anthony.
Yeah, golden chance, Tom. Very little in this green. This is the first green I've noticed that's really starting to dry out.
And we've got a lot of hole to not fall, especially with the ball rolling as slowly as it did. 2 pars in a row for the former Open champion.
Go on, Brendan.
This is the par 3 third, and Dustin Johnson. See what kind of shot shape he plays here. Float one left to right on the wind. Too much. Be careful clattering that one into the gallery there. Chances are you get a better lie when you're outside of the gallery ropes rather than just inside, but always a bit of a lottery.
Well, this is a beautiful spot here. The house is behind this 4th green. Offered me a drink, but obviously I said no. Obviously. Gentle little chip down. He's got a great chance here, Larry, getting this close. If not, he'll fancy this one from a good lie.
Lowry always looks like he's more comfortable playing the ball along the ground.
Yeah, he's got really like loose hands. That doesn't mean he doesn't have great technique, because he certainly does have great technique, but loose hands, and he loves just shutting the face down and roll it on the ground. Growing up in Ireland, I'm sure that's how you learn to play golf.
Andy Sullivan, not quite enough pace on that. There's a good indication of the homes there behind the fourth green. It's quite unusual to have homes bordering a hole in an Open Championship. You could say there are homes bordering the 1st and the 18th at St Andrews in a way, but have the gardens right there. It's a good spot to watch the golf, and they've got a good view of Louis Oosthuizen for birdie.
Haven't they just, Tom? What a lovely spot. Some lovely properties over there. Louis down the green, left to right for his 3.
He knew early on that that was to the right. That was the early walk of disgust rather than walking it in the hole, but a good par 4. Always happy to walk off the 4th with a par.
So I think it's more the left at the end.
Colin Morikawa with a round of 64, one off the low here at Royal St George's, which belongs to Nick Faldo.
Rahm hit that brilliant shot out of the downhill lie in the left rough. Jamie Spence, who's watched a lot of good golf over the years, and certainly surprised him that he could get it to this position. So this would be like stealing a shot and a half after the drive. Shouldn't be a tremendous amount of break in this one. Currently on the cut line at 1 over par. And just lacked the pace for the line he chose, and you would have to think that normally you would want more pace than that. So just didn't hit it the way he intended. Saw a lot of putts of that nature last week at the Aberdeen Scottish Open for, at the time, the #1 player in the world. He's since fallen back just marginally to the #2 player in the world as we go to Spieth.
And this wind change just helping the players back into it at 7. This is heading right. Oh, bunker.
The marshal there giving you an indication of how difficult it is to stay up on those dunes. And it looks like he's found the sand. See much in this golf swing?
No, it's looked the same always. He's obviously got a couple of things in his golf swing that if he was a junior, you would try and change it. But who fiddles with golfers at this level? There's nothing in that golf swing that looks like it's supposed to go right. But
DeChambeau just slightly spinning out of him a little bit this afternoon. His top half's definitely working quicker than it should, hence the spinny motion. He's given that a dig, and this is also going right. It's got the crowd moving.
Clearly an off-center hit there, Thomas.
Quiet, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Quiet, please.
Danny Willett here. Just knocked it just short of the green. This for an eagle. How about that? Almost going to be a birdie for Danny Willett. It's an interesting par 5 because they can't hit driver off the tee. Going to lay it back. And still giving themselves an eagle chance. This is Jack Senior, one of the last people into the Open, finishing tied for 10th. 66 on the final day in Scotland last week to grab one of those 3 spots that's up for grabs if you finish inside the top 10.
A brilliant opening 9 in the second round for Jack Senior, going out in 33. Dustin Johnson is underneath the tree there, Thomas, the only tree on the course.
Imagine that. Finding the only tree on the golf course and be underneath it. Seems like he had a pretty good lie though, and nice easy swing. That's for a par. Be a bit of a bonus. It was a poor shot from Dustin Johnson. We don't usually see him hit shots like that with an iron.
Sullivan going with the 3 wood at the final hole of the day. Par for matching rounds of 67 for the affable Englishman. Doesn't even bother looking, knows that's in the fairway, and well done.
Dean Burmester. This is just a tap in for birdie to go to 5 under par on 14. Look at that. Lovely little run.
Quick check of the first page of that leaderboard. Not much change at the very top. Jordan Spieth giving chase. Andy Sullivan now with a nice couple of days. A man who broke onto the scene 2015 and has not been able to kind of follow up the form that we saw from Andy Sullivan that made his name. You know, he had a lot of success early, didn't he?
He did. He won 3 events, which earned him a place in the Ryder Cup, and kind of just hit a little bit of a flat spot, but certainly seems to be coming back to his best, winning again, and he always enjoys the game. He has such an infectious nature. You want to watch him, you want to be around him. It's good fun. Dustin Johnson, this for par. Played a very good shot from underneath the tree that, well, Tom is not sure about it being the only tree in the golf course.
I'm told by the members it definitely is. But I think you could hit. I mean, there's some members that probably could hit the tree on the first.
Well, it is to the
but
right.
It's out of bounds,
which
right?
is out of bounds
yeah.
in the tenant village area. Yes, it's not on the course property, but you can see it. So yeah, I like the way you're thinking. Just confirm.
Bit of a wait here, Jamie, at the 5th.
Yeah, the pace of play yesterday was fantastic, but I think this different breeze is catching everybody out a bit. And it's just a few hold-ups on a few holes. That third was playing particularly difficult, so there's a bit of a hold-up there. There's one here. But Larry with the iron now. This is difficult. Easy to get the ball down the right, and you'll be totally blind. But get on that little triangular fairway on the top left. Not so easy. Larry trying to hit a little draw and get it up there.
That little triangle of fairway that Jamie's talking about is called Campbell's Table. Bill Campbell in the 1967 Walker Cup landed on that little shelf all 4 days, which is the only spot on the fairway that gives you a view of the green between the dunes.
I love it when you give me a history lesson.
Oh, well, you know what? I wanted to get that in there before the local guy. You called it the triangle table, so you know,
the man from Utah, yeehaw.
So convincing, Jamie, wasn't it?
Now, Louis, he hasn't missed a centre of fairway. And he's not going to miss another one.
Sat down really quickly. The fairway's beginning to dry out. I don't think they fertilized the fairways here. They may have done on some of the other courses. If you look at Prince's, the fairways there are a bit greener. I don't think they did it here, and that's the way the members like it, to play firm and fast. And over the first couple of days that we were here this week, it was just so soft because of the rain, but now we're starting to see it beginning to dry out, beginning to firm out, and you see more yellow out there in the grass. Is what the yellows and browns that we kind of expect on the links course in the summer.
Taking it on, DeChambeau.
What has he got here, Anthony?
Yeah, 284. He's the best in the world out the rough. There is no doubt about that. Just needs to get lucky with a bounce.
He's the first player that I've seen try to hit a 3-wood or some kind of fairway wood out of the rough.
Yeah, absolutely. It's caught me out a few times over the years. You think he's hitting wedge, and he hits 3-wood on the front edge.
It's a great spectacle, but it's not really working this week. I mean, a lot of people want to come and see Bryson DeChambeau. They want to see the power, but the score is not doing him a lot of favours.
It's respecting the links golf course, I think, sometimes. You just can't overpower these golf courses the way it's set up this week. The rough is just too thick. It's going to get you. Jon Rahm stays out of the bunker. Just lucky, a little bit lucky there.
Spieth has come out of the bunker, 211 though for his third.
Yeah, and a deep bunker it is, so he's done well to get it back in right in the centre of the fairway. It opens up the green a little bit, just up the right-hand side. 211, as you say. Very little breeze. Almost in a little bit of a bowl. 6 and 7. And with the heat, it's probably actually playing less now, even though it is just a fraction into. Probably playing about 205. And after an errant tee shot, you're just trying to give yourself maybe a 15-footer at best, really. Give yourself a chance for a fall.
That's quality. He's still going to have a good look for a birdie. And how much has this hole changed as the weather has changed? I mean, yesterday it was one of the toughest holes on the course. Justin Rose, it went wide off the tee at the third, and he's struggling a bit, is Justin. 3 bogeys in a row and giving back all of the hard work that he put in yesterday. A wide tee shot from Rose. He was further right than Dustin Johnson. To 12.
Catching up with Paul Casey. And this is for birdie. That's another one for Paul. There we go. Looking good here. Might be a shame with a bogey on 10. Get it back on 12.
Good approach shot into the first for Brandt Snedeker. And he capitalized with a birdie on his opening hole. It was a comforting way to start.
Couple of rounds of 64 on that first page of the leaderboard. We had a 64 yesterday from Louis Oosthuizen. Will anybody break that number over the weekend or maybe later today? There's certainly pretty good scoring conditions out there at Royal St George's.
Totally blind. Shane Lowry, our defending champion. 2-year defending champion.
At least earlier today they had a few clouds to aim at in the sky, Jamie.
Yeah, there's nothing there to aim at, Tom.
And that one's going to go over the green. It's not too bad as long as you don't do to the left there. It makes it more difficult, doesn't it? Because that ridge comes in on the left. If you go straight at the flag and a bit long, it's not too bad.
Look at that. That's really down cock of the hand from Shane Lowry there. Maintains a low ball flight that way.
Louis from the middle of the fairway again. He can see it just about. 201. They can drive this green with a wind the other way around, by the way.
Yeah, I was talking to Bryson DeChambeau earlier in the week, and he said, yeah, I'd give it a go if the wind was in the right direction. And by that, I took it to mean if it wasn't into the wind.
He would only need a little bit of a helping wind. I think many of the players of the maybe the top 25% in driving distance can certainly have a go at it over the mounds. And speaking of the man that likes to have a go, DeChambeau, a little bit short of the green into this pitch for an eagle 3. If it wasn't for with that little side spin. It might have rattled against the flagstick, had a chance to go in, but birdie attempt to come. Certainly a makeable range.
Oh, this doesn't look too appealing here, Jamie.
No, it's not, but you know what? It's not too bad. He gets to the back of the board, is in a divot, but it could have been worse. He could have dropped into the waist area to his left, but if anyone can play this shot right down the grip, it's Rahm. 176. Just got to keep still on these and just hammer it with your upper half.
We saw whoever played that shot that left the divot yesterday. I think it was Justin Thomas, was it not?
No, it was Paul Casey.
Paul Casey, that's right. It
And
was.
he hit it into the middle of the green. From that, that was Paul Casey's divot. Didn't put it back his caddy, did he?
I don't think you want to tell John Rahm that. Might not be impressed. There you can see the heels hanging over the sand. Have to keep your balance a little bit forward. Certainly have to chop down on it out of the divot. A little bit easier for Casey, who, as Thomas said, did knock it in the middle of the green. Not a bad shot from such a compromised address position and out of a divot for Rahm.
Brandon Grace, he needs something going, and this is for eagle on 7. Come on, come on, come on. There you go. Back to 1 over par for the tournament. And with Brandon Grace, you never know. That's wonderful. 62, lowest round in a major championship a few years back.
Jack Senior second to 10 after going out in 200 par 33. Finds himself only 4 behind the lead. Going from really nowhere to towards the top of the leaderboard and the greatest major championship of all based on that good finish last week in Scotland. We go to Spieth at 7.
Let's get it to 8 under par. Sort of yesterday you're thinking, how's this championship going to play out? You know, where's the excitement going to come from? And today we've seen the storylines begin to emerge. You could have a Spieth Morikawa battle, Oosthuizen trying to put his name in the hat, and you would expect someone like Dustin Johnson to make a move today and get into the mix for the weekend. Trying to climb up there, but it's going to roll away.
Too far right.
Yeah, just going down the bank, collecting away from the green to the low point, and really paying the price for having driven it in the first cut of rough, not being able to control his second shot as we go to 7 in DeChambeau.
Well, not unlike Brandon Grace, he needs something to start happening. This will help. Needs to start finding fairways, giving himself chances.
John Rahm here. Yeah, nicely done.
He's the full package, John Rahm. He's got it all.
We saw Sullivan hit that good tee shot off of 18. Fortunately, it wasn't a good second shot. This for par to remain at 6 under and 3 back. And beautifully holed from the Englishman. 4-time winner on the European Tour, and he's in good position heading into the weekend. Matching rounds of 67.
Gives you a great indication of how close we are to the water. Some of the venues on the rota, you don't get that close to the water. You're right here by the sea as we look down on that 5th green.
It's not tempting me, Tom. I have to say.
It'd be pretty chilly going in there, wouldn't it?
It'd be a bit chilly.
Old Tom Morris used to swim every morning, they said. It's St Andrews.
We never had pictures of that.
Thank goodness.
The bank.
His Speedos.
Right.
Excellent from Oosthuizen, just excellent. Great pace.
This is Richard Bland for a birdie, And this would get him in at level par, which guarantees him a place on the weekend. 1 over likely to be good enough. Level par definitely good enough.
And a great finish to his round. 3 under in the last 5 holes for Richard Bland. We go to Lowry, chopping it from back left at the 5th, and that was a bit heavy-handed.
Jack Senior on 10. Going for another birdie here. I never really got that one pace or line going. But he's enjoying a wonderful championship and a great week in Scotland last week.
Just got to be careful here. Up the 8th, just laying short of the 2 bunkers on the right. With these firming fairways, advisable just to lay back a fraction more than you're comfortable with. It is releasing now. And the crowds are building. They're sensing something special with Jordan Spieth. He's in complete control today. Missed a couple of putts, but he's also holed 2 or 3. Maybe he wouldn't have. Well, he always thinks he's going to hold them anyway. We might not have done. Now, same play. Just trying to nestle it behind the 2 bunkers down the right. Fraction of helping breeze, but really only maybe half a club. So not a factor.
And nicely done, taking the iron for precision and does it to perfection.
Shane Lowry at the 5th. Trying to save par on a very difficult hole, second hardest hole on the golf course. It was playing as the hardest hole for most of the morning.
On the tee, from England, Connor Worsdal.
The last player to go in this second round, go all the way till 4:15, 16 minutes past 4. It's a late finish at the Open over the first couple of days for everyone involved, including all the hard-working men and women on our television crew here late into the evening, bringing you these pictures. Got a bit of work to do. Yes, Connor Worsdal at 7 over par. If he's going to make the cut today, but a joy to be here, I'm sure. Came through the qualifying to make it to the Open.
Danny Willett for par at 15. This is the one down the hill. It's fooled so many before him. Didn't really fool him. That got a lot of hole. Did the 180. Really, he is surprised. So it's a bogey 5 at 15 for Willett.
And a good time to welcome back in Dominic Hollier to the commentary.
Thank you, Tom. I was just marvelling at Connor Worsdal's hair, actually. Puts Tommy Fleetwood to shame, doesn't he, with that wonderful mane? Dustin Johnson with a par putt at number 4 for the world number 1. Nicely tied it up, and as as we all know, those ones are just as important as the birdie putts in terms of keeping the momentum going. It's a nice little vantage point. We've seen her before at past Open Championships here at Royal St George's. That's that little garden shed just behind the fourth hole. Great view of the action and the world's top players, and it is a major champion on top. Colin Morikawa, stunning 64 today. Jordan Spieth, Louis Oosthuizen, the major winners are lining up at the top of the leaderboard here at Royal St George's in the 149th Open.
Sixth hole, maidens. What a beautiful par 3 this is. 165 yards. 146 the front, just a smooth 9-iron for sweet swinging Louis.
Just kicking in off the bank. Very good shot. That is such a nice swing to see. Jamie, why is it called a maiden?
It's because they used to play over the hills to the left of this green, and they thought they looked like the Jungfrau, which are in the Alps. So that's why they called it the maidens. Young woman, maiden. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Fantastic.
Thank you. You can keep them coming. Be a wedge for Rahm down off the left. Good flag for him. The way he shapes it in there. There's a sneaky little bunker just right at the pin there.
Jamie, the Jungfrau Mountain, especially in the Swiss Alps, 13,641 feet. An amazing mountain right there that this hole is named after.
Yeah, the sand dunes aren't quite that high.
But apparently it had the same shape, and that's
Apparently so. A great vantage point for all the people out here. Great to see the spectators, and this is a hole you gather to. And it's gettable, this pin, as we've just seen. Let's hope Larry can get inside them.
To Jordan Spieth into the 8th.
Slightly downhill. Back right hole location there, plenty of green to work with. And another wonderful iron shot from Spieth. It's a matter of will the putter cooperate.
Back to 5, and Dustin Johnson with the iron. Just trying to find the tabletop. Quickly down for the tee. He likes it.
Justin Harding wielding that long machine to great effect for a par, and oh yes, side door. I thought it had just slid by. Well done.
He's got his girlfriend here this week, Leah, who apparently won The Apprentice back in 2013. Very successful businesswoman. I know they have versions of The Apprentice all around the world, don't they?
Dean Brummerster playing well. His tee shot at 16. Subtly difficult hole location there. You have to land it on the down. Oh, that checked up. Every ball is kicked forward. It's landed on the downslope there, coming off that front right bunker, and that one stopped. He won't be able to see it. Can't see the bottom of the flagstick or the front part of the putting surface. Great views of the crowds up on the sand dunes and how great it is to have them back using the natural amphitheaters around many of these greens to their advantage.
I'll tell you what, Jay, if you stand up, you're going to slip down that bank.
Yeah, it gets tough, especially if it gets dry.
There's some fun and games. As soon as someone gets up there, ooh.
I did read yesterday, Jamie, that a woman had gone up there very carefully with a glass of bubbles in her hand, sat down, and of course the grass was all lying one way, and she just slid all the way back down the bottom, much to the amusement of everybody else around her.
But did she spill any of the bubbles?
Yes, it went all over her.
Oh, shame. Looking for a break from the right for the defending champion, and he did. When you start sliding down the hill, you're supposed to hold up your glass and not spill anything, so he needs to work on the slide. He doesn't need to work on his birdies. That birdie gets him back to even par. Much loved character. Of course, it was such a popular win at Port Rush 2 years ago.
Don't you love it when the ball listens? Beautiful. Yeah, the celebration when he went down to Dublin. And the night that he went down to the local pub, it was just wonderful. The singing and the joy.
Doesn't take advantage of the precision iron shot. That's a bit disappointing. It seems like Oosthuizen giving himself a chance every opportunity as we go to DeChambeau.
At 8, he's missed the putting surface. Oh dear. He's making hard work of it out there today, is Bryson DeChambeau.
That's where using that long putter might hurt you because of the longer, flatter arc rather than a shorter swing where you can have a little bit steeper angles. We go to Rahm, Jamie. Back with us in a moment. Rahm for birdie to get to level par. He does. And the world #1 this week comes down to essentially a tournament between Rahm and Dustin Johnson. Whoever finishes ahead of the other, as long as they both finish inside the top 18, that one will take the #1 spot.
Got it to the hole finally.
Well, you heard it there. Well, I got it to the hole finally. It's only his 3rd birdie of the championship, Jon Rahm. When you consider the form that he had coming into this week, that really is a surprise. Maybe that's the spark. Maybe he's now going to push forward and get a low round together, which Jordan Spieth is doing. Another chance for him.
This is his range. Pace was good, stroke was good, just a little bit more break than he anticipated.
He said yesterday after his round, you get less swing focused, more shot focused over here. Second you take your brain off what you're hitting, you may not find your ball. There's a lot of external factors over here. I think that external is where I need to be living. Interesting.
DeChambeau long par putt after getting his putter from the back fringe caught up in the first cut of rough. So it's 3 from just off the edge of the green for DeChambeau at 8.
Burmester. Yeah, but look, he's putting downhill there. It's amazing that tee shot didn't kick on, but he's left it shy. Maybe a little bit nervous of exploding it past.
Brian Harman, his 4th at the par 5, 7th. Got up to that fantastic start yesterday, birdieing the first 3, and well, that makes life pretty easy when you start chipping them in. So Harman, after a rough start to his round, bogeying 3 in the first 5, back-to-back birdies.
Now that is a proper little link shot, isn't it? Not too much loft, just bump it into the slope, let it skip over the top. Boom. Absolute beauty.
Lovely touch. he's having a good week, considering he very nearly didn't come over here because of the COVID travel restrictions. Jack Senior continuing to go along nicely. The Englishman there in the group at 5 under par, which is 4 shots behind our leader. It is still Colin Morikawa out in front after a wonderful round of 64. Good stuff from Tony Finau today. 4 under par, 66 for the Americans. Still only the one victory. Amazing, isn't it, really? Such a consistent player, week after week after week. As we go to Dustin Johnson, good tee shot at the 5th. This is 2nd.
He got it up on Campbell's table, so a view of the green, which is pretty rare at 5, and he took advantage of it. Wonderful approach shot into the 5th.
Mackenzie Hughes to move to 5 under at the par 5, 7th.
Oh, what a nice stroke that was. That wasn't a push, it was a nice release of the putter head. You could just see the toe just past impact, passing the heel of the putter. Great release. That was one of the things that Tiger Woods does so well. I almost said did, but I'm not writing him off yet.
Beautiful pictures. Looking down over Royal St George's, and an opportunity for us just to take a pause for a moment and bring in David Bonsall from the R&A. Is the immediate past chairman of the Rules Committee of the R&A. David, it occurs to me you've had quite a quiet week out there on the rules side of things. How's it going?
Well, indeed we have, and I think that's partly because the weather's fairly benign, and of course it's a very big property, so all of the TV towers, grandstands, etc., the essential elements of an Open Championship are set well back from play, and these are some of the best players in the world, so they're not hitting it all over the place as the members might.
Yes, good point, although frustration there for John Rahm. Now, you were part of the Rules Committee who made the changes that we've seen over the last couple of years come into golf. Are you pleased with the way that they have worked out, the simplification?
Yes, to some extent simplification, more modernisation. I think what we were trying to achieve was a way in which every golfer, whether at the top professional level or amateurs all around the world, and whatever type of golf course they play on, could understand better some of the principles behind the new rules. And we were able, I think, to make appropriate changes to be consistent and true to a lot of the principles of the game which have been applied for many, many decades, and also to write it in a language which people could feel was more accessible and more modern. And I am pleased. I think it has settled down very well, and I think most players would agree that it's been fun and it's worked well, and they understand it better.
Yeah, here, David. I think they've been a huge success. Just one thing, I don't know whether you can answer this one actually. The cutting of the lost ball time from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. How was it decided 3 minutes would be optimum?
Well, we obviously did consider many aspects of pace of play when we were making these rules proposals, and it just felt to us that we looked at statistics of balls being found in professional events, and very often a ball that's going to be found is found pretty quickly, and if it's not found, then searching around for 3 minutes seemed on balance to be long enough. Of course, we went out to the world of golf a couple of years before we actually implemented the changes, said that this is what we were intending to do, and had a few experiments ourselves and invited others to experiment to see what they thought. And on balance, the view coming back was it was a fair enough period of time, and I think actually it has worked quite well.
I think you're absolutely right. So well done to everyone who was involved in that. Thank you, David, and let's hope you continue to have a quietish week.
we shall see. The wind and the weather could change, but the players are good, and let's hope so.
Excellent stuff. David Bonsall, who is, as I say, from the R&A, but also a member and past captain here at Royal St George's. He handed over the claret jug to Ben Curtis back in 2003. Great approach shot from Dustin Johnson at the 5th. Chance for him to move 2 under.
And this would really be the reward of the brave tee shot, getting it up on the high plateau. World number 1 doesn't disappoint. Just slow walks, ambles. Currently 7 shots behind the lead of Morikawa. Needs to close that gap. You don't want to leave too much too late.
Doesn't he look tense and nervous, Jay? Not.
Nothing like what you looked like on the course, Tony. I can promise you that. Quick and fidgety you were.
He's so chilled, isn't he? Jack Senior. That's okay. Over the ridge a little long, but it's okay.
Paul Casey not too far away from out of bounds at 14.
And a big bank to run it up right there. Fantastic touch. Just misses wide left. Wouldn't want it over.
I'll tell you what, Jay, must have had heart in mouth time when he hit his second there and saw it falling away to the right-hand side.
Well, you can land it a foot off the green and hit that bank, and it shoots right out of bounds. So certainly anything going in that direction, you have to hope for the best. Casey got the best out of it for sure. 5 under par, 4 behind the lead.
Second birdie of the back 9 for Paul Casey. Ian Poulter was matching him. He's started the homeward journey with 5 straight pars, so he remains at 2 under par, which is 7 back of the lead. Still held by Colin Morikawa. Spieth has been threatening that, so has Louis Oosthuizen, and they haven't got there yet. Brian Harman, shaky start, but he's recovered nicely. Beautiful chip-in birdie at 7, and he's back to 4 under. Brandt Snedeker made an eagle 2 at the 17th yesterday. Highlight of his round. Good days for Johannes Veerman, who's been playing nicely on the European Tour recently, and Matt Wallace as well. Aaron Rai, who won the Aberdeen Scottish Open in October of last year, I do beg your pardon, to collect his 2nd European Tour title. Also going along very nicely.
140 for a 1030 and 125 for a 10. And if you're going to cut it, we take 5 off. You got 135.
I feel like the 53 is not going to get there.
Okay.
For some reason.
This poor new caddy for DeChambeau having to go through these numbers and learn this stuff. Wow.
I mean, I think if you hook the 53 in there, that you can land it. Yeah, you can.
Right as the flag, have
you
it come
can
back?
Exactly, and it's
Okay,
going to
so
have enough.
we're saying it's going to hurt about 3 or 4 yards now with this type of shot.
Correct.
So just under full. A full one of these is 40.
Correct. Yes, just under a full. Landing it 3 paces right as flag. Sorry.
I know you got your pilot's license very recently. You were talking me through the complications of working stuff out before you land and take off. That's nothing compared to this, is it?
No. Landing on a 400-foot dirt runway beside a river is nothing compared to what this guy goes through, but they worked it all out and worked it out perfectly. Maybe misjudged the wind a little bit and pulled it. Fantastic shot, obviously. Just kidding about that as we look at Oosthuizen.
Lowry and Rahm are both laid up to wedge distance, just about. From bad lies, Louis from the middle of the fairway game. 5 tee shots on the long holes, and he's in the middle of the fairway in every one. 275, 245 the front, reach easily. Slightly into the breeze, but he can get to this pin.
I think he loves this. Oh, doesn't he ever? Settle, settle, settle. This driving exhibition is becoming, oh, that's a pity, reminiscent of his driving display at St Andrews when he won the Open Championship. It was one of maybe the final round, one of the best driving displays I've ever seen.
105 for Jordan Spieth. I have to say, the body language, he looks as calm as I've ever seen him off the tee. If he keeps holding putts, he's a real contender this week. Looking to carry it all the way.
Funny, isn't it? When I think of Jordan Spieth, I never ever think of calm, so he must be in a good place.
Isn't it great to see him back playing well again? God, look at that, how he kept the hands leading, squeezed it out of there with a slab of a divot.
Dustin Johnson at the 6th, 165 yards today. That hole cut over on the right side, trying to aim at the middle of the green, let it slide left to right.
Sort of diametrically opposite of how Spieth plays the game, isn't it, Jay? Spieth is, you know, he's edgy and he's jumpy, and DJ, full run, hit it soft, okay, fire away.
Both Rahm and Lowry have had to lay up out of probably poor lies, Jamie.
Terrible lies. Just can't. Well, it's being trampled down, you know, the rough. So you can get lucky they didn't. Rahm's just going to be hitting a sand iron. It's a little bit more than that for Lowry, 149. Probably a little 9 iron, I'm not sure wedge. It's just into a bit of air, that's all. But it's off the right, and he does like a little draw, Lowry. So maybe a big wedge just right at this pin, just spin it down. It's gorgeous out here now. There is no way they were reaching this green yesterday afternoon. Not a chance. Louis got there comfortably. In fact, he's gone over the green. So different conditions. Who's got the best of the draw? Don't know. Probably fairly even. What do you think?
50 shot. Perfect.
Good point.
Good spot.
When would you like to have teed off, Tony?
All right.
I think you're right. I think it's pretty much the same. I remember when I played here in '85, Jamie, I got the best of the draw. And I mean, the difference between the two halves of the draw was, it was about 5 shots on average. It was huge. Get lucky or very unlucky. I think this has been pretty fair. Lowry. Ah, don't you dare dig in.
The unluckiest draw I've ever seen was in Morocco, and the guy waiting to speak right now totally outplayed his half of the draw, led the tournament from probably a 10-shot draw penalty, and that would be Jamie Spence.
Yeah, I remember that. Let's not go there. Let's talk about John Rahm. I'm hurting. 121 for Rahm. Hold it up with a sand iron. Just left to the pin, though. It's dangerous. There's a big slope there, but we'll just take dead aim for this. Rahm, he's good at this. He's great at this.
Stunning shot.
Well, we did wonder if that birdie was the spark that was going to get him going. It could well be. Here's Jordan Spieth. Another chance for him. Well, that's about 3 putts from 20-odd feet that he hasn't holed. What's going on?
Well, you know, he does leave the odd one short, and I think part of the reason is he's such a great putter from 25 feet is because he dives them in. They go in at the perfect pace. So occasionally he'll leave one short, but generally speaking, his speed on those is wonderful.
They also did a study. We're going to get to watch him putt a lot, not only this afternoon, but throughout the next 2 days. They did a study. He's the only player in golf that his backswing speed, the movement of the putter, is the same as his through speed movement of the putter, which no one else does. Everyone else takes it back and kind of accelerates through. So something just for you to watch at home, a bit out of the ordinary for Spieth's putting. This is a similar putt to what Shane Lowry had at the 6th.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of right to left on this at the end.
Definitely, and Rose could use the help.
Yeah, poor start, isn't it, for Justin Rose? 3 straight bogeys. By the way, in terms of which side of the draw's got the best of it, Yesterday afternoon was about 1.5 shots harder than the morning. Today it's very even, about 0.2 of a shot between the two sides. So maybe these guys have had slightly the better of it. Maybe yesterday afternoon and they were out in the morning was the tougher side of things.
Good example there of Dustin Johnson triangulating, having a look at the putt from behind the hole and halfway down the line. And that was a very good effort. Wasn't easy to read, was it? At all.
Oosthuizen hit that wonderful second shot that unfortunately just ran through the green a little bit. Fairly straightforward pitch. Looked to be a decent lie, just letting it roll out. And well judged. Brilliant touch from Oosthuizen. Not only is he accurate and long, but soft touch as well.
That should be good for a birdie, and so should this for Bryson DeChambeau at the 9th.
Yeah, very nicely done. And knocks those in with authority, DeChambeau. Good comeback.
For the birdie, Lowry. Big gallery full in this group, as there should be. Right to left down this green. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Gosh, that was a good effort, wasn't it? You almost felt with Shane Lowry he needed to get yesterday's round out of his system. He's waited a couple of years for it.
Yeah, it's a good point, you know, Dom. That's been in the back of his mind, hasn't it, for 2 years? You know, everywhere you go. The Open champion, the Open champion, the Open champion. You're right. Good to get it out the way, I think.
Well, can he find another one? Brian Harman with a chance at the 8th. He's just birdied 6 and 7. Make that the hat-trick. So he has recovered all 3 shots that he gave away over the first 5 holes.
How about that? Lovely fight back. He's got such a beautifully balanced posture at address with the putting. Even weight on both feet, level shoulders. Looks like you could hand him a right-handed putter and he could do nothing and putt right-handed with exactly the same stance.
Tricky putt for Rahm. I read this left off, but Lewis went left. He called in Adam to have a look. He's not sure about this, Rahm. I think he's just going to go and bang it in straight.
Ooh, did try to go. Joe, you were sitting there next to me indicating it's going to go right to left. You were spot on. Had a beautiful pair of birdies back to back.
Koepka has played 2 to the front left bunker at the 14th, playing towards the out of bounds. A dangerous shot.
Oh.
And that is just brilliantly played from a 4-time major champion.
Even Tony Johnston is marvelling at that one.
That was just beautiful, wasn't he? Square of face, lots of sand, running up the little ridge. Just beautiful.
Louis Oosthuizen has tapped in at the par 5 7th, though. He's got it to 8 under par and is now within 1 of our leader, Colin Morikawa. Spieth still going along very nicely. Exciting stuff. 3 major winners at the top.
And with the crosswind, northeasterly, just a little bit harder this 10th. So just a little bit harder to find this fairway. So important you do find the cut grass, elevated green. There's a chance if you do so.
Splits the fairway.
Paul Casey has this shot coming over a mound. This is near impossible. Within 10 feet of the hole is a great shot. Landed right on the precipice of the hill, taking everything out of it. That you could have your best shot in a month of Sundays and not do that again.
Take your whole practice bag of golf balls there, Joe, and not do it.
Television flattens everything. He landed that right on top of a long ridge. Oh no. Oh no, wait a minute. Pan left, pan left. I left my window open.
Thing about that is that Casey, that could have come back to his feet as well, couldn't it? Just as easily.
I mean, that was a 4-inch diameter landing area. He's landed that on and nailed it.
Beautiful view with Ramsgate just across the way from Sandwich Bay to where we are, just there on the left as we're coming into picture, the Great Links of Royal St. George's.
Poulter. Yeah. It's been a fantastic putter for years and years, Ian Poulter, and he'll back himself with a putter against anybody. What a fantastic round he's making.
I thought last week that Ian Poulter's body language just told me he knows he's playing well, and he expects to play well, and he is. You can just tell with Ian. He's always positive, but just the way he was walking.
Down breeze this 8th. Just for position, 450 yarder. Anywhere on the fairway, really. There is a bunker up the right.
Asking for it to sit down. It's heading right. Oh.
It looks okay from the airplane camera, but that's pretty vertical looking down. Every lie looks good from the airplane.
Yeah, Humpton Hollow, this fairway. Not an easy one to hit. It sort of cambers off both sides, really, but just avoid the 2 bunkers up the right, and you're going to be okay. Be doing well to hit the middle of this fairway with all the humps and hollows.
I don't think he's looking for in the hole. He'll be happy within the fairway, and once again, pretty much splits the middle. But seeing the middle of every fairway in a links golf course is going to be formidable come Sunday afternoon.
It's an exhibition from Oosthuizen so far. These are difficult fairways to hit. Make it look easy. Not quite so easy off the tee for Lowry. I think that's his issue at the moment.
Light the candle.
Driving that one low, trying to chase it down there.
It's okay, isn't it, in the fairway? You can't see too much, I think, over those bunkers. So I'll be playing blind into the green, which is down in a little, over the humps and hollows and down in a little dingly dell there. Johnson at the 7th.
And you really want to, those are the spectacle bunkers right there. And you really want to just venture a little bit towards the right one, but split them, and he does.
What an athlete, Jay. I mean, I think he could have excelled at any sport he'd chosen to play.
He's definitely in the top 2 best basketball players on the PGA Tour. The other one might be another U.S. Open champion in Gary Woodland.
155 shot then, 56. So you're trying to land it on the pin, yes? Yeah, one pass, yeah. Okay.
Just caught the upslope. DeChambeau off the tee, so just giving up 20 yards or so with his playing partners. 146. It's a nice flat spot just past this. Can he get it there?
Oh dear, no. You could see the body language, sort of trying to help, but left with his shoulder through impact.
Tony, you weren't in. I said something earlier. Normally he goes through, he has a type of grip and setup that he doesn't have any wrist action going through, and he really looks like he's trying to square things up with his right hand and right shoulder, so he's probably a little bit inside of the line he wants to be on. Certainly not on the swing plane he wants as we look at Spieth.
Yeah, I was talking about the calmness of Spieth. There's a calmness out here and there's Spieth calmness, but let me tell you, it's on a bit of string to the American. It's great off the tee. He's putting well. It's calm to me. Finding fairways is the secret this week. The wind just starts to pick up a fraction.
Yeah, no, I love that club. You think it's fine to leave it in there? I think it's a similar shot to what you hit on 2. Yeah.
115 yards. A much easier shots. I'm 31 yards nearer than Shambo. So just trying to cut a gap wedge in there.
Good view there. The elevated green, the highest green on the golf course. And just hang on there. Hang on. Okay. Certainly makeable range, but he's not happy with that. Lost it a little to the right.
He's either got the longest left-hand index finger in the world or it just floats in the grip there, Jay. It's always looked strange. It just looks about 8 feet long, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's very unusual. It doesn't really curl it around his other fingers like most people do with the interlocking.
Really not too much between these three at the 8th. Who's going to be first away, I wonder?
Well, the averages, it should be Ron.
No.
I think he's going to go first.
That lie.
Has he got a lie, Jamie?
Short of the green also, so yeah, 20
Yes,
short.
it's not too bad. Well, let's put it this way.
146.
You know, I played golf with you, Tom. You wouldn't get it there.
I'm
I
saying
would
it should be straight
struggle
down,
to get it
but
to the front.
It's going to come out
But he
knuckly
is
and
Super
just
John Rahm. He is going to get there.
some kind of a 9. If it rolls, you know, yeah, absolutely. If it lands here, it doesn't release through, get all that back.
I don't care if he goes down with
That's
you.
right. Yep.
Good team, aren't they? Him and Adam.
Keeping this way straight.
Below his feet, though. But it just amazes me how they
You got
play the
your,
rough. It's the
your frame
biggest
there, I mean, your
difference
lines, as
between
long as it's right of that, kind of right of the
my
tall
generation
tower
and this
there.
one.
Yeah, on that, fine. Ideally, in between the 8 and just on the right side of that 8 is absolutely perfect.
No. That would be right into the green. There's the grandstands we got to go for.
Gotcha.
They're blind, so they're just aiming at our TV camera,
Yeah,
which
got it.
unfortunately has a big number 8 on,
I mean,
just to let them know that's
As
where
long
the
as
green
this
is.
lands short of the slope, should be fine.
Yeah,
I don't
will
think
be.
I can hit this hard enough to get that
Yeah.
far.
So they're not just trying to get it on the green, they're trying to get it on the right part of the green. He's still trying to get it close from here. From 189.
Put the brakes on. Put the brakes on. Well played.
Yeah, you know what? I think so.
Man, you've got to be strong to control it out of this stuff, even if it is a decent lie. Look at that. The hands don't flinch on the shaft. Face doesn't turn over. Normal human being, that grass wraps around the hosel and it goes left. Jamie, you're right. This has been some long game display here, hasn't it?
Brilliant, Tony, brilliant. That was a brilliant shot from Rahm, by the way. 188 from Louis. Slightly down breeze. He's going to try and fly it all the way, one bounce and stick it. Larry, 182 he's got. So very similar, all three players, but the pin is cut on the right-hand side, just over a mound. It's a great green. This it just sits beautifully into the landscape, into the dunes. This 8th green is stunning. So he needs a little bit of a holder here, Larry, to get it close.
Get right. Get right. Get right. Get right.
Yeah, it gets a little bit of ground help, but just not quite far enough to get over that ridge.
And DeChambeau was pretty much unplayable in the bunker and just nudged it forward and then lobbed it up pretty much stone dead. So he'll have a little bit of work for his 5. Now Jordan Spieth just rolled off the edge of the green, but it's very makeable. It's a good foot below the level of the pin, but very little in this. The eyes will be bright, he'll fancy this.
He pours another one in. And he moves alongside Oosthuizen at 8 under, just 1 off the lead. He's back.
Dustin Johnson having a go here on the 7th. Losing the footing a little bit there. An absolute flush straight over the flag. Don't you just hate it, Tony?
Man, it is astonishing. You don't often see him go after one that hard, and it was right over the flag. Let's go to 18. Burmester for a par. Oh, what a pity.
Yeah, 2 drop shots in the last 4 holes for the South African, and in the end perhaps should have been a little bit better, but he'll have to settle for a round of 67 and heads into the weekend at 3 under par.
Jack Senior on 13. 2 lovely shots in here. So this is for birdie. Bit heavy-handed there. I'll be staring at that one for a bit.
Playing with Burmester. Danny Willett also for par at 18. No trouble at all. And a good couple of days for the 2016 Masters champion. 69 today, 67 yesterday. Healthy again and enjoying his golf. It's nice to see. Right, over to 8.
Shane Lowry punting for his birdie. But a difficult one, up over the slope, left to right, down the other side. So he's just going to cozy this one down there.
Hello? Hello?
That's about as cozy as it gets, isn't it?
Oh, man. He loves it. They love it. We love it.
He must have seen that little graphic that our stats people put up. Said, well, I'm not, hold on, I'm not here to miss the cut.
Yeah, it's not always an easy week when you come back. There's so much going on when you're the defending champion, handing the trophy back, press conference, all that. Just about finding his way now, Shane, getting into the golf. That's a lovely putt. Gets him on his way now.
Rahm from past the hole, Jamie.
Yeah, great moment that from Lowry. Can Rahm deliver as well? Looks like he's aiming pretty straight actually here, Rahm. Bit of both in this. Back into the breeze, needs to be quite firm with his stroke.
Ooh, the searching, good putt.
He's playing well today. He really is.
From over the back at 7. Pump and run for Dustin Johnson.
Well, he made that look like he's played links golf all his life. That was easy.
Mixed memories, of course, of Royal St George's. Got himself into contention here a decade ago and then woofed it out of bounds, didn't he, at the 14th, the par 5, over into Prince's. That proved to be the difference as Darren Clark went through to win.
Yeah, it's hotting up, isn't it? Top of this leaderboard. Oosthuizen aiming down the right. Familiar routine. Now just relaxes into it. There you go, and off you go.
Not to be Oosthuizen. It really is a nice leaderboard. You've got a good bit of the usual suspects, Morikawa, Spieth, Oosthuizen, but there's some great stories right there behind. Van Tonder, Grillo, Seams, Sullivan, Harding. It really is nice.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Paul Casey, another experienced campaigner, but looking for his first major victory. Jack Senior would fit into the category of some of the others above him. It's a fairy tale, whatever happens over the weekend. Hopefully it's all positive. Mackenzie Hughes playing in his very first Open. Brian Harman, who nearly didn't come over here. Tony Finau played beautifully at Royal Portrush a couple of years ago. Really enjoyed that experience of the Open, and he is up there again on the leaderboard. Fleetwood not out of it. Norris, Koepka and Johnson. Very impressed with Scotty Scheffler both last week and this. Justin Thomas, 67 today to make a nice move forward in this championship.
Well, we call it the long 11th hole. It's not that long today, 184 yards, but the pin's tucked on the left-hand side over that bunker. It's still a very tricky shot. Not for Jordan Spieth at the moment, no. Lovely iron shot.
Yeah, that's a nice tee change. It's shorter and it's way further left, so completely different angle. Almost a different hole. Harman. Little backstroke down the hill.
Should be good enough for his par there at number 9. His little birdie run comes to an end.
Short par 4 ninth, wind off the right, slightly hurting, but not really. It's just a one bunker to think about down the right at 270, hence Larry's got the iron. Drilling it. Well, he's heading towards that bunker. Needs a bounce, I think he's got it.
Yeah, that's good. Just dug in, didn't it? That's perfect.
Well, this is where Rahm took double, isn't it? Hitting that bunker yesterday. He's got the fairway metal out here on the 9th tee. We might drive it down here. Take it out. Get it all the way down there. He's elected to play this club. Sort of brings it into play, I think, guys. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange choice, this one, I think.
You think you'd go one or the other, Thomas, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think this is the one that also is so easy to turn over on a right to left wind, and the rough down the left is not great. I like the play of Shane Lowry. He's trying to hold this into the wind.
Yep, scuttles back onto the short grass. It's good now.
Decision vindicated. Johnson, we saw the chip. And for the easiest of birdies, so he moves to 3 under par. Look out.
Oh. Quickly to Louis Oosthuizen, and the first mistake off the tee. Yeah, I think it's just right of the flattened grass. That could be awkward. First one that he hasn't drilled.
Koepka on 16, he's just dropped one on 15. He'll be looking to hit this one close. He's going straight at it. how you respond to a bogey. Just a tap in for birdie.
Let's head up a hole to number 17. Somewhere down there is Ian Poulter.
That'll be the one in pink.
22.50.
Nice round of golf going today, Ian Poulter. 2 over par yesterday. Bit of a stab there into the ground. That's nice.
See if Dustin Johnson can find this fairway at 8.
Nice. Must have got a little boost last week. John Rahm finished 7th in the Aberdeen Scottish Open. Dustin Johnson didn't tee it up anywhere and gained his #1 position back in the world rankings. So a little bonus, and maybe I would just like to stay there now.
And after just an absolute peach of a 6-iron, playing the beautiful game right now, Jordan Spieth, just a hair from right to left from 20 feet or so. Very makeable. And he's walking early.
Yeah, even he can't hold all of them. With Spieth, you think, well, you can't keep making 20 and 25 footers. And he just keeps doing it time and time again.
Second bogey today, I'm afraid, for the 2017 Open champion. Had that wonderful finish, didn't he, at Birkdale? All the problems, where was it, at 13, where he was almost in the trucks area where they would, you know, the manufacturers' trucks were and everything. Took an eternity to sort it out. And I think he shot 4 or 5 under the next 4 holes, wasn't it? It's amazing stuff. To hold off Matt Kuchar. And a win there.
And pretty much the same putt for DeChambeau, just slightly a little bit more under the heel. But he was straight in behind. Have a look at Spieth's opportunity for a 2 also. Greens are running nice this afternoon. Just that little bit quicker than this morning. So helping the players.
He needs to start making some of these, Anthony.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? He's just not the races today.
No.
Giving too many away off the fairway.
.157 for Larry on 9th. 9-iron to this left-hand pin.
Go.
Go, go.
Go.
What a sweet iron shot that is. High, soft draw. Always look to be on line.
Yeah, he's warming up nicely now, Shane Lowry. Rolling in a few putts.
Yeah, you can see it, can't you? You can feel it almost. He's in the groove. Rahm.
121 for Rahm, sand iron. He'll be taking dead aim as well. Just hold it up into this breeze. A beautiful breeze for this shot. Just stand it to attention straight away here with this shot.
Hello.
It's one of those running everything you did. The wind was off the right, you could draw it in, come off that, you could hit it left of the flag, it would come down to it, you had a little bit of a downslope. It's just such an inviting shot. You kind of felt like, well, this is going to go close.
Well, what's the news on Louis Oosthuizen?
He's missed the fairway. Breaking news, everybody. And it's not very nice. Best thing to do is sort of chop it onto the front, I think, make it scamper on a bit. You never know, might get a bit of a break. There's a ridge on the screen on the right-hand side. Might be able to use that, but ball above his feet, can't go to the pin. Not over the big mound in front of him. So just aiming well right. Course management comes into play here.
That's a proper golf shot. Our overhead look at the lie is deceptive. You know, it looks like it's nestled in there nicely with the wildflowers and the clover, but it is buried, and he's dug it out with control.
A very sensible strategy there, wasn't it? And I can tell you that Louis Oosthuizen has never gone this deep in a major championship without dropping a shot. He has looked very steady out there so far.
Now you've done it.
Well, next year, the Open will be heading to its spiritual home, to St Andrews for the 150th Open Championship, and there is a ballot for tickets up there because demand, we know, is going to be super high. Sign up now at theopen.com for your chance to be part of that historic occasion.
Paul Casey has reached the 17th green. This is for birdie. Good effort. This is about the time where you're hanging on to your number. You know you're in with a good chance for the weekend.
From the plane, zooming down to the 9th green.
Great scene, isn't it? It really is. It's a great green, this one. Only pitching into it, so you've got to be accurate. Left-to-righter for Louis. Quite a big left-to-righter, actually. Halfway, just dives right.
Such an inviting shot this. You just see the flag there, just right of number 8. You just see the top of it. The green sitting down there. It's a beautiful second shot that's in here. Looking down to that green. Inviting. Invites you to hit good iron shots. And Dustin Johnson has certainly done that.
Jack Senior. Birdie chance at 14. Nice stroke, nice rhythm, not a nice line. Pity.
Back to 9.
Yeah, he's having a second look at this one. I don't blame him. You sort of think, well, he's got to go left to right this part, but just got a feeling it might hold up a bit more than we think.
Three birdies in 4 holes to the turn for the reigning Open champion. He's 3 under par today. He's 2 under for the championship. Good move.
And Rahm straight in. He saw the putt of Oosthuizen and went straight round his marker. So he's straight in there, left to right here for Rahm. Be a huge cheer if this one goes in. Tournament favourite coming into the week. Needs to get a move on. Plenty of time though, but he could do with this.
Excellent putt. You're right, Jamie, there. I think he's winning a lot of fans over, and I think Memorial did a lot for him, you know, leading big, contracting COVID, get pulled out of the tournament, but the way he handled himself, he went home, he isolated, no fuss about it, went on, win the US Open, and you just got to have a lot of respect for a man that don't make a fuss about a situation like that and goes on to do great things.
Oh, steady.
You never know until it stops, do you?
Very well judged.
Ian Poulter. 3 under par. I'd love to just grab another one or maybe 2 on the way in, but he hasn't hit it. Yeah. Positive putter normally.
Well, Jack Senior, this will. That's a bit of a shaky one. Yeah, that's a bad bogey. A good birdie opportunity on 14. They walk away with 6.
To 8, and Dustin Johnson for his 3rd birdie in the last 4.
Thomas, that sort of emerald green is vanishing out of the greens now, isn't it? Just starting to get slightly drier, browner, which will make it nice and interesting on the weekend if they firm up a bit with this breeze.
Well, you certainly want to have that shiny look on Sunday. You want to have a little bit of shine, you have a little bit of, you know, yellowness to the greens, and just ask a few more questions on the chipping, pitching, and certainly on the putting as well. Kind of not only having the pace, but reading a putt, what it does in that, if the grass is dry or if it's a little bit greener. Just ask a few more questions of the players.
This is Rahm country, isn't it? Not too much in it, just turned a little bit of right to left at the end. And he's judged it perfectly, Dustin Johnson. And he moves to 4 under par, and the world #1 is definitely getting in the mix. Cameron Tringale, one of the latest starters. Topped a shot at the first, came back with birdies at 2 and 3. He's parred the 4th. And he has now birdied the 5th as well. So he's at 3 under. To 10.
415 yards. They were driving it pretty close here, see. They won't do that today. Slightly into the breeze, off the left. Mainly. Bunker at 240 to sneak over. Perfect tee shot from Lowry.
It's a bit of freedom in that golf swing now, Jamie.
Yeah, he's freed up now, isn't he? He's feeling confident.
Okay, quiet, please.
Bo was just saying, I'd like him to hold a few more putts. Which caddy doesn't say that, Thomas? What's he got there for a club?
Driver.
Ooh, there's some big stuff down the right if he lets it go on this wind.
This is perfect as well. Big old cup. You know what they say, Jamie? Touch hold, cash in pocket.
After 12, Jordan Spieth, who avoided this bunker. Anthony?
Yeah, good job as well. It's a deep one. It's got 42 yards, which really doesn't tell the story. He's going to have to try and just maybe bump it into the front and just feed it through. They all went for the green in this group, which I think is the play today with a front pin. Nearly.
Oh, and it just clings on. Just needed one more hop.
Back to 10. Oosthuizen, last to go. Driver for him as well.
That was so sweet. Previous one left, not this one. Just a bullet. Oh, this is worth looking at again, isn't it? I mean, it looks just as glorious in full time as it does in slow-mo. Keeps beautiful flex in that right knee, massive shoulder turn. Head incredibly still and just unleashes it. It's a thing of beauty. And look at the balance and poise. Oh man, I'm so jealous.
Up to the green. Quiet day for Dylan Fratelli. Dropped a shot at the first. All pars since then, but he's got a chance here. And he takes it. First birdie of the day for the South African.
Nice. No man in the world stays down longer on a putt than he does, Don. It's incredible. Such self-control. Won't look up until he feels it's just about there.
Koepka for birdie on 17. It's been an up and down day for him. There we go. That's an excellent read. That tough putt. He's done a double bogey and a bogey there early on, but he's fought his way back. Brooks Koepka is very much in this golf tournament.
It really does bode well for an exciting weekend, doesn't it? So many good players up there, so many, as Thomas Bjorn was saying, surprise packages, so many fairy tale stories could be written over this weekend at Royal St George's, which kind of deserves it, doesn't it? We've had to wait a couple of years, but the Open is back and back with a vengeance as well. Ian Poulter moving closer towards the leaders. There's Lowry, there's Rahm. All of a sudden the game which looked so difficult for them yesterday is coming that little bit easier. Joaquin Niemann's having an excellent season, and he's one of 46 players under par. Rory McIlroy through to the weekend. He birdied the last for a second consecutive round of 70. And Richard Bland also at level par. Wonderful season for the Englishman, including that first win. Still looking as though it's likely to be 1 over par in terms of getting through to the weekend. 70 and ties advance.
And after a magical pitch out of the absolute clag, he's got a birdie chance we all didn't think he would have. Right to left, up and over the slope. It's a good par in truth. He was buried.
Looking back down the 10th.
But anyway, so. And Larry's laid up well back. A bit like he did at the second, a bit like he did on the last. Seems to be a game plan for him, working so far. You know what I'm saying?
He ain't no ball. What do you think it's playing hole? Like you've 15.
I mean, let's be honest, right? If a pitch and that falls front, it'll stay there. Like,
yeah,
you know,
the way you're hitting
the green. No, but as in like, greens are not quick enough for the back shot.
Yeah, true enough. Actually, it's great now.
I think it's
perfect globe. Yeah, it's absolutely bang on.
Yeah,
it doesn't cover all day. Now look at it, it's actually physically going to here down.
Yeah, I think it's perfect.
So we need to give it a shot.
Yeah, it's perfect.
All right. So 158 for Lowry. 9-iron. Same shot as he hit on the last, to be honest.
Go. Go.
Maybe he's got the wind a little wrong. It's a club shy.
Well, he's been rolling in a lot of these first 2 days. There's another chance for Jordan Spieth for birdie. And another one right in the centre. Perfect speed, perfect line. A lot of threes on that card.
And we have a two-way tie at the top now because he's climbed alongside Colin Morikawa and he has a share of the lead. And that's where these two groups are relative to each other. Spieth, DeChambeau and Grace over on 12. And here's Oosthuizen at 10.
From 111, just a sand iron for Oosthuizen. Needs to keep it just a bit left of this pin. There's a runoff area just to the right. Steady, and that's what I was talking about. Hang on, hang on.
That's okay there. That's where Jordan Spieth hold it from, I think.
I'm not sure how Rahm's got it on top of this knoll. It's incredible. It looks like it's on top of a mountain. 100 yards. You'd never get it there. But he's got a great lie and a great look at it.
Oh. Some serious fizz. That's the most spin we've seen on a shot this week, I reckon. He's probably wishing he just went with a club more and hit it softly, take some spin off it maybe.
Well, it's right there in front of him, Dustin Johnson. It's quite an easy pin position off the fairway, this. Everything helps you back towards the hole. Nice shot.
Starting to look like the Dustin Johnson we know again. Scoring today, front nine 90 over, back nine 25 under. Can I play the back nine twice, please? What a difference that is.
You would still be 90 over on the back nine, Tony.
Why do you have to be so honest? Why?
To 18, Ian Poulter. This is for a closing par. It's been a good day. He will not want to spoil it with a drop shot.
It's a shame, but it is an excellent round of golf from Ian Poulter. He was disappointed after yesterday. 66 minus 2. A lot of work to do on the weekend to be in it come Sunday.
Wow. This is a great birdie opportunity for Casey on the last. To get to 6 under. Just a bit of a stinger, but still fine stuff from Paul Casey. 3 under 67. Still inside the top 10. 9th, all on his own.
To 10, Rahm, birdie putt.
Yeah, this is always the danger when you're standing in the fairway with a lob wedge in your hand. You feel like birdie, and that's a great putt. It's easy to get aggressive, over aggressive, because you're disappointed with your second shot. Stayed calm, rolled it up to the hole.
Just gave it a second late look. Just wants to make sure it's not going to skip right. Get a funny little bounce. No need to worry. Striped it.
Lowry at 10.
See the etiquette there, when he knocks that in, he just makes sure he's not standing on Louis' through line in case he knocks it a foot or two by.
It's a slow one for Louis who's chosen this. We saw it with Jordan Spieth. It was an easy putt, straight up the hill. Just have to get the pace right. Just not quite enough.
Pars all round. Off they go to the par 3 11th hole. Jonathan Jigger Thompson. He's 6'9". Played on the European Tour, didn't he? Sort of 3 or 4 years ago now. Actually lost out in a playoff at your tournament, didn't he, Thomas? Made
yeah,
in
he did. Yeah, he did. He did. It's he's a big fella, but he's a nice, soft lad.
A gentle giant. Well, it's not been a great day so far for this man, Justin Rose. That may help a little bit. He started with 3 straight bogeys. He dropped a shot at the par 5 7th, and that's his first birdie of the day. And he is at even par.
Koepka on the last. There you go. Just excellent iron shot for Koepka. Strange day for him. A lot of birdies in there. 7 so far in his round.
Another chance for Dustin Johnson.
So close, that would have been for 4 birdies in 5 holes. Not to be. But he is starting to look very dangerous.
The white posts, it can only be the 14th hole, the par 5. We'll see much more of that hole very shortly. Spieth will be there.
Hold it in the left there, please. Thank you.
Presently, in the meantime, back to the 11th, the par 3, and Lowry.
Move the tee up here on 11. Way up, 66 yards. But they put the pin in the back left. Trying to sweep it in from the right-hand side, and that's all right. If you get on that top tier, not too bad.
Just the way that this green shaped, it kind of, I feel like with this one it calls for that kind of shot. You draw that room out right of it, kind of turn in there.
It's almost like someone's hit a little release valve with Shane Lowry.
Comfortable with that? Yeah. All right, see your shot there, bud.
Here's Jordan Spieth at the 13th. Anthony?
Yeah, by my count, Dom, he's not missed the fairway yet. Quite incredible. 163 for Jordan Spieth.
61, playing
13, 14. Great stretch of holes at St George's. Back into the breeze, just a fraction, so he's just looking right, just trying to turn this one over.
Oh, God, that was close.
He'll always let you know what he thinks.
He says he's nowhere near where he wants to be mechanically at the moment, but he says the progression is really good. Here's Rahm at 11.
Yeah, this is an inviting shot for John Rahm. Started in the middle of the green.
Oh, you're so bad at those.
Got ahead of it.
Get on top, please get on top. The same.
And that's how one of the best players in the world hits his bad shots.
Sergio Garcia. Even par. Oh, wouldn't it be nice to get into red numbers? And he does. Yeah. It's just such a different feel when you're just cruising along at even.
First birdie of the day there for Garcia. Oosthuizen, last to go at 11.
So easy.
Apart from that errant drive at 9, it's been exhibition stuff, hasn't it, from Oosthuizen. Up to 18, great approach shot. Can Koepka convert? This is for 3 straight birdies to finish off. And that is mightily impressive from the 4 times major champion. 66 for Koepka. 5 under par. 4 off the lead. And there he is alongside Paul Casey. Beautiful evening. It is just coming up to about 5:45 here, local time. And we've still got quite a bit of golf, haven't we? Dustin Johnson only through 9 holes. And we will take it right through to the conclusion for the world #1. We're going to have to reassess a winning score potentially, because I think a lot of people were saying, oh, if it gets to about 11, 12 under par, that's probably what you're looking at, but we're nearly there already.
It's a tough test, this golf course. It's a tough test. I suppose we've had a bit of wind, but not too much. It can change very quickly here if you get 30 miles an hour. Don't think we're going to get that though.
Just aim this one down the left-hand side. Cut it back into the middle of the fairway. Hanging out there a little bit. Ah, perfect.
All the way across the 11th green, Shane Lowry. Oh. Oh, misjudgment.
Oh my God.
Rahm. I learned a little bit from that one. Just be a bit slower than he first thought.
All right, it's too late. No more pictures, guys.
It's pretty easy to put your phone on silent so it doesn't click when you hit the shutter. This would be a wonderful birdie 2 at the 11th. There've been 9 birdies so far today. 7th most difficult hole in the 2nd round. It's going to stay at 9 like Lowry. Rahm comes up woefully short.
I was walking around with, you know, David Cannon, who's a very famous photographer who takes a lot of, he's been to many, many Open Championships, takes some wonderful photos. You'll have seen them, actually. He says now they make those big cameras, they're completely silent. He says it's been an absolute revolution, or revelation, or whatever it is for him.
Former PGA champion in Europe, Ben Arndt. Nice birdie there on 7. Long way back in this round for him. Louis Oosthuizen. Has he learned from the other two? Is he giving it a go? That ran out of pace as well.
Unlike the other two, Louis just had a tap in as we go over to Jordan Spieth.
And quite a slow one, Jay. Pretty flat around the hole as well. Just on the 20 feet mark. He saw Brandon Grace's, so a good chance. Stress-free golf.
And you mentioned Brandon Grace. He's currently 4 over par and really did the damage at the 9th hole where he made a quadruple bogey 8. Did bounce back with a birdie 3 at the 10th and all par since. Spieth remains co-leader at 9 under.
A little bit of tidying up here for Shane Lowry.
Yeah, it's just a right lip putt, this one. It's all about being positive. There you go. Never in doubt.
Jack Sr. for birdie. See the bowl he's putting around. Had it to 5 under. Let's drop back to 3 just to get to 4. Just lacked the pace to get to the point where it wanted to break right to left.
Voice of Jay Townsend, who's alongside Thomas Bjorn, myself, Dom Hollier here in the commentary box. We've got Anthony Wall and Jamie Spence out on the course. Tom Abbott is about to join us. In fact, he's here. Hello, Tom.
I'm back. What a day it's been. And it'll be interesting to see whether the lead at the end of the day is 9 under par, 10 under par. Will we go lower than that? Or will Colin Morikawa be leading on his own come the end of the second round here at the Open? Great day today for the amateur Schmidt there, 65 and equaling the low round by an amateur at the Open. Sergio Garcia, one of the late starters, still quite a bit of his round to go. Stuart Sink looking to make the cut. It's been a year for the more experienced players. Phil Mickelson, of course, talked about, not this week for Phil, but of course, amazing PGA Championship. Stuart Sink, a winner on the PGA Tour. And the cut hanging around 1 over par.
.330 to the penalty area that splits the fairway. So just some sort of layup. Taking his time on this one, Jordan Spieth. In no rush. Good to see. Sticking to his game plan. Oh, but this one's heading left.
Dang it. Get lucky. Get in the first cut somehow.
Well, it certainly didn't get in the first cut as he asked it to. That's a poor shot with an iron.
Shane Lowry. Just an iron on this short par 4. Playing for position. A couple of bunkers up the right side you want to stay away from, but as close as you can get to them, you have the better view. Well, that took a very good first and second bounce to not kick forward into the bunker.
Shot into nowhere for Dustin Johnson here. Just a flag sitting on top of a hill. Not his best. Good for length. The line was a bit off.
The Border Force out there, busy in the waters. The Coast Guard and the Border Force didn't always get a lot of credit for the work that they do. Other parts of the military obviously are highlighted, but those folks do an amazing job. Let's go to the 12th and John Rahm.
They're going to cover. Nope.
Wondering if it was going to cover over the mound that it just kicked to the right off of, but in the fairway, not a problem. Covering to these players means carrying a point or a bunker. The wind is there, as you just saw a moment ago, with the wispy grass just blowing away a little bit, but it's kind of a friendly wind. It's not the super heavy wind as we look at Oosthuizen. Tee shot at 12. Unlike the other two, he going with a hybrid. Order restored in the fairway.
A beautiful scene here at Royal St George's. 14 courses have hosted the championship. St Andrews with the most opens, 29. They'll make it 30 next year. And this year, the 15th time that Royal St George's has hosted. Go back 10 years to the last time. Darren Clark, the winner.
Yeah, it's all been a bit of a struggle for Justin Rose today. He started a 3 under par. He got to 1 over at one stage. Just made a birdie on the 9th. That's an excellent putt from distance.
Sir, can I get you to come up here for me, please? And just make sure no one walks back that way while he's putting. That'd be great. Thanks, guys.
I was out there at number 10 and I know exactly what the caddy is talking about. There's a little dip, and with where the hole is located today, if you walk behind a mound, suddenly your head is about right on line with the player's eye line if they're putting in that direction. Sometimes you think, oh, the caddy's being a little bit, you know, in controlling there, but absolutely no way. Oh, I almost did it myself, being right in the player's eye line. Know exactly what he's talking about. Berger's second at 18. That's going to work out nicely. Chance to get it to 4 under par. And Dustin Johnson putting on that exact line, Thomas.
Yeah, I hope all the crowds have stopped now, so you can focus on this. There is nothing worse as a player when you look up and then in your line behind, there's all of a sudden just a head that appearing. It just takes your focus away.
Seems to just jump off the face there a little bit.
Yeah, you get sometimes just a little bobble early on these kind of greens. And that's what you've got to take with them. Link screens are different. You can be much more aggressive on your putting.
Joel Damon second at the 18th. He hates this. It's going to be all right. If your bad ones are like that, you've had a good day.
Pretty good miss right there. Clearly not the contact he was looking for, but it worked out well. And Jonathan Thompson, his tee shot at the 16th, right on the cut line right now, 1 over par.
Could do with a good one here, couldn't he?
Tough hole to get close to. Landed it perfectly on the downslope. Wow, that'll do it for you right there. A huge grandstand circles the right, back, and left, and they erupt in cheer now from cut line to 1 under par.
We thought we'd see a moment during the championship here at the 16th that would stand out. It's a fantastic arena, and what a moment for Jonathan Thompson. He's a big guy, isn't he? But he's got a good touch. And it pitched him right in the perfect spot and just released down to the hole.
Of course, he can't see the bottom of the flagstick or that portion of the putting green. Relying on the roar of the gallery, no question. they were saying, yeah, it went in the hole. What a great feeling.
Big karma out here on the 12th, but you can see the flag there. That's where he's going. There's only a wedge. 112 yards is only a sand iron probably for Jon Rahm. We go straight at this. This should be dancing around the hole. And it is. Excellent shot from Jon Rahm. I talk about Louis Oosthuizen being an exhibition today. I feel Jon Rahm and Shane Lowry both have been exhibitions as well.
Lowry from a similar position, 108 yards. And just took that a little left. The sand wedge in hand. These players are really looking to get it inside of 10 feet.
Well, it's a completely different angle for Louis. Probably an easy angle, but it's only 80 yards. Difficult to create all the spin in the world. Well, how easy is golf for him at the moment? Just beautiful.
Currently at 8 under, and that is a sure birdie to come. There will soon be 3 on 9 under par.
And Thompson walking up to the 16th, the man who qualified for the Open by finishing second in the qualifier at Hollingwell, rounds of 69-65. He's the tallest man in Open history, they believe, at 6'9". And a moment he will never forget. Wonderful. Plays his golf on the Challenge Tour. He's 107th in their rankings. They call it the Race to Mallorca. He's not had a great year. His best finish was tied for 17th. And now he's got a very good chance of making the cut here at the Open, courtesy of this hole-in-one at 16. His first appearance in the championship. Going to go back to the Challenge Tour, having played a bit of golf on the European Tour last year. A wonderful moment for him. He's at 1 under par, safely in, but he's got 2 holes to go. And not always the easiest finish here at Royal St George's. At the top of the leaderboard, it's 2 Americans, Morikawa and Spieth.
Lengthy birdie putt for Shane Lowry on the 12th. It really wasn't his best wedge in here. A little bit heavy-handed.
Third shot at 14 for Jordan Spieth, one of the co-leaders. 108 yards after having chopped out of the left rough. Wind behind front right hole location. It's a tough one to get right. Careful for the, ooh, just hung on. There's a big slope, not more than a foot away from where that ball came to rest. It would have run it off the green well down into the rough, but not a problem now, living on the edge.
Go down to the 12th green. Jon Rahm, a chance to get it to 3 under. So fighting his way back now, beginning to maybe have a chance at a carrot jug over the weekend. This goes in, gets to 3 under par, maybe make a couple more birdies come in. He's got a par 5 that he can get to in 2. Caught a lot of the hole. He was a betting favourite at the beginning of the week. They love a bet here.
Yeah, both of last week and this week so far, Rahm has really not had the ball falling in the hole. It seems like it wants to lip out rather than fall in. And it's amazing how those things kind of run in streaks.
Joel Darwin finishing off his round on 18. Raced to by a little bit.
And as Jay was rightly saying, just hung on Jordan Spieth. Just a little right to left here.
Certainly gave it a run there, didn't he?
He did. I mean, from that range, you shouldn't have to mark it unless you're in someone's line. I mean, that was just adds stress to your day. You know, you're 12, 13 feet away. If you miss it, it should just be, you know, kind of a backhanded tap in. And as the championship goes on, those little stressful moments that you add each hole or maybe every third hole take energy away from you.
Well, it hasn't been his best golf yesterday or today, Bryson DeChambeau, but this is for eagle.
And this would move it to 1 over par, Thomas.
Which would be quite remarkable, because he really has been all over the place.
That would have looked good for a long time. It was right on line, and just as it lost pace, went across the front of the hole. A birdie 4, but he's going to need at least one more in the last 4 holes.
Tee shot at 11 for Dustin Johnson. And they moved the tee forward. It's the only tee box that has been moved forward today on the golf course. The way they've cut the flag today, it brings that left bunker into play. It's an interesting strategy from the R&A setup then.
Louis Oosthuizen here on 13. You see a little hut up there on the other side of the bunkers. That's where he's aiming.
10. Come on. Come on. Kick left.
Flirting with the bunkers down the right.
Wow.
Looks just left of it, Colin.
Even when it's just not quite right, it still ends up okay. It's a good day for Louis Oosthuizen on the links.
Daniel Berger on the 18th. And this will be for a round of 67, bogey free. Excuse me, it'll be around 66 if that had gone in. It'll be a 67 now.
Just nice to see him back and healthy. He struggled with a wrist injury for a while. We'll go back to Berger's putt in a moment. This is the comeback par putt for Spieth. Every bit of 3 feet here.
Later in the day on these greens, it must start to get in your head. There's a little bit of growth, maybe not as true as they were at the start of the day.
Yes, but you know, unlike before a few years ago, as Lowry gets ready to go here at 13 with an iron in hand, which is a bit surprising. Now they can tap down the imperfections in the green. When they made the rule changes a couple of years ago, that was one of them that is not talked about that much, but I think as much as anything, it's had more impact on the game. You know, when they did the 5 minutes to 3 minutes searching for a lost ball, you can putt with the flag stick in and that kind of stuff. But fixing spike marks and that type of thing, makes playing late in the day a little bit easier.
And how many players as a percentage would use metal spikes still even today, do you think?
There's not many left. There's a couple out there. Everybody looks up when they start walking across, and then you can hear the spikes like it was in the old days when everybody was wearing them. But no, there's not many these days, but there are a few around. I still think, you know, even soft spikes and, you know, late in the day, you're still making marks, and you kind of, some drag their heels a bit, and there's just a little bit of marking going on, especially around the hole. So it does help that you can tap it down. And it's, I think, if you look at it as a whole, it's probably pretty fair. You know, why should you have these marks that nobody had early in the day? Why should you have them at the end of the day? And when you're playing in an Open Championship, teeing off at 4:15 in the afternoon, it is a different golf course than it was at 7 to 6:30 in the morning. That's for sure.
Dustin Johnson, a chance to get it to 5 under. World number 1. Bit of a back and forth between himself and Jon Rahm at the moment, at the top of the official World Golf Rankings. Just running out of pace there, not quite tap-in distance.
Yeah, whoever is the low this week between the two, between Rahm and Johnson, will take over the number 1 or retain in Johnson's place, as long as they finish inside the top 18. If Justin Thomas happens to win and they both finish outside of the top 18, Justin Thomas has the ability to take over number 1. So we go to 10 and Garcia.
Second for Sergio. Oh, yes.
Trying to fiddle one, Jordan Spieth.
Correct. Yeah.
Trying to negotiate 5 fairway bunkers. It's a great par 4, 15. It's one of the best. Back into the breeze, changing conditions, just slightly quartering a little bit more than it was an hour ago. So this is probably playing 20 yards or so longer. But I feel Spieth can open his shoulders just a little bit more than 14. He seems a little bit tight on the par 5.
Good lines, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's excellent. Just beautiful, straight down the middle. There you go. The 2011 Open champion here at Royal St George's. It was a wonderful week in Darren Clarke's life. It's not quite been the week. Makes his living on the Champions Tour. They love him. They absolutely love him, and don't know why.
He won in his 20th start in the Open 10 years ago. With Clarke and Mickelson playing in the most Opens before they managed to get the win, and you wonder whether he will ever come back to Royal St George's to play in an Open again. It looks a little emotional. No doubt, Thomas, he will be at St Andrews next year and take his opportunity to play in the 150th.
It'll take a lot to keep Darren Clarke away from Open Championships, that's for sure.
3 players tied at the top. Louis Oosthuizen knows what it's like to lift the claret dark jug. So does Jordan Spieth. Colin Morikawa would love to know that feeling come the end of the week.
Morikawa has a chance to do something that never been done before. Become both the USPGA champion and Open champion in their first attempt.
All right.
The members play this the other way, don't they? They play it from a tee on the other side. Left to right to left. You're looking at me like I'm
not sure if you're playing
right-handed
right-handed or left-handed right now.
It was an iron off the tee for Shane Lowry, and that leaves a long way in here. But he's taken that approach on a lot of holes.
Go. Go.
Excellent shot.
It's kind of a tough course this week to play irons off the tee because the fairways are so lush in green. You're not getting the run out you normally would.
I agree. It's one of those things that you sometimes feel at Open Championships where you can just knock a 2 or 3 iron down and it'll just roll forever. That's not happening around here.
Great tee shot. Co-leader Oosthuizen, 161. Look at the flag up there, just right of the TV tower, hanging limply. Perfect evening here. Almost 6:15.
Just one of those evenings where you want to go out and play the links without a breeze, nice weather.
If you're playing this links, you better have your game. There's some easier ones just down the road that certainly are also very good golf courses.
Dylan Fratelli with his second at 14.
This is always a bit tricky, this second shot, when the pin's on the right there. You just feel like you're hitting straight towards that out of bounds. So everybody's trying to chase it in, being a little bit more green. It's difficult chasing, but he's done a wonderful job of that. What a golf shot that is. Brilliant from Dylan Fratelli.
Great overhead look of the 13th fairway, all the bunkers left and right, and then the 3 in the right side of the picture.
I'm just gonna wait for them to hit. We're gonna have to wait either way.
And he's talking about a tee that's close by to the green, doesn't want to disturb the group in front. That's a great thing about golf, such courtesy to the guys you're trying to beat.
Try to beat the golf course, don't you?
I think a lot of times in a major championship, you're just trying to control yourself. But every courtesy is given to your opponents, like in other sports.
Yeah, they're just waiting for that 14th tee in the group to walk behind, because they will obviously be right in their eye line.
Well, while they're waiting, we'll go to Scotty Scheffler. This is for birdie on 10. Beautiful. Just a lovely roll up the hill. Excellent. Back-to-back birdies, 9 and 10, -5, right in this golf tournament.
Now John Rahm ready to play his second at 13.
Be the number.
Oh, does he like it? Yes, he does. Right on the stick.
When they're asking it to be the right distance, you know it's on line, and that had both covered pretty well. Looking down 15 fairway. Once again, very little movement to the flagstick, and that is the figure of Jordan Spieth.
Yeah, different hole, J15. Not much of a breeze, but what a difference when you have a 15-20 mile down breeze and just half a club into. So the American's got 208.
I just feel like if it's right at it,
ball is just a fraction below his feet.
I don't think it
and with his
carries
left
on
hand
very
pin, just needs to be careful he doesn't tug this.
I think the other one's just flying with the type of shot you want to hit, just flying pin high, you know?
Yeah, and I'm not going to fade it.
Just like that good strike you had on 5 with that club, 4 with that club. All right, come on, give me going.
Just needs to guard again. Coming up a little bit short. So much more green pin high here. Make 4 and run.
Safely on, well thought out. Looks like a benign green up there, but it's anything but.
To the 10th, Sergio Garcia, this for his 3rd birdie in a row. Excellent. The whole group made birdie here, all of them. Sergio, Yusin Lin, amateur, and Scotty Scheffler. Nice golf.
And that's the old Captain Harrington. Look at me. Look at me. I'm playing well, Captain Harrington. Sergio certainly wants to play in the Ryder Cup come September.
Just got to deal with that ridge there, isn't he? He dealt with it well. Check in with Brian Harmon. He was featured yesterday. A lot of chat about Brian with the way that he played. Got this to get it back to 4 under.
Just for the 3rd eagle of the day and right on line for the lefty. Easiest hole in the golf course, playing nearly a half a stroke under par.
Had a bit of a shocker of a start today. Made 3 bogeys in the first 5 holes, but then had 3 birdies in a row. So a real mixed bag. Ended up bogeying 9 to go out and 1 over. Dropped a couple more shots. So we go back over to the 13th. And a birdie putt for Louis to get it to 10 under par.
Potentially the first man to get into double digits under par. Great speed and great line. Former champion at St. Andrews. Oosthuizen looks to be in great form. Opened with a 64, 4 under par through 13 holes today. Has rarely put a foot wrong.
And Louis had 6 runner-up finishes in major championships. He does have a major to his credit. He also finished 3rd in the US Open. So you know, his incredible record in majors and consistency.
Okay.
Round for birdie.
He's hit a great shot in there. Needs to start holing some putts. And that one goes in. It was headed left and to be this time. So picks up his 4th birdie of the day, does John Rahm.
December on 15. It's a beautiful drive to get it to 196 yards to the hole. Right just left of that TV tower. What a golf shot. That's the Bryson DeChambeau we want to see. Where has he been all week?
Now DJ, 2nd at 12.
It's going to work left.
Yeah, he knew it was going to work back towards the hole. A ridge down the right side, kicks it back. Birdie putt for Spieth. Another one that he's given a good wrap.
Well, he's holed so many putts today. He's thinking he can make it from anywhere and starting to get possibly a little over aggressive. And all you have to do is miss one of those coming back, and all of a sudden they're not rolling with such pace to hold them.
Well, we saw the 2nd shot in here from Dylan Fratelli, so this is his eagle try. As the 2nd shot was exquisite, the putt was not so much.
He's had a tough year, Dylan Fratelli. He missed a lot of cuts. He missed 3 straight coming in here. This is better. If you were setting up the golf course tomorrow, Thomas, what would you want to see? Would you want to see it shorter and more exciting, or would you keep it the way they've had it?
No, I think the weather forecast is too good to open it up. I still want to see it being a test. I really would like them to maybe keep trying to dry these greens out a bit and make it a bit faster. Just want to see a bit more run and a bit more imagination in and around the greens.
Oosthuizen on the tee at the 14th. What was your ideal shot off this tee without much breeze?
Well, I was fortunate both times I came here. I was swinging quite well, and so I felt like I could hit it as hard as I wanted, and I couldn't go left. So I was really comfortable on that tee, just aiming down left and just hit it as hard as possible, and just felt very comfortable. But as soon as you're a little bit doubtful with where you're going, that's a very difficult tee shot.
Yeah, that out of bounds. You can see the fence right there, just looms down the right. John Rahm with an iron. There's the ditch, they call it the Suez Canal, that runs across. That's why they're not hitting drivers.
It's a sign of a man swinging well, playing it left to right, starting it down the middle, ends up right center. It just has the left rough line playing a squeeze cut all over it. Not for Rahm. DeChambeau after that nice approach.
Yeah, this really deserves to go in after 2 great shots here. Well done. Birdie on 14, birdie on 15. And he might still be here for the weekend.
And Thomas, with that birdie and DeChambeau going to 1 over, the number on 1 over on even par or better is only 63. The cut line is actually working back towards even par, which is a bit surprising, but lack of wind right now.
Yeah, certainly a lot of opportunities out there. They're not really being tested with wind conditions, so you see a lot of shots dancing around the hole. It's just, you know, that's the way links golf is sometimes. When you get this perfect weather, well, then it's just, you can make so many birdies.
This one's longer than he would have wanted. This for par for Spieth to stay at 9 under, and that is a huge mistake.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that 3-putt from maybe, what, less than 25 feet for sure, will start affecting his first putts from a similar distance going forward. Because that was an unforced error. He hit 2 wonderful shots on a hard hole and then just throws one away.
A little bit of breeze, but not anywhere near what it was yesterday afternoon or even earlier today. It was quite cool out there this morning. Beautiful late afternoon, early evening here in the town of Sandwich, which is walkable. 15 minutes walk from the clubhouse, right on the water.
Down at the bottom of the picture right there, Sandwich Estates. You're staying in one of those big mansions down there, aren't you, this week?
Yes, all on my own with a chef.
You do live right.
Oh wow, I bet that sounds tremendous, the old Spitfire. The engine, one of those, it just, there's no other sound like it in aviation. You fly, don't you, Jay?
I do, yeah. I'm sitting here watching in envy as that one goes by. That's pretty cool right there. Bit of history.
And this was an area that was synonymous with the Battle of Britain during the Second World War.
Certainly was, so close to the shores of Europe as we look at Justin Rose.
There you go, Justin. There you go. That's the guy we saw yesterday. Just slowly starting to get it back. It's an awful start for after 7 holes.
Jonathan Thompson here at the 17th for another birdie, coming off the hole-in-one. Yeah, he's got it to 2 under par. What a wonderful story. The man that battled leukemia as a child. He underwent 5 years of treatments in hospital in Sheffield, and he will have a lot of support here over the weekend, there's no doubt. DeChambeau tee shot at 16.
Well done. 12, 13-foot birdie putt to come for DeChambeau, coming off back-to-back birdies as we go to #1 player in the world, Dustin Johnson, for birdie to get to 5 under, within 5 of the lead.
He just goes about it. I don't think he thinks about it too much. He doesn't get involved in everything that's going on. He just plays his game.
He certainly doesn't look excited, but I'm sure he's still feeling it inside. How can you not, playing in an Open Championship?
That's a pretty good stat there. 52 yards of run. It's starting to firm up.
.273 for Shane Lowry. same length, he hit his tee shot. This pin on the right-hand side. He's got to flirt with the out of bounds here. He's having none of it.
Now that front left bunker is a popular spot, playing away from the out of bounds. We've seen some wonderful bunker shots with the out of bounds just over the green.
149, just a hair out for Jordan Spieth. With his ball flight, I'm not quite convinced he can get really close at this. Good shot, Mike. Beautiful touch there.
So many players today, when the ball is in the air, are just asking for it to go. They know they don't want to come up short in that bunker. Even the hole-in-one wasn't that far over the bunker.
And that's what makes the hole location so good. The bunker's not really near the hole, but playability is right next to the hole. If you want to get it close, you have to love links golf. You have to appreciate the subtlety of how the R&A sets the hole locations. Well, we're not going to put it right next to the hole, but we're going to right next to the bunker. But we're going to bring that bunker in play because of the slopes. Just genius.
Oosthuizen, 248. What a super tee shot he's hit down here. Good angle for this pin as well. It's slightly on the left-hand side of this fairway. Oosthuizen.
Right.
That line looks very good. No bailout at all. Will it carry on up? It does. Louis Oosthuizen lead by 1. Eagle putt to come from just over 20 feet. His ball striking just looks like it could possibly wear the rest of the field out by week's end.
Par putt at the 18th for Jack Senior. It's a disappointing way to finish for Jack. 3 bogeys in the last 5 holes. He was going well. And it's going to be a round of 71, so 1 over. He's going to be in for the weekend at 2 under par, but he'll be disappointed with that finish.
At one point had it to 5 under par and was really looking good. Chipping away, birdie here, birdie there, but well, you can see right there the shake of the head. Not what he was looking for today, but great to be here this week after being nowhere before last week.
Oh, finally, there they are. We normally see a lot of these two, Lee and Helen. Level par, Lee Westwood, battling to be here for the weekend.
Be right.
Well, that will help. Great shot. That's the way he's been playing golf for the last couple of years, Lee.
I mean, you got to think that 143 is pretty much a regular way now.
And Brandon Gray's been battling with the hoo-ha around DeChambeau and Jordan Spieth. This one's coming up the hill. Clearly just not quite his week so far. Such a talented player, as we know, low scorer.
I think it's pretty fun out there, isn't it, Anthony? Having missed the Open last year, we've got a great atmosphere once again.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's interesting, isn't it, with 30,000 fans? It feels like it's 10 times that because we've missed them so much. That's what makes great championships for me.
I believe they would usually allow 40,000 through the gates, although the Open traditionally wouldn't limit how many people you could get in, but officially 40,000. So there's 8,000 less, but that's still an amazing feeling. It's not really going to be able to tell the difference too much. Filter through some scores for you. Keep the birdie run going for DeChambeau.
Yeah, just inside the hole. Very little in this one.
It didn't drop. It looked like it was going to for 3 in a row. So close. A couple of holes to play. Bryson at 1 over. Not guaranteed. It's now a tie for 65th, Jay, so it is slipping towards a level par cut. Might not be enough players on the course left for it to go there.
Well, the thing is, coming in, you've got 16 with a short iron, 17 with a short iron, 18 with a short iron. So with no wind, there's certainly birdie holes. 15 would be the lone really difficult hole in the last 5.
And probably about as close as Jordan Spieth could have got that wedge. And you're absolutely right, Jay. 3 great chances. This one just outside the right. Got a great feel today.
Yeah, you missed that one short one, and that just changes things. He's a great champion, but that was a massive unforced error at 15. I just think it will have a little hangover effect for Spieth coming in.
As we see this group finish up at the 16th, it's time to welcome back Dominic Hollier.
Thanks, Tom. Lovely time of the day, isn't it? And it's nice to see the sunshine out there. I think late yesterday evening it got quite chilly, and I think a few of the spectators took the opportunity to wander home. They are sticking around tonight, and why wouldn't you when you've got the stars of golf out there? Off they go to the tee at 17. This is Jon Rahm at the 14th.
Looks like he's going the high route here, Jon Rahm. Nothing seems to matter. We can do the low route, we can do the high route, any route.
Ball sitting down a little bit here at 15 for Harman. This one just begs to be hit past the hill, past the hole, up the hill, and then watch it just come back down. Let gravity take effect. Will it go in the hole? Great imagination and execution there from the lefty. Beautifully judged.
Well then, this is to go to 12 under par. Good line, good line. Louis Oosthuizen. 12 under par. Little run there, birdie 12, birdie 13, eagle 14. As the guys were saying, you've got good opportunities on 16, 17 and 18.
This one right here is worth another look, and this is just a dagger to everyone else. Okay, it's happy hour. It is that time of the evening around here, but it's 2 for 1 for Oosthuizen. Eagle 2.
3 shots clear of the rest of the field. You can't help wonder, can you, that in the same sort of way as we watch Shane Lowry, that Jon Rahm came back from the disappointment of what happened at Memorial, whether Louis might have something to prove after what happened late in the US Open at Torrey Pines. Sometimes these things can be galvanizing, can't they? Off to 17, Jordan Spieth. Anthony.
And with the pin back left on, he can be more aggressive today with driver, no question about it. Trying to rip this one down the middle, Spieth. Still not missed the fairway. Missed one fairway at the par 5. With an iron, believe it or not. Hasn't missed one with the driver today.
Ooh, he thought he had missed the fairway, but it's okay.
If it's in the fairway, I get a wedge to a bowl, so it's a half stroke.
Mackenzie Hughes from short and right at 15. How will he play it? Will he go past the hole? Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. He played up to the Sprinkler head, roll it back. Oh, you need to roll it up one more foot. Has a chance of going in the hole, but brilliantly played. Great imagination. I love it.
Yeah, he obviously made Brian Harman go up there and mark his ball because that was exactly what he intended. Scotty Scheffler at 12. Big drive, no surprise there. Oh! Very, very close to an eagle too.
Dustin Johnson well wide left at 13. Kind of a lie does he have? We know he's got strength. Looked to come out pretty good. He's got a similar club head speed to Tony Johnstone right there, and look what he does with it.
Jay, that is unbelievable. Out of that stuff, to get it to come down that softly with spin, that's incredible.
Jon Rahm has tapped in for his birdie at 14. He and Oosthuizen and Grace have made their way to the 15th.
And a great hole it is, this 15th. Dead straight, 497 today. 3 bunkers down the left, 2 on the right, all in play. Can he thread it through them? I reckon he can. Of course he can.
Yep. He's not even slightly worried about that.
Third player in this group, Fratelli. How's he going to play it? Oh, going for the same thing. Oh, this one a little bit closer to the sprinkler head. A little bit more momentum coming back, but not enough. What a thoughtful hole location right there. Giving the guys the opportunity, if they want, to use the bank. We go to Scheffler. Just a simple tap in for his birdie to get to 6 under.
Nice move from the Texan. Look at that. 4 birdies in 6 holes around the turn for Scheffler, who came over last week, played in the Aberdeen Scottish Open and played nicely as well. So he's acclimatised. Morikawa was there. Jordan Spieth. Look at that. He's having a good day and he's 4 shots behind. How does Jon Rahm feel? He's made 5 birdies, 5 under par today, and he is 8 shots behind Louis Oosthuizen, who at the moment is going along like a train. Harman's made a backward step. He's a couple over par. 3 holes to go for the American lefty. He's in this group with Dylan Fratelli. And they're at 16.
Cover. Go, please.
Yeah, pitch point has to be short and right of the hole. Normally on that bank, coming off the bunker, the top of the screen right there, lands on the downslope. Of course, we saw Jonathan Thompson do it perfectly as we look at Spieth out of the first cut.
And just giving up a little bit of control as these greens continue to firm late into the evening.
104 over the top. Okay. He's fly short of that.
118, but the real numbers are around about 104, 105. There's no question this will release for Spieth. Just got to be mindful missing this left. So just there on the side of caution. It sounded a little heavy.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, landed in the bank, took all the sting out of it. No forward momentum. Back to 16, Mackenzie Hughes.
Can he thread the needle just over the top of that front right bunker, get that forward left kick?
Good shot. Looked like the wind's changed there a bit, Jay. Those flags on the right of the grandstands were down and off the left.
It's been about an hour since we've really seen the flag blow much. It's just they're fluttering once in a while.
Back up to 17, and DeChambeau is in the thicker stuff down the right, Anthony.
But a good lie. The spinning parts on the ball and the flight shouldn't really be an issue. Actually might help him slightly if he can manage to pitch it about where Spieth's ball is. Naturally it should release 15 or 20 feet. A little bit of a backstop behind it, so he can be reasonably bold with this. Needs a birdie, I think, doesn't he? Yeah, that's a bad shot.
I love you, Bryson.
I mean, I thought it was that perfect season. I really did.
It's going to be nip and tuck. 63 currently at level par. 70 in ties move through to the weekend.
A little bit easier shot for a lefty in that you can aim it up the middle of the green and play a draw around that slope short and right of the hole.
I cannot believe Dustin Johnson got it this close out of that rough. Utterly astonished. Huh, what birdie that is.
2 in a row. He was 1 over through 4 holes. He's 5 under since then.
Well, let's have another look. It helps when you're this strong, and you can see he gets it even more upright than normal. He's got quite an upright swing anyway, but it's a huge help. But to get it to come out and land that softly, well, I don't know. I don't know how he does that. Jay, any ideas? Because I haven't got a clue how he does
None. That's why we have microphones in our hand and not clubs. Fratelli for a birdie 2 to get to 6 under par. And that goes in, so Dylan Fratelli joins the group at 6 under, tied for 4th.
Getting that putter work again. When he played in Europe up until the beginning of last year, he was a deadly putter. And I think strokes gained putting in America has been in the 140s this year, which is just awful. I was astonished to see it.
Oosthuizen second to 15 after a perfect tee shot. Split the bunkers. You've heard the wasn't good contact. It's been a rare shot today that Louis hasn't caught out of the middle. But he's got that pitch shot. How will he play it? Up the bank? Will he try and hit it dead weight? It's just fun sitting here watching.
Go to Hughes. Birdie putt at 16. Line goes end over end. Just overread it a fraction. Good stroke, good roll.
To 15 again. This time it's Shane Lowry.
197 for Shane Lowry. Here from the fairway.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Got to pitch it 5 yards on the green down the left-hand side. You can get to this pin, back left.
Come around the bank. Fantastic shot. Many people would have missed the green short to the right have struggled to chip it that close to the hole.
Rahm's ball sitting down in the right-hand rough, but he did miss the bunker, so he can't moan. 190 yards, but it's a jumpy old lie, this one. Might pummel an 8-iron. Try and pitch it on the front of the green. Pitch it about 170 max and just chase it down the green.
Holy moly. thought Shane Lowry's was good. It was good. That is spectacular.
Well, it's much more like the John Rahm who finished birdie, isn't it, to win the US Open. DeChambeau, outside chance at 17.
He is currently on the cut line, and that was about 4.5 to 5 feet wide left, the correct weight, and he's putting stress on himself. So we go to Brian Harman at 16. It's all a wonderful tee shot. Can he convert?
Of course he can. Now, Jay, tell me, he went to university and got a 3.7 grade point average or something like that. What does that mean?
4.0 would be getting an A in every class throughout your entire collegiate career. So that's extremely good, especially when you're playing a sport, because you have a lot of time that you have to devote to your sport.
Right boy, obviously. So is Jordan Spieth, we know that. He's going to have to settle for a par at 17.
But it's a good par after having a suspect lie just barely off the fairway. So sometimes it's actually a good 4 when only had a wedge in hand for a second. That was the case for Spieth. There's history here. Aiming well left, away from the out of bounds, teeing up on the right side, using the angles to his advantage. Of course, by history, I mean he was chasing, having a chance to win when Darren Clark won here 10 years ago and hit it out of bounds and took himself out of contention.
Well, this is a big part, isn't it, for Bryson DeChambeau? He is on the cut line at the moment at 1 over par. This is a par putt at the 17th.
Currently 1 over par is tied for 66, so it's 5 places away from being an even par cut at the moment. Safely in, but that was a nerve rattler right there, even for the former US Open champion.
Well, is he going to play it up the bank? Because he hasn't seen what you've seen.
Oh, it's a fun shot, Jamie.
I know. I think it's the only shot. It's tough to get it close otherwise. And he's gone conventional.
That's one of the better shots we've seen played dead weight and not up the bank. Up the bank, it comes back every time within 18 inches in the worst case scenario.
Scotty Scheffler. It's quite calm out there now. Barely a breeze, flags hardly moving. Can take dead aim, which he does, and that's pretty good.
He's got that to jump out of the pack at 6 under. Off to 15. Shane Lowry.
Pack grandstands, behind 15, all round the green. Come on, Shane.
First birdie of the back 9 for the Irishman.
Rahm hit that wonderful approach shot. This should be just inside left center if you want to hit it firm, just to get to 5 under par. Playing so well from tee to green. It's certainly the putter last week and so far this week that's held him back.
Nicely done. Strange that we should be saying that, Jay, because normally he is pretty darn handy with a short stick, isn't he?
Yeah, he was going great with the putter until he struggled last week at Renaissance and just really never got the short putts going in. He had a little bit of a stretch where he did shoot 29 on 9 holes, but other than that, it just really wasn't going his way.
6 under the last 10 holes for Jon Rahm. Oosthuizen to extend the lead. This to go 4 ahead.
Beautiful.
That was for par there. That was to keep his 3-shot lead. He played that wonderful pitch from the low right of the green.
Of course.
That's okay. You've watched a lot of shots today, Dom. That's all right. Louis liked the way you were thinking, though.
Still bogey free. 3 holes of his second round to go. And Oosthuizen in command at Royal St George's. It's been a good group to watch, hasn't it? Really has. They've all played well out there today. Beautiful view down the 18th. DeChambeau.
Going with the driving iron and trapping it. Have to be careful. A couple of bunkers up the left side. If this takes a left kick. And there is a bunker behind that mound. But, ooh, just missed it. Wow. That's living correctly. It did settle down in the first cut of rough, but not in the bunker.
Johnson. Oh. Remember, last time round, he shanked a 2-iron over the fence out of bounds on the last day in contention. I wonder if there's just lingering in the memory banks there.
One of those, isn't it? Just as you come down, don't go right, don't go right.
Absolutely.
Spieth with the driver at 18. There's a bunker up the right side that's 220. Excuse me, 320. That's your target, but he's going to the right of that. Oh, he's gotten lucky. That is not too bad where he is.
Whew, that stuff 5 feet further right, Jay, is just, you need gelignite to get it out of there.
Scheffler for birdie at 13 to get to 7 under.
That looks very good for a long time.
Dylan Fratelli. Giving us a good clout down 17. Left very little in. Just fizzing around the hole. Fine shot.
To 16.
This brilliant 16th hole, Dom. 149. Jon Rahm is about 20 feet away. Lowry just trying to chop up a gap wedge down breeze here to this front right. 16 under par this group this afternoon. It's an easy course, St George's. Giving us a treat. There's plenty of South Africans here. Expats come down from London for the day, cheering on their man. And he's responded. So hard to get close here. The only person can see the bottom of the pin is Jigger Thompson.
Did he get that chunky? Not an easy bunker shot. Coming up over a ridge and the lie, well...
That bunker's known to be fluffy sand.
Rose at 14, just over 250 to go.
to get a birdie or eagle out of this for the home stretch. And ooh, that is an absolute beaut. Oh, wouldn't you love to just grab 2 shots to par here, get to 3 under with 4 to go? You can stop thinking about the cut at least.
To 18.
Drawn a good lie. Got lucky. I think if it actually hit the fairway, it might have even gone in the fairway bunker. Actually 2 yards nearer than DeChambeau, but he's got no interest in playing just yet. Big moment for him, so he's hanging around. Spieth playing ready golf. 158 to this right-hand pin. This is one to stay away from. No real control, so this one's going to have at least 20, 25 feet of release on it. Make that 50.
Well, I had to take that front right bunker out of play, and should be a fairly straightforward pitch coming back. Paying the penalty for missing the fairway there, Spieth.
That's looking down over the hospitality standards. Stands. Gosh, it's been a long couple of days, hasn't it? It's been thoroughly enjoyable. I might stop talking now and hand this over to Tony.
Well, it's 7 in the evening, Dom. It's been a long day, been up since early hours. Now this is a tester. There's quite a steep slope to about 2/3 of the way to the flag. And you just couldn't risk getting cute, because if you don't quite hit it, it comes back all the way down to your feet. This will tell the story. You cannot leave it short of the upslope. If you're going to err, do what he's done and err 6 or 7 feet long. What a great shot that is.
Yeah, we have great cameramen that get these pictures for you, and they've had long days, but still bringing beautiful shots. Dustin Johnson playing his 3rd from left of 14, and that is a high-risk shot with that hole cut on the right side of the green. You can see it going away from him, out of bounds just beyond the green. So we look down at 16 and Rom. Going for a birdie 2. Rom currently 6 under for the day. Coming off 3 birdies in a row. Can he make it 4? Just to get within 6 of the lead. It has the pace. That looked like he should have broken left into the hole. Good putt, but it's going to be a par 3 at the 16th. Ron will remain 5 under for the championship.
When he's in full flight, Jay, how easy does he make the game look? That 29 last week, it just looked like a social round with a couple of buddies. It was a piece of cake.
Oosthuizen still has a bit of work to do for his par as Jordan Spieth walks onto the 18th green to a lovely reception. Along with Bryson DeChambeau and Brandon Grace. So on the chip, can he make the putt? This is for birdie for Johnson. Three in a row for the world number 1. So he's at 7 under par, 5 behind Oosthuizen. So the top 4, Oosthuizen, Morikawa, Spieth, Johnson, all major champions.
And ball sitting down for Spieth. Tricky one down the hill, a lot of topspin on this. Played it well, really well. Great day for Jordan Spieth.
Yeah, you must have enjoyed it out there today, Anthony, watching that.
Yeah, he's been stunning. He's on a bit of string. He's putted well. He's barely missed the fairway. It's a beautiful game.
Should be good enough for his par, but we shall see. Now to Oosthuizen, par putt at 16.
Yeah, that really is an absolute throwaway. Louis, just a short par 3, straightforward shot. The way he's been playing, that was just bread and butter. Maybe, I don't know, a bit of fatigue, slight loss of concentration, but in an Open Championship, don't just give shots away like that with a 9-iron.
Not just his first bogey today, but his first bogey of the championship. So he's got that one out of the way. As we head back up to the 18th.
And after a decent drive, DeChambeau really left himself an awkward one up and over the saddle. Not what you really want to have a good chance of making the cut anyway. This is all about pace, line and length. Every chance you might see a 3-putt unless he plays a beauty here. This is not easy.
And needs 2 putts to probably make the cut.
And players like Bryson DeChambeau, they want to be here on every weekend.
That's a very good putt from the difficult position. Television screen flattens everything out. There you get a little bit better view of some of the slopes on the 18th green.
Great effort, wasn't it? And he knows got to have it at the worst 2 putts. Justin Rose with a familiar tucked up left sleeve under the armpit for an eagle. Yes.
3 under for 3 holes for Rose. And after a very shaky start, he's getting things back on track. Fratelli for a birdie at 17.
Well done. Fourth birdie today. That's great work.
Yeah, he joins Dustin Johnson at 7 under par at the moment. The top of the leaderboard dominated by South Africa and the United States of America. Certainly not at the top of the leaderboard, but grinding away out there. DeChambeau for par at the last to get in at 1 over. It is currently the cut line. It could move. It could go to even par by the end of the day with the wind down, but
it is possible, but I felt like it's actually moved back towards 1 over in the last 10 minutes a little bit. It was trending back close to even par, but at this point, I think 1 over is safe. So this is to make the cut. It's a little bit longer than this camera angle shows you. It's every bit of 4.5 feet.
rattles it in. Can't have been easy actually coming out today, can it? You know, he had the fracas with his club manufacturer, said something in a last night after completing his round, which wasn't particularly complimentary. Got reprimanded for it. Had to apologise.
Oopsie, but it's in.
65 yesterday, 67 for Jordan Spieth out there today. And he will head into the weekend at 8 under par, which is currently 3 behind Louis Oosthuizen at the top. And a fist pump with caddy Michael Grella. Off they go. More to come from Royal St George's.
climbing the steps to the walkway. They don't stop the spectators. Flow around the 18th green, first tee. Tony Johnstone loves stairs at the end of the day. I parked him somewhere where he had to climb about 6 flights of stairs. He wasn't happy last night.
Yeah, but each flight was about 50 stairs, my goodness. Just saw Brandon Grace there. Oh, man. Birdied the last, but for a 71, he took a quadruple bogey 8 on the 9th, and that really put paid to his chances of making this cut. Finished 3 over. Ouch.
Dustin Johnson, tee shot at 15. Front with Terrell. Bunkers left and right. The Marmalades are over to the right where that one is headed. Will it hang on? And that is the second of the 2 Marmalades. Pretty close to the lip. Probably will not be able to reach the green.
Scheffler found the front left bunker at the par 5, 14th, and will run out. Very hard to get spin out of the fine link sand.
On the tee at 17, our leader Louis Oosthuizen.
That's a beauty. Disconcerting, that 16th hole. He's hit it so well all day, but a really poor tee shot. Not a great putt. And he's just resettled himself and just smashed one down there.
Par 3, 11th. And this is Takumi Kanaya, bright young star of Japanese golf. Still in the amateur ranks. And that is nicely done. So he'll be hoping to make it through to the weekend. And they've just got you confused there. Former Asian amateur champion, now in the professional ranks. And he's won a couple of tournaments over in Japan already. As I say, they're expecting big things of him. And what a great example being set by Matsuyama. Thomas Bjorn's back with us.
As we're watching Justin Rose on 15, you see Dustin Johnson's ball up there on the right. That's where he got it to out of his troubles. Justin Rose has got his round back together a little bit after an awful start. Started the day at 3 under, then moved to 1 over par. He's now back to 3 under. That just hangs on.
Yeah, it's a different angle. Like it's playing. Of course you got that backstop. Like it's 49. I think it's playing 40. This is playing 40 all day. And you got the backstop. I think it's a normal one, you know. Yeah. Just need a good finish. That's on the green. Exactly. Got it? Yeah.
Well, Lowry, been his policy most of the way round to lay back. 49. 149 yards.
Just the most beautiful, natural action, isn't it? It looks like he's particularly perturbed about mechanics. Just gets up, just a graceful swing, boom, straight at it. Spectators watching This group certainly had their money's worth today. Don't be fooled by the overhead shot of the lie. It's quite thick down at the bottom of this grass. Seems to make no difference whatsoever to Rahm. Yes, it's going to run out a little bit. I mean, the angle he had to that flag over the bunker, that big drop off on the left, just might as well put him on a peg.
Well, this is straightforward for Oosthuizen. Throw it right up there. A couple of yards short. Oh, this is awful. Oh, Louis.
Oh.
The only thing you couldn't do.
That's two big unforced errors in a row, Thomas.
It's early in the tournament to start thinking the thoughts, but it happens to everyone.
Third shot for Dustin Johnson into the 15th, having driven it into that fairway bunker.
Scheffler. Good shot from the left-hand bunker for birdie to get to 7 under, and she does. Very good. It's a nice little stretch, isn't it? 5 birdies in 7 holes. Superb.
Well, Dylan Fratelli's found himself in a bit of bother here on the 18th, but he got a free drop from the railings there, as you do. It's not always nice to have to drop it into this kind of rough. The ball just nestles down. Well, he's hit some golf shot there. Just going to hang on the back, is it? Stop.
Right, back to Oosthuizen at 17.
Just got to get this down in 2 now. Just find a way to get it down in 2 and then just have a little reset down the last. Just get the mind slightly unscrambled.
Got the putter.
Yeah, and quite rightly. All about the speed. Not enough room to work with any other club in the bag, other than maybe a hybrid or a 3-wood, but this is the shot.
Oh, it's definitely the right club. It'll be fast when it gets on the green, this one.
He's going to be asking himself a few questions now.
Well, we'll come back to all of that. We go to Sergio Garcia on 14. This is for birdie. Well done, Sergio. Just creeping into the golf tournament now. 4 birdies since the 8th. Nice one.
Back to 17. Birdie putt here for Jon Rahm. Heck of a birdie, wouldn't it, after the drive?
Good effort, really good effort.
He could easily have made 5 straight birdies now. He lipped out at 16. That was close again at 17.
Yeah, but at least he's, you know, when they miss, they good putts. He knows he's hitting good putts. They will go eventually.
This is tricky for Justin Rose. There's just all sorts of humps and things going here. You've got the line to think of, the pace to think of. It's just a tricky putt across that 15 screen. A little bit of work left there for Justin Rose.
Lowry to get to 4 under.
Thank you. Turn that sound up. We're loving hearing fans and spectators again. Isn't it a joy to have them out there? Super putt. Now, Louis Oosthuizen, that bogey at the last. First bogey of the tournament, it's almost, it just sort of pops your bubble, you know. I am human. Don't drop another one, Louis. Yes, exactly what he needed at exactly the right time. He can forget about it now. Just get up there, go down 18, throw in a par or birdie and settle in for battle tomorrow.
Beautiful evening sunshine here in Kent, Royal St George's. And it's going to be quite a different day tomorrow compared to Saturday here 10 years ago. Those conditions were pretty brutal. The wind blew, we had rain showers coming in. In fact, the rain was coming in sideways at times. He played nicely. So did Ricky Fowler, 1 or 2 others.
Ah, positive and aggressive.
What did you shoot on that Saturday, Thomas?
I actually got no idea. I try to forget most things about this place when I leave it.
Fratelli out of the rough to the back of the green at 18. And pretty good. He's got that for a closing par. And for a round of 67. Johnson for bogey at 15. Second drop shot today for the world number 1.
Fratelli. Watch his head. He will not look up until it's in the hole. Beautifully done. 67 it is. Back in 31. Great back 9.
I looked it up, Tom. I shot 71.
Oh, very well done.
Thank you.
Got it? Yeah.
I just remember thinking, how can they stand up out there, let alone play golf?
It really is a beautiful evening now. Shane Lowry with an iron again. Chasing it down that fairway. That's been his preferred choice of club on most tees this week. Nicely done.
Iron 2 for John Rahm.
Yeah, he loves it. And you're right. Don, what a glorious evening this is. You know what, the fans deserve it. They've waited 2 years for this. The RNA deserve it. Setup of the golf course this week is just brilliant.
Louis with a fairway wood. Bit of Gary Player there, walking after it. That'll do.
T. Look at the flags up the right, wind, what there is, down and a fraction off the left. Started on the TV tower and let it just ride into that flag.
Scotty Scheffler's missed the bunker here on 15. He would have been nervous about it from the tee, but it's good now. A little bit of an upslope. I think he can fly it all the way up there. Not quite.
To 16 again, this time Dustin Johnson.
Amazing how these greens are firmed up. Earlier in the day, those were digging in, stopping just about stone dead. It's getting more linksy.
Good front nine for Cameron Tringale. 3 under to the turn. He's par the 10th, 11th and 12th. And he'll have that to stay at 4 under.
Well, there's a chance for Justin Rose. Been impressed with him today. Oh. A lot of players would have folded after that start. We talked about it before, 4 over after 7 holes for today's round. He's got it back to level par for today. 3 under for the tournament. Couple more chances coming up.
Head to the 18th.
Right here? Yeah. So 69, 68. I think 3/4.
As the sun begins to lower, you get a good idea of the
You got it.
crumples and the kinks in the fairway.
Yeah, shot.
.98 yards to go for Rahm.
Wow, a long way back from Oosthuizen. 53 yards.
Quiet, please. Thank you.
On the more conservative route.
All right, pal.
Just one last fully committed golf swing of the day. He's been fantastic to watch today, John Rahm. A few putts have slipped by, but he's played amazing golf from tee to green.
Larry. A little nearer, 187. Super shot.
Oosthuizen. You got to follow in next to these two. All three of them this has been brilliant to watch today. Some of the most enjoyable golf I've watched in a long time, this. And they don't disappoint up the last either. A privilege and an honour to watch this today.
16 under par between them. Really has been wonderful stuff. And there is the man who leads the Open, South Africa's Louis Oosthuizen, 2 clear.
If you take out 16 and 17, I think Louis would like to just keep going and play the next 18 holes. The way he's played today, it's just been glorious. Well, as you said, Thomas, this whole group, what an absolute joy to watch golf of this caliber.
Quiet around Dustin Johnson on 16th green. This is for birdie.
He knew, Tom. He knew he hadn't hit it.
It was all about the line, he thought. We all do that sometimes. Straightforward chip there from Scotty Scheffler. Nicely executed.
So, back up to 18. All 3 players here have a pretty good look at birdie. And it's going to be Rahm first.
What can you say? It could have been so much lower. But when you shoot these kind of scores at a major championship, you've got to walk off the golf course happy. 65, was it? 64 even. That's some round of golf.
Well, yeah, that could easily have been 61. Maybe even lower. Tremendous stuff. From the other side of the hole, Oosthuizen next.
Well, this would put to bed a little bit of the niggles of 16 and 17. Just blot that out, get back to 12 under.
So just a par for the South African. 64 yesterday, 65 today, just the one bogey in 36 holes. It has been wonderful stuff, and I do believe that ties the overall total for 36 holes, the low 36 holes at an Open Championship at 129.
Something in his eye, I think, for old Louis. Be a lot of excitement down in South Africa with that performance.
Probably the worst putt he's hit today, Shane Lowry. So it's a 4 for him as well. But that's excellent too from the defending champion. 65 blows for Shane Lowry. And he heads into the weekend at 4 under par. 7 behind that man, our leader, Louis Oosthuizen. Lowry may need to produce what he did 2 years ago on Saturday at Portrush when he shot a round of 63.
He talked about he's most happy when he sits at home on his tractor on his farm. I'm not sure. It seems like he's most happy when he's playing major championships, Louis Oosthuizen. Certainly has been excellent to watch him over the last few years, and he's due one. So let's hope he can keep it up this weekend. Wonderful golf over these first 2 rounds.
Tell. Look at Rahm bouncing along. He is delighted.
.64 and 265s in that group in the Open Championship. That is startling and sterling stuff.
161 yards to go here for Justin Rose into the 17th.
Bit of a tricky pin from this kind of distance. You don't want it to be too aggressive. No, you can't call that aggressive. It's just a poor shot from Justin.
I think he's had hit that exactly the way he wanted too, Thomas. He looked pretty pleased, didn't he? Just got the wrong club.
Well, it's not a bad drive, is it, from Dustin Johnson?
Just like one of yours, Dom. 369. And it is straightforward, this. I said that when Louis Oosthuizen had it. I hit it over the green and into that hollow. But it is straightforward. It sits lovely at the other flag. This should be dancing around the hole. Set him up for another great birdie chance.
Mistake Louis Oosthuizen made.
But they both went left of the flag with a pin position like that. I mean,
too dangerous.
You sit and think, it's so easy to say, why don't you just go in 10 feet right of the flag and give yourself a chance? But Sergio's had a bit of trouble here on 15, so this is for par.
Look at that. Look, Louis Oosthuizen, Colin Morikawa, Jordan Spieth, Fratelli, Scheffler, that's 7 under par. Scheffler still with 3 holes to go. Danny Van Tonder was absolutely delighted. It's been a good day for the United States, for South Africa as well. Paul Casey, 68 yesterday, 67 today for the Englishman. Brooks Koepka's not out of this yet, nor is John Rahm. There is an awful lot of class up there, isn't there? And the defending champion has kept himself in it after a Friday 65. Well done, Shane Lowry. Rose, Garcia, more major champions in the mix. Danny Willett, Webb Simpson. Brilliant stuff from Matthias Schmidt. A couple of European Amateur Championship wins. Pretty sure he's turning professional fairly soon, so look out for him when he does. Cut line is pretty much solidifying, isn't it, at 1 over par now. Looks like it's going to be 70, well, nearly 80 players through to play the final 2 rounds. Justin Rose.
I think that's ended up a little better than he thought it would. Just did a little bit of a U-turn back. It's okay from where he was.
Scheffler on 16. It's a massive hard hit wedge that straight up in the air. He's not liking it too much though. An outside chance. Well, we've seen this from Louis. It's tricky up and over. It's quick when it gets on the green. Excellent executed from Dustin Johnson. He'll be annoyed with himself that he put himself in that position. But sometimes you do, and you've got to have to recover.
Back to 16, this time Garcia.
Hit right. Hit right.
Yeah, he's not happy by his standards with a short iron. That's just a poor shot.
Well, this is one of those putts where you have to make a decision. It is really, really fast going down there. So you either got to stand up and commit to your line and hit it hard into the back of the hole, or do you trickle it just in the front door?
What would you be doing, Thomas? Trickling or blasting?
Well, when I was 25, I would definitely be blasting it. Now, I'm not sure it'd make it to the hole.
It's amazing when you get to 85, Thomas, how difficult it becomes, eh?
You just missed one too many coming back, Tony.
It's true, though. It sort of adds up, doesn't it, in the subconscious? You know, he's not certain. He hasn't made up his mind, and that's the thing to do. Step away, just get clarity of thought.
Let's just try and pick a point about half a foot in front of me and just hit it over that. Excellent putt. Well done.
Since that was quite important, didn't you, for his karma? As is this for Dustin Johnson. It was a beautiful putt up the bank, wasn't it? Almost came to a rest right on the top and then just trickled over and trundled down. a look at it from all angles.
Yeah, good recovery.
Playing with Garcia and Scheffler. Yushin Lin from China.
Right.
Asian amateur champion.
We find Lee Westwood on the 18th fairway. And 1 under par.
He was 2 over after 5 today for the round. And managed to eke 5 birdies out. Fine comeback.
Can't believe there's somebody still on 14. That's the Open Championship for you. He's just heading towards the bunker up to the left. Oh, just missing it. That should be too difficult a chip across the green.
Onto the green comes Lee Westwood.
It is great to watch him at this age, and obviously with Helen, his wife, on the bag. It's some partnership they built over the last year or so on the golf course.
Still haven't had the honeymoon.
Well, not really, no.
Well, no, he was trying to tell Helen, I think, that the US Open was a honeymoon because he took her over to California, but she's not having any of it.
Absolutely not.
That's never going to fly, is it? Garcia, good putt from long range. US Open is the honeymoon. Cheapskate. That's never going to get by, Thomas, is it? Never.
Don't let him hear you called him a cheapskate, I can tell you that.
Well, Martin Keimer has been playing with Lee Westwood today. And Stuart Sink, bad day I'm afraid for Sink, the 2009 Open champion, 7 over par. Playing this final hole. Keimer is 2 under par today. Birdie here could see him through to the weekend.
Oh, this would be wonderful. Oh, no. He knows it. Absolutely. The agony.
Yeah, he's just going through that time at the moment, Martin. Things are not going for him. Nothing worse, missing the cut in a major championship by 1. It really is devastating. You just want to be there for another 2 days, build a bit of confidence. As we're waiting for Westwood. I was speaking to Helen the other day, and she said, "Tell me, we played 2 practice rounds. Is there a big bunker on this golf course?" It kind of shows where her mind is at on this course when on the 4th hole she hadn't seen that big bunker.
Well, that's because he hits it too straight, doesn't he? He doesn't go near that stuff. Good birdie chance. Get to 2 under. Sleep in a little later tomorrow. That claw grip has just transformed his late career. Look at that, boom, dead center. Fantastic.
He'll keep trying, Lee Westwood, to win that major championship. He's certainly a golfer for it.
Scheffler at the 16th to get to 8 under par alongside Jordan Spieth.
Yeah, putting from sun into shadow does add that extra element of difficulty.
And back up to the 18th. And for a closing pass, Stuart Sink.
It was all going along very well, wasn't it? John actually took an 8, triple bogey at the par 4 15th, which everybody expects to birdie. What a pity. Well tried, Dad.
Back down the 18th. Dustin Johnson. Is that a 3-wood?
He definitely feels he is right in the mix here. Birdie up the last. It'd only be 4 behind.
Eugene Lin, we saw the tee shot. Can he convert at 16? Oh. Par finish should see him safely through to the weekend as we go back to 14 and Tringale to get to 5 under.
Nicely done. Tee shot down 18. Just 2 of them, of course. Will Zalatoris having to withdraw after shooting 2 under yesterday. Injured his wrist digging it out of this rough. That's quite sad.
Yeah, well, it felt like an eternity this round of golf for these two.
You're right.
I'd say that was right. Gorgeous shot. It was worth staying for, folks, to watch that.
.46 yards to go for Justin Rose.
Be expecting 15 feet with a good shot. Dustin Johnson looked like he's going for a walk down to the local corner shop to buy a newspaper, doesn't he? He's so relaxed. How can you be that cool on a golf course?
It is a most welcome sound, isn't it? it's approaching 8 o'clock in the evening here as well. It's pretty close to Thomas Bjorn's bedtime, so he's heading off, and Jay Townsend has stepped back into the booth.
Yeah, some of us still have the energy to last till the end.
Touch of wind down off the left. That is correct.
Scheffler discussing the breeze there, and a bit of an awkward lie and not a good angle here for the American.
Wow, look at the size of that divot.
That just creeps over the edge right there.
And maybe just a result of being on that upslope. It's just come out a little higher, a little shorter. It's just beautiful.
What a view right there of the moon. Amazing pictures all day, whether it has been the golf, the sea, the surroundings. Everything has been brilliant as we look down at Rose. And what a warm reception he received from the gallery that's still here this late in the evening. Former U.S. Open champion, let's not forget, he's, at least for a couple more weeks, the current holder of the gold Olympic medal.
He didn't make the team this time, did he? In fact, none of the medalists from Rio in 2016 have made it into their respective teams. Stenson and Kuchar, silver and gold. Silver and bronze, I should say.
This would be a very good round of golf. It's already a good round of golf for the start that Justin Rose got off to. Bogeying the first 3, following that with 3 pars, and then a bogey at the 7th. 4 over par, was outside the cut lines, fought back bravely. 2 birdies and an eagle.
That looks good. Oh, put the anchors on.
You can get a little bit of dew coming out of the ground, can't you, at this time in the evening? Just slows things up a little bit.
Especially in the shadows, not in the sunny holes, but in the shadows like 18 right now, certainly so. That's a point well made. Great comeback there, 32. He'll be around for the weekend, and certainly he's not afraid to go low, knows how to win a major.
You think DJ holds this, Jay? To get to 7 and within 4?
I would even back you to hold this one, and you're pretty twitchy. He's not very twitchy. You can count this one. This to get in a tie for 4th position on 7 under.
Birdie number 7 today for the world #1 Dustin Johnson. It's a round of 65. And he will head into the weekend, in all likelihood, 4 shots off the lead at the Open. He's talked about wanting to have the Grand Slam. He's got a couple of them. He's got a Masters title. He's got a US Open to his name. How he would love to add the Open to that list.
Dustin Johnson, champion golfer of the year, has a good sound to it. So, Dom, let me ask you a question. Why is it called champion golfer of the year? Do you know?
Now, is this the question you've been waiting to ask me for 2 days, Jay?
No, only today, and I thought this would be the appropriate time.
Let me have a think about it, okay? I'll come back to you in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Once I've had a look at Wikipedia.
Stay off your computer. I'm watching you. It's a very interesting question. I found the answer to that question, or the information to pose the question. Well-written book by a British journalist by the name of Andy Farrell. 100 Greatest Golfers Ever. It's a good read. Scheffler for birdie. Most have missed this to the left. Not Scheffler. Right on line, just a little bit short. He's over there in the corner pondering. I'm sorry that Dominic Hollier can't come in at the moment, so I'll just finish this putt up for Scheffler. He won't get it. He can ponder all he wants as long as he stays off his computer. All the stuff that Dominic does to prepare. He should know this, Tony. I'm actually disappointed. He's got face planted firmly in the palm of his hand. He knows he's been had. And look at the shadows and the slopes that the low setting sun shows. Just tell me when you're done, Dom.
You're a cruel man, aren't you? It's like playing with a dead mouse, like a cat, just pushing it around the floor.
I'm enjoying you squirming. Let's see if the lefty can read this one. Lynn, fabulous talent. Just sent that well to the right. He started that a good 4 feet, Tony, and still missed it on the low side. You know the answer, Tony?
I'm staying out of this.
I didn't really ask you. I was just wondering if you could help Dom.
I'm afraid, Dominic, I am useless to you.
Problems at the 15th for Cameron Tringale. This is his third shot into the par 4. Trouble off the tee.
Oh, doesn't seem happy, but the result is superb. Jay, I'm embarrassed to say it. I heard the explanation for this yesterday.
Yeah, that's because you were around when I posed it to Allison.
And I can't remember the answer.
Garcia for birdie. He has so much to gain by having a good week this week, and a brilliant birdie for Garcia. Father Victor with the fist pump as well. Sergio has come close many times to winning the Claret Jug, being the champion golfer of the year. Closest call came when he lost the playoff at Carnoustie to Padraig Harrington.
Ches Reavie. Chance for a birdie 2 to get under par. Yes, very nicely done.
No. Well, the only thing I can think is that it's either, I'm thinking, got some sort of connection to horse racing, or it's got something to do with the fact that there was a champion tennis player of the year. And
I'll let you do the leaderboard, and then I'll give the answer.
Okay. Well, there it is for you. Louis Oosthuizen looks like he's going to take a 2-shot lead into the weekend over Colin Morikawa, who, remember, is playing in his very first Open. Jordan Spieth is an Open champion like Louis Oosthuizen. Dustin Johnson is up there, and a whole host of players who could make it a fairy tale weekend. Look out for Koepka, for Rahm, and many others who will want to have their say over the weekend.
Okay, why is it called the champion golfer of the year? In 1815, a baby was born that was named Allen Robertson. He went on to become as one known as one of, if not the first professional golfers. He was the undisputed best player in the world. He died in 1859. So they needed to have a championship after his death to decide who the champion golfer of the year was, because while he was alive, it was undisputed. Allen Robertson, that's why it's called the champion golfer of the year. And it is a great read, not just about Allen Robertson, but about the players that make up the 100 greatest ever. Book written by, as I said a few moments ago, Andy Farrell. Do yourself a favor, read it.
It looks as though Robert McIntyre is going to squeak through to the weekend. Ricky Fowler likewise. Fowler, who played so nicely here a decade ago. That was actually quite interesting, Jay. You surprised me there.
Well, it's nice to surprise you every once in a while, but I'll have another one for you tomorrow. The other one is a trick question.
DeChambeau looks as though he's going to get through. Had to fight really hard. Unfortunately, not so for Francesco Molinari. I think he made a triple bogey at the 6th hole, the par 3, which really derailed his round. He was going along nicely. Henrik Stenson, who won at Troon, is not through. Tyrrell Hatton's going to miss out. Jimmy Walker, a former PGA champion, Miliozzi's having an excellent season. He won't make it, nor will the Frenchman Victor Perez or Martin Keimer, who had that putt on 18. Couldn't quite make it, hung over the jaws. The amateur champion, Laird Shepherd, will miss out. So will former Masters winner Patrick Reed. Brandon Grace, who made a quadruple bogey at the 9th hole. Ernie Els, a former two-time champion golfer of the year, has finished at 4 over par, so no weekend play for him. Darren Clark, the man who won here 10 years ago. What a wonderful walk it was for him down that 18th hole to collect the claret jug and his first major title at the age of 42.
So the producer has given me the okay to give you the next quiz question this evening. You just said the claret jug, so that's a clue to this question. What has former champion and all-time great Severiano Ballesteros done at the Open Championship that no one before him had done and no one will ever do again? Scheffler, tee shot at 18 while Dominic Hollier ponders. I think I've got him again. You didn't know that I was a quiz champion, did you?
Well,
Stay off your computer now.
I know that Alison Whittaker was going to give you a little quiz coming down from Scotland, and you point blank refused to play sport. So we should just turn around to you and say, don't care, not playing.
No, I didn't say that, Tringali. Oh, that one comes up short. I just said I'd rather play the quiet game. It was only an 8-hour drive. She failed at the quiet game.
Shame, that's a drop shot for Tringale at the 15th hole. It's going nicely this year over on the PGA Tour. 40th in the FedEx Cup standings.
Aggressive play here with Garcia going with the driver. That bunker up the right is in play. A couple up the left as well, and that one is headed left.
Bounce left. Bounce left.
Just going to bounce left, preferring to be in the rough than in that little round one-stroke penalty.
That's great.
Dominic Hollier making faces over there again. Ben on for birdie after a brilliant tee shot at 16 and on. Holds it. It's a wonderful shot. That gets him to 2 under par.
Lando Griffin for a birdie at 14. Yes, nicely done. Little twitch from his playing partner's caddy, gets to 2 under. Well done. Look at that. First birdie of the day, straight pars for 13 holes. That must feel like Christmas.
Let's have a little look here at 18 fairway. I'm gonna pose part of the question to you. It's going to give you a hint. It will never be done again. What has Seve Ballesteros that did in the Open Championship that no one else ever did and no one ever will?
I would see, I mean, honestly, there's no...
Ever will. That's a clue. Scotty Scheffler looks down at that lie, and this is some of the worst, if not the worst and thickest rough on the golf course to the right of 18 fairway. I wonder how many other people are sitting back at home looking at the TV making funny faces like Dominic Hollier. Tony Johnstone has his face firmly planted in his palm.
When you say somebody will never do it again.
Never do it again.
That is so definitive. It must be able to work.
Absolutely never happen again. Seve will hold this record for eternity.
Quite looking forward to knowing what that is. Let's watch Scotty Scheffler first. He has found the cabbage.
I don't think there's any chance he can get this to the green. He actually needs to avoid the bunker right over there.
Oh. Well, he got some club on it. He's done well.
Very good result.
Come on then.
Severiano Ballesteros was presented with the claret jug on a Saturday, a Sunday, and a Monday. He was the last one to win on a Saturday when they still played 36 holes. Won on a Sunday at St. Andrews, and he won at Lytham on a Monday after a weather delay. The Saturday is the key.
Well, you never know. They might schedule the Open Wednesday to Saturday one year.
Good luck with that. Lynn, second to the final.
Oh, pity. You're not going down without a fight, are you, Dom?
I preferred the first one. He's looking very smug now, Tony.
Yeah, he is,
dear,
isn't
oh
he?
dear, that's the worst thing about it.
You mean more smug?
Yeah.
After the first question.
Two good questions, though.
Mm.
Especially for those of us that just love the Open and just, you know, a little bit of history.
No, you're right. Well done. Enjoyed that.
Now, can Sergio gouge it out? Whew, look at that stuff. Oh, got club on ball. Sounded all right.
Massive mound he has to putt over, really kind of a hump. Goes up and then back down, but good result from where he was.
Yeah, flag 35 yards on. He's probably 5 yards on. He's got about a 90-footer there.
Scheffler has walked all the way up to the green, pacing this one out.
Tony, were you one to take a shot of this distance and pace it out, or did you more play by sight and feel?
No, I would have paced it out. My eyesight was never brilliant, so I would like to have known more or less how far I was going to carry it. Some guys are just gifted. You know, they just have a look at it. Their eyes tell them exactly what it's going to do. You had great eyesight. You wouldn't have paced it.
I wouldn't have paced it. No, I might have walked up to look where I wanted to pitch it, and then I just look or had that in my mind when I was looking down at the ball, and I just tried to land it on that spot. Neither one is the right or wrong way. It all depends on, you know, how you play, how your mind works.
Slightly awkward. He's going to come over the corner of the bunker, or is he going to throw it a bit further than that and try and hit a flatter part of the green?
Well, that's a good question. I think you want to fly it over that that hump coming off the bunker.
Bite. Okay, Jay, the guys do it differently. I was walking around with Lucas Herbert in the practice run, and he's got one of these foresight gizmos that he puts down, and he reads the details of every shot. And he was explaining to me how it worked. He said, well, like this shot here, I would just try to hit it 55 yards. And he had to go at it, hit it. And I looked down, I said, oh, it went 56.5. He said, no. That was the launch angle. That's my distance. Exactly 55 it landed. Whoa. So they develop a feel for exact yardages using the little tracker. It's a brilliant idea.
That really is what took Dustin Johnson to the top of the game when he got the TrackMan and started working, as he does every day before he goes out, working on his distances with his wedges, and it really made him so much more consistent. As Lynn goes in that deep bunker, with a high face he's got to carry it over the top of. He can fat this one out a little bit, land it on the downslope, let it run out.
Nice. Just settle. That's well played. Nice view there from Bunker Cam. Good lad. He's 1 over. Needs that for the cut. We'll hold thumbs for him. Big moment for the youngster.
Back to 16, par putt for Tringali. Remember, he dropped a shot at the 15th.
And this is a slowish putt. We've seen many come up short. Not the case for Tringali. Goes in with plenty of pace and a good save. Nicely done for the American. Remains 4 under par. And that was a huge putt after coming off a bogey at 15. Don't want to start giving them away in pairs.
Cool. This is a monstrously long putt, and as you said, Joe, you've got that steep mound down the other side. It's going to go left to right up the hill, right to left down the hill, and gauging pace is not easy.
You know, actually, it's a cute little trick right here. You see where he's nearly the same level as where he is at the hole, maybe uphill a little bit. So if you take the mound out of play and play it almost like a flat putt, because it loses up, gains down. A little bit of tricks for you at home. That's as long as the ball and the hole are at the same level when you're putting up and down, and not far off here. He's putting a little bit uphill. Just gives you a chance mentally to take a mound that is equal amounts up and down, you know, out of your computer. It goes around in your mind.
And it was pretty good for speed, wasn't it?
Certainly was. It's always tricky when you're dealing with that. And there's so many little games you can play and trick yourself, as Dad Victor, who walking around with an umbrella for some reason. Normally he has a club in his hand walking around. Never seen him with an umbrella, especially on a sunny day.
I reckon he's got his wedge buried inside that umbrella somewhere.
Still plays golf every day.
Loves it.
Every day.
Just loves it, doesn't he? What a supporter he's been for his son. They don't come any better.
He's been enjoying having him back in Boreal with the rest of the family for the last couple of weeks. They've been playing a lot of golf together.
Sergio hosted a tournament at his home course several years ago, and he was a fabulous host. It was a great event. Scheffler for par to remain at 7 under, and nicely holed. Scotty Scheffler in the clubhouse with a 66 following his 67 in the opening round. Played very well in Scotland last week. One round where he shot 63, so he's got the putter working.
As he's adapted rather well to links golf. I think it's a bit of a myth, actually. I think they used to say that, you know, young Americans couldn't really work it out. It's not the sort of golf they play. I think they actually enjoy this sort of golf, the creativity that's involved in some of the shots.
No doubt. It's so different from everything that we have at home. I mean, we have links style courses, but you can't create a real links course unless you have the turf. And I have never seen the correct turf in the United States. We have some courses that look like it, but, you know, it's the soil structure, the composition of the soil that really makes it bouncy. Great fans out here. Look at that. Late in the day, shading themselves from the sun, watching to the bitter end. So glad to be here.
And Lynn to make the weekend. Well done. Well done. That was brave, wasn't it?
It's so nice to see, isn't it? He knows too. He's trying to hold back the cheese-eating smile. There it comes. Well done. Brave putt. That's a moment he will remember forever. Made the cut at the Open Championship. Oh, he's proud of himself. Quite rightly, too. Doesn't know what to do with his hands, does he, Jay? He's, I've done it, I've done it.
No, it is great. It's great to watch his reaction. He knows. Look at that. Fantastic.
I think that makes it 2 amateurs through to the weekend. He going to have to go some if he's going to get the silver medal.
putt here for Sergio. Certainly not straightforward. Well, 3 putts, but that's really the result of the tee shot being out of play. Did well to get it on the front part of the green. One of the greatest drivers of the golf ball in the last 25 years. That goes back to his amateur days. He's been brilliant. Shapes the ball both directions, high, low. Has all the shots. And certainly an infectious smile.
Not too many players left out there now, so very much looking as though that's how it's going to look at the top of the leaderboard heading into the weekend.